I first saw my classmate playing PUBG Mobile during a school break. He was talking while playing, and I asked him who he was talking to. He said he was talking to his teammates. That moment changed everything for me. Until then, mobile games only had text chats, but PUBG Mobile had real-time voice communication. It felt alive, it felt competitive, it felt like teamwork. This is when I downloaded the game and I never looked back. My house was always the gaming house of the village. Gamers will gather there to play together. Forming my first PUBG Mobile team in my room in 2019 felt exciting and fun. At the beginning, we were just friends playing together and chasing wins. Even today, when I talk to some of them, they remind me that we started in that same room. That room holds memories. It's where everything began. When I decided to step into esports, not just as a player, but as a career, I spoke with my mother first. She told me if I saw a future in esports, I should go for it. That gave me a strength, and also my fiance supported me from day one. She told me that I found myself in esports. I used to make monthly goals. He used to help me track if I'm doing hard enough to reach my monthly goals. If I'm not doing enough, she used to tell me, go for it, don't be lazy. It felt like a dream came true. PUBG Mobile became the first real esports platform that represented Somali youth. It created the first esports community in the country. For the first time, Somali youth or Somali players had something they could proudly stand behind. I realized it was bigger than just a game when I saw young players looking at me, not just as a teammate, but as a leader. When parents started asking me questions about esports, and when players said that they had hope because of what we were building, I understood it was no longer just about winning matches, it became a mission. The hardest part was building a team that shared the same vision and passion. It was difficult to step into a field that no one plays. Many people doubted esports completely. In Somalia, there was no investors, no sponsors at the beginning. What kept me going was the desire to build something for Somali youth that I never had as a player. I did not want them to struggle the way we did. Esports is not limited to a certain countries. It's for everyone. If you are disciplined, focused, and consistent, you can build your own path. Dream big, stay committed. Do not let anyone let you. It's not possible. It's impossible. Thank you, PUBG Mobile, for being a light for esports in our country. You gave Somali youth a platform, community, a dream. I hope to see more investments and more events hosted in our country. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
The time has come. Be the number one for Africa.
All right. Showtime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the wild card edition, and this is where the party's about to get even wilder. It is Priest on the mic, and I'm joined by none other than Young Blood himself, but he is an old man still. Young Blood, how you feeling?
I am feeling good. Please take me to church now. Take me to the PMNC wildcard, because today is the day where the action will be boiling down. And that PMGO ticket, that is what all the teams here will be aiming for. But just for the excitement, just so much excited. I want to see how things will be happening, and a lot of expectation, but I don't know where to start. Let me just cool down. Let me just pray it off. Before the action begins, let me prepare myself mentally, physically, because it is going to be hot.
Too hot. Temperature through the roof, ladies and gentlemen. And we are super excited to bring you this action live because personally, I feel we've seen a lot of interesting games. We've seen a lot of interesting matchups. We've seen a lot of interesting groups and regions so far, but this one is about to take the cake by far because we have many different countries in here, PTK. I think we've got Mauritania. I think we've got Mauritius. I think we've got Somalia. I think we've got, Namibia, Zambia, you name it. So many different African teams inside of the wildcard region. And that, I believe, just makes this a little bit more competitive. And honestly, I cannot put words to what teams I'm going to expect to turn up. But, at this stage, PTK, I think we are about to have something special on our hands tonight.
True. We are going to have something special because, when you talk about all the other African countries, these are the countries not Kenya, Nigeria, not South Africa. So that means that we have a lot of load, and out of these countries, we are going to be getting the best of the best of them all. You remember Mauritius with the most number of teams in PMAC 2025 will be playing today. Expect Zeus. Zeus is one of the most dominant forces. This Morris is crazy. I want them playing PMAC, and I knew these guys, they are going far, but that is just what I think. Today, we are going to be getting the answers to that as we are heading to the group 1. It's going to be hard, honestly speaking. It's going to be hard because Somalia, Mauritius, Mauritania is just going to be crazy, Chris, as we continue the game. 6 games today and 6 chances of redemption as we try to move around the PMNC. And for those guys that are watching, don't know PMNC, this is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. And we started with the PMNC qualifiers, where the top 32 are able to advance to the group stages. In the group 1, we have 16. The group 2, we have the 16. And finally, after that, if you are able to match up, you are going to head to that PMGO slot, because the ticket is what all these teams want, with South Africa taking the 4 teams, Kenya with the 3 teams, Nigeria 3 teams, and finally for the wild card, this is where it becomes major. 5 teams, to be specific. 5 teams. Please, 5 teams is a lot. All these other countries, 4, 3, 3, 5 teams. That would be hard to get, but that would be good for the team that will be able to capture that top 5 in the final top 16. I will still have to see it happen. And have one additional slot for the direct invite, the champions of the 2025 PMAC, where the team X-Force Rejects will be represented. I remember the RJCX Shiva, but that guy was one hot guy. I'm talking about the game. I'm not talking about anything else. And at the PMGO, this will be the season number 1. And Priest, what do you expect in this PMGO season 1? What do you think the mentality of these teams that are playing these PMNC, what kind of mentality should they have while trying to capture and head to this PMGO?
Well, it's going to be a very interesting take, right, to see how these teams perform at this stage, because like we said, it's 5 teams, right? It is the highest for all of the regions.
True.
For the wild card stages, 5 teams, and because it's 5 teams, that should tell you the level of difficulty that the competition has. And it's something you have to look out for as well and think through, because even at that, the prize pool is still major. 3,000 USD. All of these regions have battled for it. But now what makes this even much more tricky is the fact that, some of the other regions have top 4 and top 3, with a little bit of the prize money in there as well. But for the wild card, top 5 gets a little bit of money and then a chance at the final. Some of the other regions do not have that extra number, but I feel it's well deserved because of the wild card has a plethora of countries participating. And let's not forget the regional finals for PMGO, 10,000 USD. It is going to be a very, very, very tough competition based off of the things we've already seen, right? and we're talking about group stage right now, 10,000 USD. I mean, the competition, we really thought the competition was, base level. All of the teams and all of these other regions are competing. Now they've done their group stages, and now they're one step into the finals. And now we have the wild card, while we have a lot of very, very strong teams going head to head to get a little piece of that top 5 and a little piece of that prize pool money.
Crazy. 3,000 USD. And this is the prize distribution where the players, the teams in the top 16 will be getting a chunk of the money, where the number 1 will be getting that highly anticipated 800 USD, bro. 800 is so much. We saw for Kenya, where you had the Deadpool taking that number 1. Here is going to be rather unfamiliar territory for most of these teams. Not one country, but 800 USD for the team number 1. Team number 2 taking that 550. We have the team number 3 350. But out of all these, the top 1 to the top 16, if you just made it to the top 16, you will be able to get a chunk of the money. But the highly anticipated one is that 200 USD for the MVP. 200 USD for just one person is crazy. This is where we get to see talent. This is where we get to see the skills from all these players that are setting their teams in those top ranks. Now we've seen the Dedo, they had MVP, we have Team Basak. These guys were going all in. 3,000 USD is not something to be joking around. And that PMGO ticket is one hell of a ride if you are going to that road. This is the PMNC wildcard. Let's get to see how these teams will be performing today as we prepare ourselves mentally, physically for those games. And for the points distribution, we have the number 1. This is quite standard, where the number 1 will be getting the 10 points, number 2 the 6 points, and number 3 5 4 3 2 1, all towards the 7 to 8. They will be getting that 1 point, but from the 9th to the 16th, they will be getting one very huge, a circular donut. That means do not fall into that last place, because the points will not be looking good for you. And for the tiebreaker, we saw one team. There was a team called Call Me. They were able to be saved by these tiebreaker rules, where the number 4 was the one that saved them. I'm going to explain that in just a few. As the number 1 for the tiebreaker rules, we shall be looking at the total number of the chicken dinners won by that team. The second one, if all of them have the same chicken dinners, we're going to the number 2, where we're going to be looking at the team with the most placement points across all the matches. For the third one, we have the number of eliminations. The team that has the highest number of eliminations, that is the team that will be chosen. But for the 4th place, this is the sweetest, the best placement ranking in the most recent match. So let's say in the game number 6, these 2 teams were tied, but that final game, one team was eliminated first, and then that other team was able to survive a little bit longer. So the team that survived a little bit longer, that is what will be going to be chosen, as we saw in the Call Me. That was in the PMNC Kenya, securing that number 8, and was able to set that top 16 straight. And please, honestly speaking, the tiebreaker rules are just ridiculous. They are just insane, and it will be very, very sad to see a team get eliminated by these tiebreaker rules.
I think it would be more exciting, because remember how we felt when Comey qualified, right? Remember that feeling we got when it was something different. And the fact that we actually talked about it, the fact that we actually broke down the tiebreaker rules, ranging from number of chicken dinners across all the matches, down to the placement, down to the eliminations, and then down to the best placement ranking in the most recent match. The fact that it went through all the 4 tiebreakers down to the last one, that was absolutely something spectacular. I don't think that's going to happen again, but if it does, I would be very impressed. But on the off chance, ladies and gentlemen, for Group 1, your participating teams in the PUBG Mobile National Championship in the Wild Card Series, and we've got the guys from Elevate Esports. We have 4 Strength, Zeus, Petit, We again, I don't know why they have this name. We're going to address this, Chad. We have to address this. GM, GNF, Gamerize seems outplayed. Espada Esports, Noir Esports, CZY Esports, Mazor, Regnum X, Glory Esports, Ancient Champion, Exit Team, and X Project. I mean, PTK, a lot of big names here, a lot of big names. Are you expecting an upset, or do you already know the teams that are going to, showcase their abilities more than everyone else?
Honestly, I don't expect any team to dominate as much as they used to in their qualifiers, because all these teams are top tier from their regions. With Team Elevate, one of the best teams in their region, you have Espada, holding down Mauritius, Zeus, and the Petit. Wee. Is it wee or wee? How do I say these Petit for the Zeus esports? It's quite crazy. Who came up with the name? I think that guy was. He had a lot of knowledge that he came up with these Petit wee. So I'm going to call him wee because I don't know how to say it well. But we have CZ, also very, very good at the game. But no, we need to see the teams like Project coming up with something new. As the name suggests, Ancient Champions come with that Ancient Champions. Because at the moment we have that Ancient Pharaoh mode, which is back in the game. Mesa Gaming, they need to do something major. Regnum X, I've seen them a couple of times. And I believe they have all that they need to get the win. But for today, no, we are going to be looking at the teams that will be making it to the top 8 in this group number 1. At least get a spot in that final 16. So out of these teams, I think the teams that we'll be looking out for, Team Elevate, we have Espada, we have the Zeus Sovereign, Zeus Esports itself. And which other team? I think those are the key teams because we've seen them in 2025 heading to that PMAC. Some of them did make it to the finals, and some of them, they did make it. So it's going to be quite a rough road for most of them, but they have to be in quite some good form if they are to win, if they are to qualify. They have to give us their best, not just be very, very good at the first game, then the second game, third game, fourth game, they just fumble like a team that I'm not going to mention about because Priest is supporting that team. But looking at the map schedule, Priest, 6 maps, 6 chances. We've seen Rondo, where some teams are able to dominate Rondo so much, getting a high number of eliminations, a high number of placement, that chicken dinner, Erangel. But when it comes to the final games, the match number 4, match number 5, match number 6, this is where they get to lose their cool. Why do you think they lose their cool in those final 3 games?
I think it also boils down to a whole lot of experience, and the mindset and mentality of some of these teams, for the fact that this is the opening sequence for competitive esports at this stage for global opportunities for some of these teams. This might be their first opportunity, first and foremost, to even be at this stage. So again, it comes with a lot of pressure mentally for some of these teams. They start really strongly, but then those teams that have been here before, those teams that understand what it takes, those teams that know what they need to do to go and cross the line and get into the next stage, I think it always shows in their mindset, in their mentality, how confident they are, when it comes to the later phases of those games. We saw this earlier in the South Africa qualifiers. Teams like Tempa, they didn't necessarily need to win any of their games to make it to the finals. They just understood what they needed to do, how they needed to play, how the opponents were playing, and they adapted quite nicely. So I think for a group as tough as this, as the wild card, I think it's now down to those teams that are going to understand their opponents relatively very quickly, adapt, get the ball rolling, and get the job done without having to rely on those final moments, those final games, right? I think it's more about those teams, how confident they can get quickly. Teams like Force Strength. Again, I always talk about teams that do love to play in transition. So teams like Force Strength, Zeus, that do love to, get a little bit more on the front foot. I will be keeping my eyes out for them, especially in Rondo, like you said, early eliminations, a lot of numbers on the board, but now they have to replicate that performance across the board, or at least in about 80% 100% of their matches. So that is something I'm looking forward to. Who is going to do that? Who is going to be the most consistent team? And again, another thing we're going to look at is how many points will these teams gather, and how many points will qualify, these teams to the finals.
Exactly that. Understand, adopt, adapt, then conquer. Just 4 words, and that is how you will be able to at least conquer. Maybe you're not in your form, your good form today, but it's all about finding that calm. Don't let the pressure get into your head. Just play your game good, just play your game nice, and you can be able to do something. Today is not going to be easy for all these teams that are here, being the best in their regions and the best for a reason. We're expecting to see some Somali teams. Somali is one of the most underrated countries. I think Somali has some of the best teams when it comes to PUBG, but it's so much underrated. I never understand why. When it comes to TDM, they are good. When it comes to classics, these guys are pretty much perfect. And finally, Somali, this is your chance to show the world, not just Africa, that you guys have that spark when it comes to the game and when it comes to this competitive gameplay. Africa esports is growing, and if you're watching the stream, don't forget you need to also grow when it comes to the game. Go to that training ground, start racking up those sensitivities, start training, because that is the only way where you get to this stage. That is the PMNC, and the wild card is going to be crazy. Bring back the games, bring the games, please. I'm super happy. I'm excited. Let the games begin. But before that, breathe in, breathe out. It's about time, but not just yet. Like the stream, like the stream, like the stream. And if you're watching, write in the comment section which team you think is going to be dominating in this game number 1. We're going to be dispatching straight into Rondo. I think this is the best map for Priest, if I am not wrong, but he will just be telling that in a few. But Rondo, just a few seconds. Priest, let's go. The showdown.
Yes, sir. Rondo, first drop. Hopefully, we will get that map feed, because that map feed for this particular group is going to be something very solid for me to look at, because a whole lot of teams here, very consistent, very solid. But someone in chat said they are not rating 4 strength. I mean, how can you not rate 4 strength, right? Like that. What do you mean? 4 strength is hard right now. Someone asking in the chat, is Astra not playing? Astra is playing, but I think they play tomorrow. So
yeah,
I think we're gonna get some Astra. I think we're going to get some Astra action tomorrow, so we'll keep eyes on that one to see if that will be the case for them. But on the off chance, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the wild card phase. It is the Group A, or rather Group 1, but we'll see who is going to come out on top for that one, and keep our eyes peeled on the action. PTK, you already saw this, and you already saw the team so far. What are your expectations going into this match number 1?
My expectation, 1, for the team Elevate is they will be going rather on that push, try to rack up a couple of eliminations as they move forward, because we know Elevate quite ruthless when it comes to those kind of pushes. The crazy esports right now, they are getting down, and that is not the plan that they had in this game. Rondo is pretty much, and I say, weird. The team that maybe we might be expecting to win, that is the team that gets eliminated first. And I hope today we are not going to be bringing that caster's curse when it comes to the teams, as Team Elevate Logic is trying to at least get some good loot. So that is what the aim of the game is. The first seconds, get the loot, go to the hot drop, gather a couple of eliminations, and your game, your team will be at a very, very perfect spot. And for all these teams, I think what they'll be trying to attempt right now, get as many eliminations as you can, because that recall is possible. And Rondo being the only map that has recalls is quite special when it comes to these players. But my question is, what if Rondo was the 6th game? What if Rondo was the sixth game? Maybe a team did not have enough points to maybe get to the top 8. Then they have Rondo as their final game. Then they get double digits. I'm talking about 20-something elimination in a chicken dinner. What if Rondo was the last one, Priest?
Oh, that would be something special. You know, that's actually it's an interesting dynamic. But I think it goes both ways. You know, Rondo being the first game, Rondo being the last game, you know, it takes on a different precedence. You try to understand the mentality that goes into some of these things, and think about how they want to, you know, maximize the opportunity to get the most out of Rondo. And again, you got to respect it. You know, the guys from Red are trying to hold their own champions, but Xenos immediately getting dropped there, unfortunately, couldn't hold his own against Psycho. And Ancient Champions looking very good. Unfortunately, they are playing with a man less, so it's going to cost them just a little bit there when they do try to take on a team that is a full squad. You can see Hades there with his MP49 spraying immediately there, applying a lot of pressure as the guys from, it looks like Exit could be in a little bit of trouble here. Grenade getting charged off from Doku, and he might launch this one. Hopefully that grenade does not blow up in his hands, but that will not be the case. Unfortunately, if you can get an angle onto that one, a grenade will be perfectly launched here. I mean, if Logic had a grenade, he might be able to close this down, but unfortunately, Thugger will have something to say about this one, and that might be an unfortunate turnout for them if they don't manage to get their way through PTK, because it looks like the pressure is already on here.
The pressure is already mounting, and on as Doku survived. I don't know how he was able to survive, but he was able to somehow knock one of the Elevate players down. Yeah, Exit still not yet exited the game. The test track is testing all these players' wits. All of them trying to survive as much as they can, but Elevate on the front row as they are racking up those points. Logic trying to make the push. Doku trying to heal up. The first game, and already the heat is increasing. Heat is rising. We're not yet in Miramar where the heat is extreme. Right now, extremities are getting surfaced in the first game. Rondo. Yeah, but Doku able to find his cool, but Naze will be flying his way with the S12K versus Fabian. But Fabian with a very, very good pick and picks up Doku and takes Exit back home. But they still have that extra recall, and that's the beauty. Get the extra recall. And that is the one tactic that I've seen players and teams utilizing in a Rondo. As the south side are getting flaxed. Neon Factory, one of the good places. And Priest, you can see all these teams, they're not afraid because of that recall. But look at that nade! Did you see that?
My goodness. What a grenade from Mazor. And they're not going to stop. They're continuously pressing a little bit more. Asian champions are not feeling like champions right now. They look like they might want to escape the danger, but Aatrox is already going to press forward. The smoke could be causing them a little bit of panic here, but I believe they know that he's hiding on the other side there. And all it takes is just a little bit more action there, but he does get caught immediately by Logic, and that will be another one biting the dust. Aatrox almost getting swept to the side there. And that is the chaos that we have seen from majority of these teams. I mean, PTK, they're not giving a chance. Anybody can get it, and what we just saw now is Elevate getting a player from Asian Champions knocked away, but Mazor taking the elimination, and again reaping where you did not sow. That is something we're going to be seeing a whole lot of in Rondo.
Yeah, you have to utilize those third parties. If you're going to that party, just make sure that you get the knocks. And they were able to get the knocks, and you've seen players, bro. That nade was perfectly launched. I think that is a true African comrade. They are the ones that are able to do that. And a good spray from the Regnum X, and they rack up the numbers to 2. And Regnum still looking very confident, still not yet lost a player, as all the parts of these Rondo engulfed with players. The zone is still there, but the players 62, only 2 players have been eliminated. Rondo is hard. Xenos with a good knock. And what is happening? What is happening? How is this guy taking those eliminations like that? What am I watching? Are these players? Bro, please, what is this? I'm
Well, that is
confused.
the beauty of Rondo. That is the beauty of Rondo.
No
A whole
way.
lot
I
of
thought those guys were
defense.
players.
Oh my days. I mean, you gotta love Rondo, right? It keeps you on your feet. It keeps you on your feet. You gotta be locked in. You can't make any mistakes. I mean, you've seen it for yourself. Although I'm not really a fan of that feature in Rondo, but
Uh-huh.
I guess it is what it is, right?
No, that was that was crazy. I thought that this guy had made a 1v3, 1v4, but then I'm looking at the number of eliminations that he has. They're not increasing. There's still one. Just one. But he's still getting eliminations. How on earth was that happening? Yo, Rondo is crazy. But what if we had an enemy player disguised as those bots? What if?
I mean, that would be an interesting disguise, don't you think? That would be an interesting disguise, man. That would be an absolutely interesting disguise. I mean, again, it's one of the things that we could do for feedback just to get a little bit of context, right, on seeing how this pans out. But play zone is centered up quite nicely, a little bit towards the western side. A whole lot of teams. I mean, the south is looking kind of empty, though. You can see one of the players from, Zeus in Hong Shan all by his lonesome, while the rest of his teammates are trying to make rotations from the northern side. And now PTK, you can see, oh, that's a nice shot there. X Project immediately capitalizing there on, I believe, one of the guys from Glory. I believe it was Starboy getting called out. Not the way they wanted things to start off, but you gotta love Rondo because he gives you that extra piece of confidence, to just keep going. There's always going to be someone at the recall, PTK. You know how it goes.
Yeah, true. There's always someone there at the recall. But look at the players. Gamerize Esports and all the teams are just trying to get to the play zone as fast as they can. We still have 62 players in a rondo. The numbers don't just go down. They don't go down. The eliminations, they go up, but the numbers, they don't go down. But the team with the most eliminations is the GNF, currently with 4 eliminations. Then Elevate with the 3. We have Mazo, Gaming with the 3. The AC with the 3. Regnum, they have the 2 eliminations. We have the Project X with the 2. And those are the teams that are currently dominating when it comes to those eliminations. As everyone is trying to get a piece of the play zone. Gamerize Esports, they're trying their best, but this game is not going towards them. They have only 1 elimination, but maybe this is not yet their time to strike. Their time to strike might be coming in just a few seconds, and they might be forced to strike as the third parties are also playing a kicky strategy. And Priest, these third parties, we've seen MVPs, we've seen teams, players getting 7 eliminations, but then out of these 7 eliminations we're getting, these player only had 7 knocks. The rest were just eliminations getting stolen from other teams. I don't know if that thing we're going to be seeing it today, but I'm expecting to see such a thing. Teams, people don't want to work. People want others to work, then they can steal those eliminations because that is still a strategy. You have to win a game. Who cares how you win the game?
That's a valid thought, really. It's all about winning. How you win, it doesn't matter at this stage, if we're being honest. It's the group stages. The goal here, ladies and gentlemen, remember, is to be in the top 8. If you make it to the top 8, you have one leg in the finals. You already have yourself a little bit of that prize pool money. So all you have to do is just get to the finals. How you get to the finals, it doesn't matter as long as you get to the finals. And like PTK just mentioned, you can reap where you did not. So we've already seen instances of that already. Between the guys from, I believe, um, Asian champions and the other guys from Elevate. We saw them trade horns earlier on. We saw a little bit of something special going on there, if that is going to be the concept of how this game pans out. But another thing I wanted to point out, though, PTK, if you talk about stealing those eliminations, getting yourself those points, picking here, picking there, it's still all about positioning. Oh my goodness, Fabian.
What?
Well. Hello. Get down. Pulled him straight out of the vehicle. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you do it. You gotta be careful with the driving, PTK. You know how these things go. You just can't be driving anyhow.
Yo, knock knock. Knock knock, priest.
Who is there?
Fabian! Fabian was there. That was a goose spray. That was a goose spray. And exit, they are getting tortured. They are getting brutalized as they are looking at that lobby as not smiling at all. As a couple of their players have been taken back to the lobby with only one guy remaining. That would be a very, very hard bargain for them, as the table will not be looking good. But look at the Project X, already 6 eliminations. You know, I was not expecting these, but the Project X, they are really amusing me with 6 eliminations already. And if they can be able to secure a chicken dinner right now, that would be insane. As Madagascar, Espada Sledge, they're trying to get by the ledge. They have to be careful because Crazy, they are in that vicinity. And you know, when it comes to Crazy, they go a little bit crazy. When it comes to the sprays, a spray and pray. But every single player just holding, you know. It's not yet time. It's not yet time. Just have a lot of loot and ensure that you can be able to take on fight. And those are full sends from teams, as we are seeing. Look at how Espada is moving towards that Lush guy. I don't think even if he had teammates there, they will be able to help him out.
Didn't look like much from his end, though, unfortunately. I think he might have been caught out on rotation there, or getting a little bit of intel on that movement from the south side. You can see the Asian champions down to just 2, but they do have 4 eliminations, so that puts them in a very, very strong position. The only thing that it is going to be tricky for them playing as a duo in this final sequence of the zone. We are in phase 4, and we still have 15 teams alive, PTK. 52 players in the cut. It is going to be very difficult once the call starts, once the blue zone starts to hurt. And now the senseless violence continues. 4 strengths now showing their strength yet again. 2 eliminations to the good, as Psycho was called out immediately and sent back into the lobby, and the guys from the Asian champions will be cut down to just 1. Good position for 4 strength, though. You know, PTK, you can see them just hanging around by the edge of the circle there. You know, this is one of those teams I talked about. They do not like to necessarily play in transition. They do love to farm out eliminations by the edge of the circle. But now at this phase, once the circle moves a little bit too far out, it is going to be a very hard rotation for them to make, you know.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard rotation, but that spot that they are holding towards that ridge side is perfect, because no team can be able to hold the hillside area behind them, because they will not have great cover. So they know their ways, they know their stuff. That's the stuff of the 4 strength. 4 already in the game, but with only 2 eliminations, but they're holding, you know. You have to understand.
Mazor trying to circumvent a little bit of an open position there, but didn't look like he was going to work the way they planned. 4 strength, on the other hand, still holding up onto this corner pocket of the zone there. Somehow, CZY Esports have made a rotation around them and found themselves a little bit more central, which is why they are one of the better transition teams inside of, you know, this map right here. But they're probably going to have to try to get more eliminations on the board, because that is the risk of having to make a little bit more of a late rotation going forward, but we'll see if that will be the case. Another team going under the radar here is Regdub X. They do have 4 eliminations as well, and they are looking very confident. Unfortunately for them, though, they did lose 1 player when they did get into a little bit of a squabble earlier on, but they will try something special if that will see them all the way through. But right now, Zeus Sovereign, PTK, in trouble. Toga catching one of them out there with a mini 14 immediately, sending the shots through, getting the first knock onto them. And unfortunately for them, they do not have the numbers. It is going to be a very, very difficult rotation for them to make across here without the guys from Elevate causing them problems, PTK. It doesn't look
Yeah.
like it will see through.
Yeah, it's not gonna be see through as Trump sent down the ancient champions with an ancient special grenade. They're taken back down, and Eilish is trying to get that revive. But he has to be careful because Genesis is there and is looking to start something very, very new. Hopefully, some very, very good trouble. But the team Elevate 5 eliminations. They just know their game, and it's quite rare to see players taking that mini 14 when it comes to Rondo. So this is one of the few players that I've seen using a mini 14. You know, I thought mini 14 is only for Miramar, but I guess the Ogre just proved me wrong. As the GRMs are also fighting, GNF Knuckles are trying to sell a couple of smokes, but Trump is there. Hades also holding. And it's a point of no return for Reckless as they have to pass through Hayes and Trump if they are to get past this wall and ultimately take that chicken. But Mesa Atrox are still getting knocked. We are seeing a lot of knocks, but teams are still not getting a lot of dust. Because in a couple of few seconds, I've seen more than 5 knocks, but no team has been able to secure, except for Trump. It's just knocks. Why? You know, the numbers are not reducing, but the knocks are increasing as a good spray, but a bad rotation for the 4S. That does see 2 of the players down on their knees.
Unfortunate scenes for them, though. You know, they had a plan, but they did not execute it the way they planned to. Unfortunately, I think it required a little bit more planning and resources to see it through. But GNF sent back into the lobby, but not without taking 5 bodies with them. And it looks like there will be a little bit of a trade-off as well in that second place position, because right now Project X, with their 10 eliminations, down to a solo as well. Seems Outplay could be in a little bit of trouble here. Les going to be the last one left, but fortunately for them, there is smokes, there are utilities, there is a whole lot going on here. So hopefully Critical will be getting picked up just in time. Impulse as well, and even KVI. A lot of knocks, you know, like you said, PTK. That's 3 players from Seems Outplayed knocked away there, but no flush coming through. And I think that has to do with how these teams are positioned, right? They don't put themselves into areas where they will get knocked and flushed in one fell swoop. So I think that is what, you know, gives some of these teams a little bit of the upper edge in this phase of the circle.
True. You know, something special from the training grounds. You know, get knocked but don't get eliminated. You know, it's a numbers game when we approach that final stage. As Petit, they are just a win around and woozing back to the lobby as the Sims outplayed, not yet outplayed. With a full squad with 1 elimination to their spoilers, Team Elevate might be one of the most dominant forces, but Project X, they have 11 eliminations, but only 1 player surviving. So if he's to win that chicken, he has to camp it out. Camping is also a strategy. So if you're watching the stream, maybe you camp so much, don't worry, that is also a strategy. Yeah. You know, camping wins games. Camping gets those placements as the plays on shrinking towards the no man's land with no cover. They will have to use those trees. They will have to use those terrains. And finally, those, can I call them the drop covers? What was the name of these blocks? The ones that players like they try to get the cover with. They come from the sky.
I think DK called them Doritos. He called them Doritos. He called them chips. I mean, they're shaped like Doritos, so fair play to him. But Espada Esports, I think they've bitten off a little bit more that they can chew from that position right now. Gamerize, on the other hand, looking very confident. This is a team that made a very, very quick rotation, a smart rotation as well. Seems Outplayed, playing, into their hands immediately as well. They are trying to keep them outside of the play zone, and it is costing them a lot of utilities. You can see the smokes going up from Matrix, and he's probably have to try this a little bit of a plan here to hold on, because he's caught between two teams. Hopefully he doesn't cause this to be a crossroads thing, because you can see the guys from Full Strength also trying to hold on into that position. Espada as well. You can see Sledge, he has made a play a little bit closer to that open space, but KVI has been knocked away, and that is unfortunate for them. CZY as well also getting caught out in the open and seems outplayed. Hopefully they might be able to make a play into that zone without getting stopped, but it looks like Mazor won a piece of the action as well. Grenades now flying all over the place. That's a fantastic one, but it bounces off one of those protective covers and will provide a little bit of a defensive line for Mazor as well. Seems outplayed. Oh, that's a beautiful spray from Les, and he gets the drop on them. Another one will bite the dust. Moon could be in a little bit of trouble here. There's so much chaos brewing for Full Strength. Can they hold on as another grenade flies over the top again? But Moon will not be so lucky this time. Aatrox immediately can smell blood in the water, sends another grenade and another grenade. The pressure does not stop. Cuse, on the other hand, tosses a grenade of his own, but he can't get the angles right. It is all a matter of utilities at this stage. Who will break this down? Moon, unfortunately, will not be so lucky. Stanek immediately pulls up to the zone, open space. Lil Boy, wow, that is a spray at the half from Lil Boy, but doesn't connect immediately. They will descend upon him, and the S12Ks is already in hand here. Stanek is trying to circle back, get an angle here, and unfortunately sends a couple more shots, and that is a big drop for Full Strength. And now they have a breather, but Q's has to make sure the next grenade connects. Stanek is getting caught out on the other side, but something we've seen, reaping where you do not sow. Mazor immediately capitalizing on that one, dropping through, and now that would be a big opening for the guys from Forest. Can they see he's down? He can't get the angles right. Missed the first shot, but will not miss the second. But Elevate, yet again, PTK, Elevate will steal the elimination.
Bro, right now, Elevate, that was a perfect third party stealing that elimination. They just waited for this team to fight, then they made that strike, and currently Elevate with 8 eliminations. Sims outplayed with 4. We have Espada 3 eliminations, and finally we have Glory 4 eliminations. Glory has the numbers, Elevate has the numbers, Espada have the numbers. 14 players remaining, 4 teams in total, as all of them are trying to capitalize on every single knock. Elevate Esports Paradox with a story, and Sledge has to be looking by the edge, goes Paradox with a nade swinging. Sledge might be hammered. Sledge eliminated, perfect nade, and Espada are out in the first game. Look at how Elevate is playing. Look at the elevation of the nade. Look at this team, well formed and well equipped.
Too solid, very solid. And Elevate are going to press a little bit of an advantage here, because they have the numbers, and so do Glory, and so do Seams outplayed. It is a battle of the squads. 4 players up across the board for each team. I mean, it could be anybody's game going forward. It could turn it around here. But as it stands, Elevate have 10 eliminations. Seams outplayed have 6, and Glory have 4. And now Sharaf could be in a little bit of trouble there. Thugger continues to baptize him with the 5.56s, courtesy of that Mini 14. He will not stop. The pressure continues to mount on them, but they can't seem to get an angle to get a flush through, and the sprays continue even from Logic. I mean, Elevate, they are bathing in the glory of the elimination of the opposition on the other side. There's 2 teams here that they do need to get away from, and now it's all a matter of what the next play zone says, PTK.
True, that is just a matter of seconds for us to see which team will be making the push and which team will be bracing for impact, because we are almost at the stage number 8 with 3 teams remaining, and all of them with a full squad, a 4v4 v4. We have the Soul, that is the outplayed, seems outplayed, taking that eastern approach. We have Glory taking the western, and finally we have Elevate at the southern part, and it's anyone's game. And as we all say, anyone is game. The teams are trying to get those points, they are trying to get the position reach side with the Sims outplayed a Glory Viper. All of them are trying to create cover, but no man's land in front of them. If the zone takes a central approach, these might be one hot final push for these teams. But the question is, which team will be making the push and where? And how will they be making that push as the zone will be shrinking in just a few seconds for the final, probably the final stage, because I've not seen the stage number 9, because most of the times we get to the stage 8, that is when the real action is there. But Chris, do we have that stage number 9? Do you think we can get the stage number 9? Probably the stage number 10.
Well, I think 9 is where we max out, but we're going to see if these teams will allow for that stage to come through. Remember, we do have 4 players in each squad going forward. Now, Glory making the first chunk of play, advancing themselves, getting to a better spot of the zone. Their vehicle going up in flames. Kai immediately sprays through. Lord, the first victim, getting spawned all the way across there. Starboy now making a play of his own as well, tries to go inside of the smoke, but he hopefully tries to get through. But unfortunately, Kai will be getting him dropped away. Starboy taking hits and causing a little bit of damage and commotion. Team Elevate, they did lose Duggar in that exchange. Seems Outplayed will lose one of theirs as well. It is body for body on the other side. Fabian immediately making that play and getting to a better spot for his teammates. Open space there for Kai and he shuts it down. Seems Outplayed will be outplayed, but they will not be stopped on the other side. That will be the end of the road for Glory Esports. They will be taken back into the lobby. Now it's Elevate's turn. The pressure is on them as well. Paradox plays in behind. A couple of more sprays over to that to hillside position will cause some trouble for Seems Outplayed. But now, can they turn this around? Can they get a better angle here? It is a 3 versus 3. There is no numbers advantage, but there is a little bit of terrain there. Paradox tried to make a run for it, and he's taking damage from Kai's position. High ground positional advantage here, and the guys from Seems Outplayed, they want to capitalize on this. They can they see it through though? Elevate trying to keep them at bay, trying to force them into an open space and make sure that they cannot capitalize on those positions. And you can see them playing in from that left hand side. It is Fabian and Logic again. More pressure from Paradox. He's got the AKM. He's lining up the bullets as well. Critical is too scared. He doesn't want to peek his head out. He knows that his headshots only. He knows it's a 7.62. He can't make any mistakes. Impox making a spray and a dash for it over to the right hand side, but he can't get the angles right. Paradox almost getting swapped away there by Critical, but he has to make sure, but not this time. Critical immediately drops him off, and that will be the opening that Outplayed have been looking for. Kai plays in behind as well, and that is an open space that they could exploit as Impulse is already advancing forward. Fabian almost getting blown away with the grenade. More grenades and more grenades from Elevate. Can they elevate? Another grenade straight onto the Dorito box, and he bounces off, but it doesn't connect. He's gonna try again for the second time. Impulse, is he going to be impulsive? Can he get the job done with the S12K? Molotov onto the other side, he's exposed. He gets dropped as well by Fabian, but not this time. Seems Outplayed will not be outplayed. Elevates will be sent back into the lobby, and that is a job well done.
Job well done indeed, as the Seems Outplayed. They outplayed the rest, and they took that first game. Chicken dinner Rondo is theirs with double digits of eliminations and that sweet, juicy, crispy chicken dinner. You know, they wanted it and they actually they got it. You know, they had a very good position, and the enemy is always the zone. That is what exposes these teams. You know, that position from Team Elevate, that was not that position that they were expecting. Elevate were at a very, very big deep, not elevated. The team that was elevated was the Seems Outplayed, and they were able to outplay the Team Elevate and got those eliminations, packed them all. And that is one very, very sweet and juicy chicken to their spoil. We saw Fabian almost got the knock, but unfortunately that Molly was the decisive step as Team Elevate was sent back packing for the chicken dinner winner. Seems Outplayed, outplaying, getting those 14 eliminations, close to 2,500 damage. These guys actually racked up, they racked up everything. They have 15 knocks, but 14 eliminations. So one of their knocks maybe was raised or maybe stolen, but they seemed to have it all. That was the game number 1. Seems Outplayed. GG's, GG's, GG's.
confident though. Very confident performance from Seems Outplayed. I mean, 6 eliminations for Impulse there, and less with 2 for his own as well. Kai as well also had a very interesting turn of events. I mean, he was very confident. He was very confident in the way he played, especially towards the end of the game there. He was very confident, seeing his way through. Critical also going trying his best to stay up on that hillside position, providing intel, providing cover fire, and it did work, especially going into that final phase of the zone. It was very impeccable. And again, that tells you 79 total eliminations. A lot of numbers dropped there, roughly almost 12,000 in heal points, 98 knocks as well, 37 revives, 237 throwables. That was a lot of utilities, and we saw those smoke grenades and those frag grenades going out, especially towards zone 4, 5, 6. It was getting really hot around those times. Almost 20,000 in damage dealt, 17 headshots, and 325 meters for the longest distance eliminated. Again, I'm not sure what the longest we've seen overall is, but we're going to keep our eyes peeled to see who's going to be on top. But most eliminations, I mean, take a look at this PTK. What does this tell you?
6 eliminations. That's crazy. That tells you the intensity of the game. Genesis is able to start and rack up a couple of enemies, because 6 eliminations is crazy. Genesis with the highest damage, 1200. Although they didn't make it to the top 3, at least they were able to put up a good fight. You had Impulse with the most grenade eliminations too. We had the GRM tricks with a very good trick, and getting that longest eliminations. Glory Lord, the top traveler, 14. Close, he almost got to 15 kilometers. How much was this guy moving? I would love for them to show us the trail of this single player. How on earth was he able to move close to 15 kilometers in an 8x8 map? That is the Glory Lord, and he's just doing his thing. And these are the match rankings for the game number 1. Rondo with Petite Wee Wee taking that 16th place. Not a good spot at the moment. Zero points for them. Not expected for the Zeus Esports. You have NY Esports with a 1 point exit. Although they put up a good fight, not able to rack up those needed critical points, as Zeus Sovereign falling up in the number 13. Ancient Champions, they really tried. They got 5 eliminations. Unfortunately, they were not surviving that much. Crazy Esports also, they survived, but they did have the fight. 4 points, 4 strength. We spectated 4 strength for the first time, and I knew this is a team, but for the first game, I don't know. It didn't just go to their side with just a few points to their loot. And Priest, look at this. Seems Outplayed already putting a very big gap between them and the number 2, although not that big of a gap, because that's 8 points. You can get the 8 points, but it's going to be hard if teams are going to let others be able to get chicken dinners and those high kill games. I think it's not going to be looking easy for them, because we only need the top 8, and if you can't make it the top 8, these will be quite a bummer. Game number 1, Rondo. But we also saw Mesa Gaming. They got 8 eliminations, but look at the placements. I don't know why, but some of the teams that were getting most eliminations, they were not surviving so much. Why is that?
And that's a valid question, right? And I think it has more to do with balancing playstyles for some of these teams. I mean, you can see the likes of X Project, and Elevate Esports, a little bit more balance and nuance towards their side. X Project doing 11 eliminations, but they just couldn't get any placement points, But you take a look at Glory Esports, just balancing the two there. Elevate, again, a little bit towards the eliminations as opposed to getting more placement points or finishing in a top draw. But they did finish in second place. But again, that still gives you ideas and context as to how these teams tend to play. In the first game being Rondo, and we've seen the strategies they've played out, and now we know for a fact that there's a whole lot that goes into it. You have to try to find a little bit more balance. You cannot rely only on eliminations, because a team that is also well versed in getting eliminations will find an opportunity to outplay you when it comes to, gathering some placement points. As you can see between these two teams, Sims Outplays and Elevate, one just did a little bit more in getting positional advantages over the other, even though they did have the same number of players, and they did have similar play styles towards that final phase of the zone. But the MVP is going to be Impulse, and he did do an amazing job. 4 Teams outplayed, 6 eliminations, almost 1200 in damage points. Yes, this is someone we might be having to keep our eyes on. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, there is an MVP reward, and that MVP reward, it looks like we've started to see the players that might be chasing after that one, PTK.
Yeah, 6 eliminations, Impulse and Genesis, as they're chasing that $200 for the MVP. But first, they have to make it the final. The head-to-head is looking quite crazy. Got quite some good, almost level damage with 5 total knock from Impulse, and Genesis with the 4. They were able to get a couple of eliminations from maybe some sprays, third parties. That was just how the game was. That was the game number 1, Rondo. We were expecting such carnage, and we got the ultimate carnage. Rondo with the recalls, 79 eliminations total. That was just intensity in the game. Now, we are going to that triple dose of Erangel. This is where the OGs, you have to be seen. This is where we all began, Erangel. Because this is the only map that comes pre-downloaded. So everyone is quite familiar with the game. Everyone is quite familiar with all the terrain in Erangel, from Pochinki to School to Milta. But for this first game, Rondo, that was just it. The Sims outplayed, taking that chicken dinner home. And if you're watching the stream, don't forget, like the stream, rack up those numbers, and write in the comment section. So if you are watching, I just need you to do one thing. If maybe your team wins, just write their names in the chat so that they may know that they are being heard and you are watching them. Write the name of the team and write the flag, because that is how we do it. PMNC Wildcard. That was the game number 1. Game number 2 coming in just a few seconds. So guys, don't change the dial. See you in just a few. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back after an exciting first game. We are preparing for that game number 2, which is Erangel locked in. It is about to become very, very hot and shady. Priest, you saw how they played the game number 1. Outplaying each and every single team. Also outplaying Elevate, which was far better when it comes to those eliminations. But you know what? Outplayed, they just lived to the game. They lived to their name.
They absolutely did. It was a solid performance. You know, the rondo games, they get a little bit overwhelming towards the final phases of the zone. Elevate had a very good position, but seems outplayed. They just trusted in their strategy, and the IGL calls just a little bit better than Elevate, and they came up with a win. So that is something that, you know, other teams will need to lock in and look out for in this next map. Speaking of next maps, Erangel triple dose. We're going to have 3 Erangels back-to-back fashion. So the one thing I do want to ask you though is, do you think we're going to have one of those days where one team has one rondo, a different team is going to win the first Erangel, then a different team is going to win the next one, then a different team, then a different team again? I don't think, have we ever had any day where 6 games, 6 different winners? I don't think we've had any days like that, right?
I don't think you've seen that, but you know, today might be special because all the teams that are here, they want that chicken and they might just get. Talking of Elevate, if they had a better position, I believe the story would have wound up a bit different, but you know, it's just a matter of chances. We also have the Project X, very lethal when it comes to those eliminations, packing more than 10 eliminations, but only one player was surviving. Was that final zone, and that was not it for the Project X. Hopefully, if they play their game right in this second game, they can be able to at least get closer or even get that chicken dinner. That's for the Project X. Elevate can also, they also have chances. All the teams that are in this group 1, they all have a chance of getting that chicken dinner. But if they play it right, you might have a very, very good team, but a wrong IGL call that will cost you right now. The IGLs, it is their moment to shine, but they also have a moment to fumble. And I can believe, you know, I know the pressure for the IGLs is quite crazy. You know, with this kind of tournament, the IGLs are having a very hot time.
Absolutely, and I think it is going to boil down to the IGLs a lot, especially in a lobby like this where you have a lot of teams with different philosophies, different countries, different play styles coming, you know, together to qualify to see if they can make it to the finals. Because again, let's not forget, the goal here is to be top 8. That is all that matters. Finishing top 8, that is the goal. That is what is important. So all of these teams need to make sure that they do not get caught out. But ladies and gentlemen, it is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the wild card stage. It is group 1. It is match number 2, our first Erangel of the night, to be joined by so many. And this is where the action is about to brew in. Okay, what is this? This is the coolest one I've seen. PCK, what is this? Has to be the coolest one.
That
Because
is
I
for the
don't even
guild.
know, man.
For the Primal Genesis, we have this guild. That is insane. That looks wow. I wish I made the spin earlier, but you know, you see, they're not seeing my account, but that was just crazy. That was logic. Primal Genesis. I didn't know that was that cool. You know, getting to see it while in that selection of the guild and getting to see it in real life, that is crazy. And that was a quite a very, very daunting plane path cutting across the southern part of Erangel. And most of these teams are not taking Sosnoka. We only have 3 teams taking Sosnoka military base with a 2-2 split coming from Ruthless and Eilish. But they have to be happy about that zone. The zone taking a southern approach, and Sosnovka Island is a sanctuary to the Ruthless. We have the FLs, Regnum, Elevate, all of them at a very, very good point. And I believe if a team is able to capture that bridge area, we will be having one very nostalgic moment as a fight is already breaking loose for the Petite Wiwi, having been eliminated fast in the previous game, fighting against Espada. These might be a very, very good one as Lean is trying to lean towards that Espada area. They're trying to get that opening knock and finally a conversion, but it's not looking easy as they have to make the push. And Espada is not one team to be shaking off. Priest, Espada is one of the best teams. When it came to the PMAC, we saw these guys, they actually delivered. Right now, looking for these top 8 and fighting against Espada. Goodness knows what Zeus, Ezra, and Lean is going on in their head, but they need to know that they have the numbers and they need to get these eliminations right now if they are to win against Zeus Esports.
And it's going to be a battle of resilience between these two sides, having two teams, land on each other in areas such as dense as this is just going to be very, very difficult cause for concern here, because it's a little bit too early for teams to be locking in there into that little bit of a corner. That's a beautiful spray from Lin, and Lin is leaning forwards, goes for the flush immediately. I don't know why you would go right there when you know that there's a window up. But unfortunately, Petit Wee looking very, very strong. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Ezra's already looking for that break in transmission, relating to the other corner, getting dropped immediately. Tams sent back into the lobby. That is 2 bodies called Espada. Bad start for them. Again, this is just bad research, right, PTK? Because I'm pretty sure Espada did not expect this team to be here.
Definitely, they didn't expect the Zeus is supposed to be there. And I believe that split from Espada, that was just what split their numbers. Right now, only Morgan and Nox are the only few players remaining from that squad. Nox, they are knocking down Espada. But Zeus Esports, they know they have the numbers. Zeus, as they are trying to create the flank, they're trying to create the choke point. These will be a lot for Espada. If they are eliminated right now, these will be very, very bad because they are holding that number 6 with only 7 points. And that elimination might prove to be quite a hurdle for them if they are to get to that top 8. That will be opening a window for the team number 7 FL. We have the GNF and the ACs and potentially all the teams that are here, because 8 points, those are 1 point game. But they played it cool, although that rotation is still going their way as Espada Morgan trying to lie down. But Zeus Esports, they are not the ones to lie to. They're making the rotations, they are making those counter strikes. But no knock has still been registered. Zeus Esports, they just need the 2 eliminations and they just rack up those numbers for Espada. That will be a hard bargain if they lose the fight.
It's going to be a real hard bargain for them as well, but well, we're going to see for ourselves if they will press a little bit forward. But on the other hand, Asian champions, we saw Lush get a break for them, and Y Sports were the ones on the receiving end of that, a little bit of exchange, but probably gonna have to try again there. Switches immediately to the DBS, picks the weapon of choice. They do have core just a little bit too far off. Doesn't look like they want to commit to Primorsk. I mean, it's a smart play, though. They can hold Primorsk a little bit more, but unfortunately, they did lose a teammate. So I think that's going to give them cause for concern. Fortunately for them, they do have a hovercraft in position, but take a look at that. A lot of teams are inside of military base right now, PTK. And it's very interesting that nobody wants to stack up on utilities, just a little bit closer to the zone there. And it's quite interesting that everyone is already on the other side of the bridge. They've already committed to military base. We've got 16 teams in the game, and I believe at least 10 in military base. And I'm pretty sure some teams will be eliminated on military base before those teams that are on the other side of the bridge will even get eliminated.
Yeah, true. Military base is military base for a reason. That is where you get to train your game against some highly skilled people. And you are vetted as Laser Gaming, Stony, down and full strength. Namey just named down on his knees as the little boy is trying to make that rotation. But look at the numbers adding up, piling up as the full strength. They are still trying to get their teammate. But what a spray! Little boy with that little spray are knocked by Trump. And they are getting down. They are knocked. Aatrox trying to survive. They have that advantage. Mesa Gaming, they need to make that urgent push. 1 knock, 2 knocks. Lil Boy eliminated with only a few players remaining. If they don't utilize these right now, that will be a bummer for their side. You have to try and utilize these knocks. You have to try and get them as much as you can. And for Maize Gaming, they did make that push. I don't know why, but maybe that is the kind of gameplay. Maybe they don't want to lose those players very, very early. And I think they were right, because look at the third party coming from that Regnum team.
Woo! Well, that is a good strategy. That's a very solid strategy. Regnum X, I mean, they are one of the stronger teams in the lobby, though. They didn't necessarily have the best of starts in game number one, but they are looking very confident in the way they have been able to transition. It's a good start for them. It's a very solid start, the way they've been able to see things through. But now, interesting turn of events for them so far. Again, they have a lot of people in the chat that also support them. So that's something we also love to see. And that's what we love to see as well. But on the other hand, the chaos continues, full strength. A little bit of an early exchange we just saw between themselves and Mazor. They did lose one in that exchange. Same did Mazor as well. Ooh, unfortunate scenes, very unfortunate scenes for them, but it's something that we love to see nonetheless. Absolutely incredible performance that we are starting to feel here, but the play zone is not a favorable one. You can see it making a little bit of a shift. Again, this is very interesting though. Everybody has committed to military base, but take a look at that PTK. Take a look at where Steam's outplay are currently sitting, right? It is not a bad area that they are currently in, because they've not necessarily committed fully to military base. But do you think this is going to hurt them in the process in the next zone, or do you think they may have just done something very genius right now?
These might hurt them, because we're gonna be having a lot of traffic towards that point. Because we have teams like Crazy, all of them are trying to get the plays on. They have to pass through that point. That might be advantageous or disadvantageous. If they are able to take on the fights, they can be able to get those eliminations and they can be able to survive. But it's going to be hard. The zone is pushing, the pressure is piling, and all these teams, they don't have a lot of loot because they all shifted very early. So if you are able to get a knock, I think the best thing is just utilize the knock, make that thus, and on your way to the lobby smiling with a good crispy chicken. But the military base stacking up with teams, stacking up with the vehicles, as every single place is becoming hunted. Players just holding. No one wants to be taken home with 53 players surviving. Gamerise Esports are still not convinced enough that they should take that bridge approach. Maybe they might be trying to become fish, try to swim around. That would be a very dangerous thing for them, because we have teams holding the opposite end, as we have seen them doing. And the circle is closing, and the action is nigh. As all these teams are looking for the chicken, nothing is going to be easy. And as you can see, everyone's game and the zone are taking a very good approach for Team Elevate, currently with 17 points and 1 elimination already. Team Elevate, they need to get that chicken dinner if they are to dominate in these games and potentially get to that number one. But the spray from Gamerise Esports sliming through from the Crazy, but still not connected the knock as he was intending to.
It's a good start. It's a very good start for them. We are in phase 2 of the circle, though. So I think they do have a little bit of leeway to play a little bit slower, just to gather their intel and know a little bit more than what they are trying to do, once the play zone shifts into the next phase again. But Gamerise, on the other hand, still yet to find your footing. This is one of the stronger teams as well. But this is a team that loves to play in the final third. They do love to get their eliminations, when the game is getting closer and closer. And they also like to keep their numbers up. Crazy Esports, on the other hand, I'm not sure they want to take this position, but it does look like, the play zone is going to force them to be in a very tough situation here. Do they want to share the area? I mean, this is something we see a lot, PTK. You see teams lock into one position, but they don't really do anything. They don't want to commit they are just going to hang around there until one team decides to make the push, and just occupy the position all by themselves. But take a look at that. Play zone shifts yet again, and seems outplayed. It looks like they didn't make that much of a mistake. Play zone has shifted again towards that eastern side, and most of these teams could be in a little bit of a bind here. But I think it is going to be very difficult, seeing as the water is still occupying a major part of that zone. PTK, even GNF in a little bit of trouble here because they do have Mazor, I believe, in the vicinity. It's going to be a very, very difficult, position for them to rotate.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to rotate as Mazo. They are taking that central approach towards the zone. They are already in the water as the Sims outplayed. They held their nerve, they held their confidence, and that was quite some perfect IGL from the Sims outplayed. Maybe a second chicken dinner looming as the Regnum X are also trying to take that southern approach. Project X not yet gotten their footing, not yet piling up those bodies. GNFs are very, very close to the 4S for strength. They need to bring the strength up because this is where they are called to action. Military base has been quite a party for all these teams and quite a nightmare for many as the Zeus Danger, GNF Godfather. Oh my word, that was nice as the Zeus Quick are trying to stay wrapped up in that Hoover. But Ezra needs to make the push, and if he's to win the game right now, but look at the nades, look at the carnage unfolding as the Regnum Esports, they are piling up the bodies of the Zeus, and Lean is the only person leaning towards this area. Zeus Esports, one of the players getting gunned down, getting naded, and getting mollied. Oh my word, Zeus Esports, and one by one they are dropping with only danger. The man that was surviving, running because he saw the danger coming from these Regnum. And chaos is ensuing as Knuckles. Oh my word, what a crazy thing from Major. GNFX out. The game is starting to pile up, and the game is starting to be very, very hot as we are approaching that stage number 4.
It's going to be a very close-out position. It seems outplayed. It doesn't look like they want to leave this area. I think they are trying to capitalize on that position while esports now pressing forward. And that will be the end of the road for them as well. Zeus Sovereign will be heading back to the lobby, but they did manage some eliminations before getting dragged out. But we'll see if that will be the way they close things out again. While esports onto the opens phase is here. And that would be a chance for them to press a little bit forward. But take a look at that. Godfather with a grenade bouncing that one off the opposition there. Getting to a little bit of a corner, feign and a spraying and chasing forward. Goes for the second, gets dropped immediately. And another grenade was a job well done for Narcos. Immediately goes for the first and the second and potentially even the third. But unfortunately, the guys from Mori Sports had them locked in and put them back into the lobby. And now, finally, the Blaze Zone, we saw the shift goes into the south side. Still has a lot of water in it, though. It is going to be very interesting to see how those teams that are on the other side, the likes of Teams Outplayed and Asian Champions, how will they rotate PTK? What do you think would be the best rotation strategy? Do they have to move now, or will they have to find a boat and announce their arrival, once they make it to the shore?
I think if it is to find a boat, just find a Hoover, because if you go for a boat, these will be you calling death upon yourself, as Espada is trying to take that eastern part and trying to take that eastern bridge. But they will be caught in quite a tussle because Team Elevate has been holding that point for as long as we can remember. And Elevate versus Espada might be locking in just a few seconds as all the teams are trying to hold. But Sims outplayed using those boats and are proving me wrong because they want to go in smoothly. They want to approach the zone with caution. They're avoiding as much fight as possible because they know if you go for the fight in the final seconds, that is when you hit them hard. The game is still very, very early, and the 4S for strength, they have not yet gotten their footing as everyone is trying to get a good position. Mesa already comfortable at where they are. Glowly are still holding that end as the western end Hades. Regnum are in a very, very heated fight versus the GRMs. Another the Regnum guys is down. And a Grim trying to provide a gleam of hope to his team, but they are still at a full squad. And the game still not yet ramped up, but 10 teams remaining. 6 have been eliminated. Who will get that chicken dinner and how will they get it? It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of how we are waiting. But look at the tactics from the Sims outplayed. They are trying new things. Instead of the boat, they are going for the swim.
And we're going to see if that plays out the way they planned, though, seeing as we are down to 10 teams, 30 players in the cut here. And again, a whole lot of questions for Project X because they could be in a little bit of a squabble on the other side. Regnum X as well with ideas of their own, but they've got 9 eliminations. It's a good start for them, and they haven't lost any of their teammates. It's going to be difficult for them to make easier rotations, though, but it will cost them just a little bit more. And that could be the open space. And that could be a very, very difficult rotation for them going forward. Gamerize yet to still find your footing. They're playing this a little bit too slow, way too slow for what it requires. You can see the guys from Sims Outplayed finally making a dash for it just across board. But it might be a little bit too late for them because they still have a ways to go to get inside of the zone. You can see Mazor also making a play for it over to that northeastern side. But we're going to see who's going to be the first person to make it into that central position of the zone. A little bit of a protection in that southwest position. If the guys from Gamerize can make it through, plays are now shifted a little bit towards that eastern side again, and it might force them into a very, very tough predicament. They could be caught between the devil and the deep blue sea if they do not make a quick rotation. 4 strength as well, now getting their answers dropped in their queues, immediately getting the first drop on the other side. The victim there, and the third party all the way through from Regnum X. They're causing commotion there. They're assisting for strength as Moon will be getting picked up. Starboy unfortunately came on his own and will be getting dropped off. Probably going to capitalize and go for the flush into the other sequence. But here come the rest of the teammates. The cavalry has arrived. Grenade just tossed all the way outside, and here they come now, trying to make quick work of the guys from 4 strength, but they can't seem to find a way through. Grenade from Nami might be getting launched onto the other side there. If he launches it over to the other side, might get the opening they're looking for. Q's being knocked away as well. Noon goes down, and that's a beautiful shot from Reefers. Drop shot with the Bison, sends him all the way packing back into the lobby. And now there is a lot of chaos, and there's a lot of drama into this final sequence. But take a look at that. 4 strength and glory sharing the spoils yet again. PTK, this is something that we've seen time and time again in this game.
Exactly, we've seen these unfolding most of the times, but Rufus has to be very, very careful because they are in a 1-1 situation. They all got the 3, but only one man. 4S, they have to survive that fight, and they have to actually win. It seems outplayed with only 1 player remaining. Gamerize Esports also their glory with only 1 guy, and this is not looking good for most teams. And for Team Elevate, who have that 3-man and a Regnum, they are going for the full send, and they might be taking these home as the glory Esports. Oh my word, this is the 4th strength, and he falls in full strength of the Gamerize Esports. They knew they had the numbers, they just wanted that third party in, so they knew the man was softened up a bit as Glory Reefers making that reverse towards that lobby with 21 players remaining, 7 teams in total. And in 20 minutes of play, the game is looking very, very one-sided, as the team with the most elimination is a Glory Esports, but was eliminated. Laser still holding for the Project X, but look at this strike. Beru 99 going for Federal. These might be a 1v1 situation, but they have the numbers, they have the strikes, they have the utilities, they have the loot, and Mesa is scouted out of the game. You know, it's a numbers game. If you want the confidence to make a push, just have the numbers. And for the GES, they have the numbers. That is the Project X. Very, very lethal.
Too lethal. Way too lethal. Project X doing everything in their power to keep it on. Genesis, unfortunately, will succumb to his injuries. He goes down. Critical continues to apply some more pressure. Four seems outplayed there, but unfortunately for them, all they have gathered in everything that has gone on today, it is only one elimination so far. Their rotation was a little bit abysmal, and it cost them a lot. And Knight is going to launch a grenade just over the top, but unfortunately, he charged it a little bit too long. And now we'll see how that is going to be pressing forward. But opportunity for him to get his teammate back up presents itself as that vehicle is up on smokes, but he gets blown away by Thugger. Elevates yet again, causing so much chaos. And now that could be the opening that they have been looking for to press a little bit forward. But Elevate Esports, they did lose a man earlier, but that will not stop them. Thugger and Logic working hand in hand, dropping bodies in their wake. And Regnum X now looking very confident. 11 eliminations onto the other side. Ancient Champions in trouble. Malone with a spray over to the other side. And Haddad gets knocked away in that same sequence. Psycho and Alush a little bit too far for comfort there. Can they provide any medium of protection on the other side? It could cause a little bit chaos for their side. Again, Lil Tron peeks out a little bit too much. Psycho shows him how crazy he is and knocks him again away all the way through there. But Ancient Champion, they will not stop. They will continuously press forward, and they will try to lock this in, but it is going to be so difficult for them to see their way through. It's going to cost them a lot though, but we will see if they can manage it. It will cost them something to get into that final phase of the circle from this south position. PTK.
Yeah, true that from this southern part, from this southern position, that will be hard. But look at the position for the team Elevate this time round. They didn't go for those beaches. They didn't go to a lower ground. This time round, they are utilizing that hillside. They have that hilly area. They have that ridge. And they're just trying to get those eliminations from that point. They're trying to make the game a bit slow for most of these teams. But they have to be careful because Critical is that man from the Sims outplayed, the last man standing. He wants the chicken for the Sims outplayed, maybe the second chicken dinner. And if you can be able to pull up some magic from that edge, from that ridge, that would be amazing. As the Ancient Champions holding the sniper tower, Ancient Champions, Psycho that had a very perfect spray, are still asking the questions as the team Elevate is trying to move around. They have the entirety of the play zone to themselves, and right now we have 5 teams remaining. But the Regnum X, they have 12 eliminations, double numbers. Elevate with the 5 eliminations. GRMs, they have the 1 elimination. Sims are played with the 2. And finally, we have the Ancient Champions with the 2 eliminations. The circle closing in just a few seconds. This is going to be hot. This is going to be crazy. Psycho is ready for crazy. And Trump is ready to build a wall across that building, across that open ground, as all of them, the zone will be their enemies. Look at this, Grim, Tricks, a final player in a shark. But Regnum X, they know his position. And I believe if they want to win this, they should go for that push. They have to be careful of the third party. And perfect spray. Mini 14 today has been coming in clutch. Long range, very perfect. Short range, magnificent. Today is just incredible because that Dauga guy, he's been the first person that I've seen consistent with the Mini 14.
And consistency is key at this stage as we are down to 4 teams and 12 players very much in the mix here. Thugger continuously applying more and more pressure onto the other side there. But Regnum X have something in store for him. They've got 12 eliminations to the good, and they have major numbers. But so does Gamerize, though. Somehow they have managed to make it all the way through. Seems outplayed again for the second time in a row. They have found themselves in the final third, in the final phase of this Erangel game. It is going to be critical. How far will he make it, though? Because Gamerize are already pressing forward to his position. Will he be spotted? It doesn't seem like he has moved a muscle just yet. They're pressing further again as Thugger sends a couple more shots as the elimination count has gone up to 7, and they continuously apply more and more pressure up onto the hillside positions, but they have to get into a better spot as Critical is going to spin around the block there. You can see into the corner, gets the first knock, unfortunately will not be so lucky. The Bison to the rescue as 6 get the job done. Gamerize now starting to climb the numbers, trying to add their more eliminations all the way through. Thugger has been peaching up a little bit too much there. He will be getting stopped in his tracks. And Logic looking like he might be closing this one out into the open space there. He might see this through and he might get the job done. Logic continuously applies more and more pressure. Fabian will not stop. He will continuously
No.
again cause problems. Logic's grenades now will have to be on the forefront and the foremind of the guys from RGX. Again, they could be a little bit more trouble here. Thugger getting baptized with more bullets, courtesy of Regnum X. If Hades can do something about it, he might decide to send him into the underworld, but before that, he has to pick his teammate up first. And Thugger also will be getting picked up. Gamerize on the other side looking for a way through, trying to make sure that there is no route into the zone for Elevate, but they have to make sure that Gamerize as well cannot get Regnum X in a blind spot. This is where it is really important because we are down to only 3 teams in the final phase of this final zone. And the open space here could be anyone's PTK. It is all about who makes the right choice first.
Exactly, is about who makes that right choice because the zone closing in 16 seconds. Dauga was down with a mini 14, but nades flying his way. Regnum X, they know that these Elevate team, if we are to win these, we have to take Logic down. If we are to win these, we have to take Dauga down. Because Elevate is the team that is pressuring them from that western approach. We have Grims, Gamerize, Esports holding. These might be that party that has been needed so much. But the Regnum X and Logic trapped. Logic has to move smoke in the area, but the GRMs, they are spotted from that hillside. Elevate, they have to play their cool. Hades is there, Xenos is there, Trump is there, Mylon is there. And they all want that chicken. It's a do or die moment. This is the game. Everyone is game. It's anybody's game, and anybody is game as all the knocks are getting tramped up as Elevate just got a perfect strike. And the numbers are not looking good. Regnum X, they have the numbers with 4 on their toes. This is the final moment. Dauga, Fabian down. With only 2 players remaining from Team Elevate, they have to prevent Fabian from being dusted. A Slime making that backtrack, trying to get the revive, trying to reset, but there is no time to reset because look at the push from the Regnum X. Trump, the first person to make the push. He's going for the knocks and he does get Slater. And with the numbers, they are moving, but Trump is eliminated. Gamerize Esports, they have to be watching out for the zone. This is the final moment. This is the final bout as they are trying to play in the open. Logic is still in the play zone. Gamerize Esports, bye-bye. Night-night. That is it. Final strike. They have been eliminated, and Logic might be one of the final players trying to survive it all. And Regnum X with only 2 players. One, in fact, Mylon, he's alone. He's the only man surviving, and they have to utilize this position. They have to utilize, but the barrage of nades is coming to position. Look at that perfect nade, and that is it. That is it. It is happening again. A second chicken dinner, but not for the Sims outplayed. They were outplayed. Elevate, they come in clutch, and Regnum X. That's a big X for them. Quite a chicken dinner, quite an ending, and that was perfect.
Oh, wow. My goodness. I could not believe my eyes. What a finish that was. Absolutely incredible. My goodness. I mean, take a look at that. You would see the way that they controlled the entirety of the zone. I mean, Regnum X, the ball was in their court. But unfortunately for them, they did not have all of the answers. They did not have all of the bases covered, and it cost them a lot. Even Gamerize, they just couldn't find a way through. Elevate did everything perfectly up until the final third. Regnum X had no idea that the guys from Elevate just had that just a little bit more over them. Absolutely incredible performance. 13 eliminations. I mean, 1500 in damage, 0.9 knocks, 300 plus in heals, and 29 minutes, 30, but I'll just call it 30 minutes on the clock. What a performance from Elevate. Again, Elevate in the final third. This time, they see it through. The last game, they didn't, but this time around, PTK, they get the job done.
Finally, they got the number 2 first game, but I think they needed the chicken dinner. And with the kind of gameplay that they just pulled off, looking at the landing position, they landed military base, the zone came to them, they looted very well without a lot of pressure, and they were able to get the best position in the play zone because not a lot of teams were able to use that eastern approach, eastern bridge. They were the only ones. Espada tried, they were eliminated. The GRMs tried, they were eliminated, and that was the perfect position for them. The perfect strike for them. The zone was just their friend. That game was crazy. 61 total eliminations, 122 draws used. I think this is a bit low because we had 257 in the first game. So 122 draws used. That is just magnificent, I can't lie. This is a wrangle. For Rondo, we had the recalls. So the players, they had another chance of using. Maybe you did use a grenade. You have a second chance of using the grenade. But this one was insane. Wrapping up close to 12,500 damage with 14 total headshots. And one thing has increased, the longest elimination distance. Priest, we say that we are going to be looking at these. Let's get to see who will be getting that high longest elimination. Right now we have 335, and I think this might be an upgrade from the previous room, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. But nonetheless, Toga was absolutely cooking. Aizen did have a major drop there with 3 grenade eliminations. I think we saw that was against the guys from Mori Sports, getting them cool out. Trump did do significantly more damage than anyone else for the guys from RGX. Regnum X looked very, very confident with the way they did see this all the way through. Lil Trump as well, also doing the longest elimination distance covered, and the Lush was doing a whole lot of traveling. I think we saw the Asian champions doing a whole lot of traveling because they were among the least amount, later teams that made it all the way to military base. Them and I believe the guys from Seems Outplayed, they played a little bit slow towards the end. They didn't commit to military base early, cost them a lot though, but nonetheless it worked out in their favor. And on the other hand, Crazy Sport, Espada, GNF and Exit Team, nothing for them. They walk away with the eyeglasses. But Petit Wee finally getting points on the board, 2 points courtesy of 2 eliminations they got earlier in the game. Mazor with 3 total points as well, and YE Sports with 4 strengths with 5 total points. And that is what, again, 4 strength, not convincing. Not two back-to-back non-convincing performances. I'm not really sure how I feel about that. X Projects as well, still unconvincing, tied at the hip with Asian champions, 5 points apiece, 6 apiece for Seems Outplayed and Glory Esports. Again, you could argue for Seems Outplayed, fresh off a chicken dinner, this is not a bad result. Zoo Sovereign finally getting onto the conversation there, 7 points courtesy of 7 eliminations. Gamerise also with 7 points. But take a look at that, Regnum X and Elevate Esports, both teams getting 20 plus points on the board. PTK, that should tell you something, that it is very, very tight. I don't think I've seen this.
Yeah.
2 teams 20 points. I don't think I've seen this in any of the group stages.
True. I've not even seen that because I don't know. Like 13 eliminations, 14 eliminations, a chicken dinner. If Regnum got that chicken dinner, the points will also have been like that close. Maybe gotten 22, maybe 1 point less. But that was crazy. That first game, that first Erangel was just insane. And for Elevate Esports and Regnum, they're head-to-head. It's quite similar. 14 eliminations for Regnum, 13 for Team Elevate. But look at where the real fight was. With the damage close to 3,000. This is half of what Team Elevate got with almost the same number of eliminations. So that tells you that Regnum X, they were calling the shots, but Elevate was utilizing every single shot that they were getting. For Regnum, they were getting knocks, but they were not getting those needed finish. We saw Fabian getting knocks across for Glory. I was not able to get the dust. The dust came in for the first strength. So that was, I think that is something that Regnum X, they need to utilize. If you get a knock, they need to try at least get that finishing. But for the survival time, all of them, number 1, number 2. So quite some similar survival time. 14 total knocks for the Regnum. And for the Team Elevate, they were just getting those cleanups. And for the player of the match, none other none other than the man himself, a Trump, was able to build a wall and ultimately get those eliminations. You know, you have to corner them in so that you can get them where you want. 6 eliminations. That was the man that called every single shot, close to 1400 damage with 7 total knockouts. This man has been lethal for the Regnum X and very crucial for them getting that number 2. Was one of the few players standing. He went for the dust for the Grim. That was the Gamerise Esports. He got the dust. Unfortunately, was the first to walk down the aisle. Was the lobby for the Regnum X, but you know, he played good, and let's give him his flowers. GG's for Regnum X, Lil Trump, as he is setting the pace for the game, and the MVP position still looking very tied up as players are still racking those eliminations. And for the overall ranking, still you have teams with 1, 2, 4, and we are in the second game. And the Priest, this is not looking good for some teams. This is looking very, very sad.
Yeah, it's not looking good, not even in the slightest. I mean, I would not expect to see 4 strength, you know, in this stage. 2 games down, 9 points on the board. Even Zoo Sovereign, I was not expecting this nonetheless. Even Petit Wee Wee, again, I was not expecting this. Don't forget, top 8 is the goal. If you're not in the top 8 by the end of game 6, pack up your bags and head home. Espada Esports, GNF, also War Esports, Crazy Esports, exit team probably gonna find an exit by game 3, because if they don't get something as solid as a chicken dinner by game 3, it might be time for them to pack it up. Remember, doing the numbers, we know that roughly 25 between 25 to 28 points gets you in the door, so we're going to see who's going to be consistent on that. But right now, Elevate Esports and Teams Outplayed and Regnum X looking very, very solid into the 30s. We'll see if they will continue their manhunt for finishing inside of the top 8, but this is a very good start for them. Glory Esports as well, putting in the work. Also, X Project farming 14 eliminations, only 2 placement points. You can already see what their strategy is. Mazor also with the exact same play, with the exact same plan. Gamerise trying to balance things out. Asian Champions as well, also trying to balance things out, but 10 points apiece. Again, not too far away from the likes of 4 Strength, who are only on 9 points. So it is going to be shifting a whole lot before we get to game number 6 and the Miramars. But again, this is a very, very solid start. Again, very, very competitive, because if you can see at this stage of the tournament in other regions, there was a little bit of misconception on who's going to be in the top 8, right? But now we can see that some of these teams, it is going to be very, very, very tricky for them going into the last couple of games. But Teams Outplayed, Elevate, they are looking very confident right now. 2 games played, 2 chicken dinner winners, 2 different teams. PTK, we talked about this. 2 different teams have won 2 games now. Match number 3 is coming up next. Do you think that will be the case, you know, for the next game?
Team Elevate has been playing good. They really want that chicken dinner, but I think we still have that firepower from the Regnum X. So I still believe in the next game we're going to be having a brand new chicken dinner holder. I'm yet to be proved wrong. I don't know if I will be right, but I'm expecting to be right, because we need to see the competition, because all these teams, they're the best in their region, they're the best in their countries. So they have to show us why they are the best. So they're that game. 100%. We might have another team dominating 100%. I know Elevate is good. I know Teams Outplayed is good. Regnum is also good, but you know Regnum is also trying to get that chicken. And if you're watching the stream, don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile Africa on Instagram. We have TikTok, YouTube. Yes, you are already here. Subscribe and like the stream. This is the PMNC wildcard. Second game done and dusted. We are coming back for the third game in just a few, so make sure that you lock on those screens. Get some popcorns, because we are coming back in just a few seconds.
All right, showtime, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Two games down. We are now at the halfway point of tonight's matches. We just completed our first Erangel of the night, and we're going to have two more in back-to-back fashion before we head over into Miramar. But ladies and gentlemen, it is still Priest on the microphone, and I am still with my main man, PTK. PTK, you have seen something special. Seems I've played, Elevate Esports. They're starting to move the needle a little bit, and we saw a little bit something from the guys from Regnum X in that previous game. Now, this is the same thing we've been, rattling around about. Do we see more teams step up to the plate in this next game, or is it going to still be the same two teams dominating?
No, we are going to be seeing new teams. Not the same teams will be dominating. Maybe they can be able to win fights, but when it comes to winning the game, I think we might have some new winners because it's anybody's game and anyone's game. I was looking at the comment section and there was Inspire Forward saying that patience wins you games and aggressiveness wins you fights. Talking about the fight between the Regnum Esports and Elevate. That was what the man was saying, and I believe that is quite true because, as you saw, Elevate was playing a little bit passive. Regnum were playing very aggressive. Although, they didn't win the game, but they got to get the fight, they got to get those eliminations. But Elevate, they were patient from the word go, and that's why they got that upper hand of winning the game. And the third game, Erangel. Maybe Elevate can pull a second chicken dinner, or maybe you might be seeing the Regnum finally getting that chicken because they've been really knocking. But I don't know, can they actually show us that they won this chicken dinner in the second Erangel?
Ooh, well, that is going to be a very interesting take, though, because it is all in their hands at this stage. But we're about to see if that will be the case. Remember, the goal here is to be in the top 8. First position is all about bragging rights, because we've seen a lot of teams do very well in the group stages, first place, but when they get to the finals, a little bit, so that is not what we're expecting to happen this time around, because we still have a brand new group that is going to play tomorrow. But before they do, we are all going to be locked in on their performance to see how they fare. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be our third game of the night. It is going to be Erangel again for the second time in this sequence, and we are going to see if another team is going to step up to the plate and take a chicken dinner of their own. Again, it's Erangel, different strategy, different vibe. We've seen that already. Very different from Rondo. And PTK said he's expecting something different. He's expecting another team to take up the mantle. But now, what team is that going to be? Who will be the one?
Exactly. Who will be the one? As we dive deep into that game and the second Erangel of the evening, and the plane path still taking that southern approach, but right now a bit western approach towards the hospital and the farm area, because we have two kinds of farm. We have the farm near Milta and we have the farm towards Gatka area, and a clean plane path. And look at these priests. We've been talking about this glider. The man is not even gliding. The man is walking his way maybe into death or into domination. And that is clean. Honestly, that is clean. PUBG, come on. Give us this for free. If they give me like young blood, we are just surprising you with this one. This will be yours because you have really asked for it. I will be very happy. And that player taking the central, can I say, attention because of that perfect glider. And the team Elevate will be the team that we will be watching out for, because if they can be able to wrap up a second chicken dinner, they might be putting the game to rest, but still very early to judge, Priest.
Yeah, still very early to get a little bit of an idea there and what a zone this is all the way towards the east, and it's only GNF that made the right call. Maybe Elevate as well. Elevate probably gonna like this one. If they do have a build, I think they will make a mad dash for this. But I mean, most of these teams that are far, far off in the western side, it is going to be very, very interesting to see how they fare and make those rotations. They get a good bit of trade off there, but Led will be getting a bunch of shotgun shells pumped into his chest, and Arman immediately takes it upon himself to deal with the opposition there. Gets the first drop and the second, immediately goes for the flush, but unfortunately did not get the job done in time. And Crazy Esports could be a little bit of a cinch for them. But Led also will be getting flushed and sent back into the lobby. Does Mahir want a piece of this action? Does he want to send this forward? He doesn't have a vest, so any bullet sent his way will be doing significant amounts of damage if he can't find a way through. And all of this is going on in Pochinki, PTK. I'm quite surprised that we have two teams in Pochinki at this stage, you know?
Yeah, going for hot drops. I know that is a 50 by 50 chance of you winning. You have a chance of winning, but you also have a chance of losing. And as you can see, Crazy Esports, this is not the kind of fight that they should be taking, because Crazy Mahir is the final guy. You know, we have Mahir, we have Zoka. Those are the only two players remaining from the Crazy Esports. And them coming at a hot drop, knowing that the current position that they are in right now, currently at number 14, losing 2, this will impact the results quite hard. And if they have to win the game, if they have to ramp up a couple of points, they have to play it safe, of which they do. Got Mahir doing some goated things as Sukinyo are trying to shoot ghosts. No one's there. They need to know that they are the only people at Pochinki. That is not a good position at the moment, because the zone has already made that eastern approach, eastern push. They have to make it to the circle, and that is how it is looking as teams are trying to make the northern approach towards the Stalba area. You have the Mesa Gaming, Mesa Esports Glory at the far edge of the western, close to the hospital. So that will be quite a ride for them, because if they make the push, in front of them we have the Force Strength, in front of them we have the Zeus, in front of them we have Crazy, in front of them we have GNF. So it's going to be very, very hard for Glory to step up and try to get that circle. But you know, I think that is the best spot you want to be at the moment. If you are to play it passive, be the last team in that area. Let no team be behind you. If you are the last people standing, you don't have any potential chances of receiving the backshots. So that position for them is quite critical. You know, please, you have to be aware that that parties will be crazy. Even though we have a lot of traffic in front of them, that traffic, they just need them to fight it out. Maybe that they can try that party on their own, but that position for Glory is still good. But when the zone comes, I don't know if it will be working out for them.
Well, we are about to witness greatness. But again, a whole lot of teams still outside of the zone here. You can see all those teams that do love to play on transition are already making their plays inside, and you can see the guys from Crazy Esports. After that exchange they had in Pochinki, they have advanced immediately into a much more central position. Same thing with Mazor, although Mazor do love to play in Yasunaya a little bit more, so I think this is more their speed, and we are trying to see how they actually find a way to close this down. But let's not forget, Exit team are enjoying themselves in Saverny, but Noir Esports probably going to have something for them as well. And this might be a little bit of an early exchange, but it could be a useful exchange because Cause is playing off into the other side. Rama makes a little bit of a split for it. Do they want to share? Do they want to chill? Do they want to take it upon themselves here to wrap this up? Or does
No.
Aizen utilize that high ground position for himself? Do they turn this around at any stage? I mean, Playzone is already here, PTK. Do you think these teams are actually going to take it upon themselves, or do you think they'll just, say, guys, we'll try this again in Zone 4 or something?
No, don't take on the fights. Don't take on the fights. Just be patient if you want to win the game. As our wise, intelligent commenter said, if you want to win the game, you have to be patient. If you want to win the fight, you'll go for the full send, but you need to be aware. A full send might send a couple of your players back to the lobby. So approaching that chicken dinner will be very, very hard for you. But if you're to win these, you just have to play it cool as an excellent spray from Exit Neymar, making quite an exit for Noir Thomas as they went for the push. Exit with quite a good strategy. Instead of staying at Savani, they made the shift, and that shift made them clip one of the players from Enoir, and that is 1 point. That's good. Don't go for the fight straight head. Don't go for the fight head on. Just wait for your perfect opportunity to strike and just make that strike.
Absolutely. Again, patience is a virtue, but some of these teams they can't really use patience as a virtue right now because of how behind they already are. And the likes of X Project, you know, they're currently sitting in a very nice spot, but they cannot afford to slip up because that top eight position is a very, very slippery slope. Speaking of a slippery slope, even for GNF, they can't get caught out here. It's a good spot they're in right now, but they have to make sure they get more eliminations on the board. Even for the guys from Asian Champions, they're too far deep in the blue. They are in Zarki, for crying out loud. So deep in the blue zone, 3,000 meters to travel, and a whole lot of utilities down the drain. Do you think that is a viable strategy, though, PTK? Landing so far away from the playing path, landing so far away from the play zone. Do you think it is going to be a feasible plan for them,
Mm.
going forward?
Honestly, I don't know that is if that is feasible. Maybe that was their drop point. That's why they landed there. To their shock, the zone was not going to them. Don't know if that is feasible, but we have a team like GRMs. Look at where they are. Giorgio Pool. Giorgio Pool. It's crazy. GNFs are at a very will be caught in a very, very crossroad because we have the Regnum X towards that central southern position. They will be making that push, and we'll be seeing a clash between a Regnum as Trump downs himself. GNFs are taking that approach, and the GNF reckless taking down Trump because Trump was a bit reckless. He tried to departure the vehicle and he was knocked instantly as players are getting laid to rest. SOKVI down on his knees, seems at play. They are getting outplayed. Neymar is the only player at that point. Lil Boy down, and they're trying to get the dust. And one of the guys has been eliminated quite early in the game. Seems outplayed, losing players very early. And Impulse receiving a pulsating doo-doo down his heart as the first strength are wrapping those eliminations to themselves. Look at these queues. Taking that cue to take two down.
Well, for strength, I mean, good start for them though. A little bit of an expensive play, seeing as the play zone has shifted even further down into the eastern side, and they could be in a little bit of trouble here. Speaking of trouble, yes, they do get caught out by Noir Esports. Can they hold on? Lil Boy continues to take hit after hit. QC is going to be the last one left. If he's not careful, if Naomi can't get picked up, this is going to be very difficult. Lil Boy as well succumbed to his injuries. He goes down as well. And for strengths, it looks like they are not going to be strong enough. Aizen and the rest of Noah Esports, they are enjoying this little bit of onslaught they have set onto the guys from 4 strength. They're probably going to capitalize on it even more, as Cord will make a rotation just towards that northwestern side. Probably going to capitalize even harder and hold the lines a little bit more. But again, solid performance so far. Regnum X still yet to find your footing in this particular game. Nami takes a hit and succumbs as well. 4 strengths will be down to their last solo player. Crazy Esports also down to their last solo player, Liokova. If he can do something about it, he might decide to just hang on a little bit more there, but that's a DBS shot and a half. Another one says to immediately exit team pressing forward. And now we might be seeing something special coming out from exit team all the way out here in Lipovka. I mean, this might be a very, very good opening for exit team PTK. This might be the game they decide to do something special.
Honestly, they are playing a very, very good game. Not expecting them to rack up those eliminations quite early, but they are just going all in. As a Regnum X Crazy Esports with only one guy that jumped down and found himself back in the lobby. And Eilish making that rotation. Team Elevate still at a good spot with Glory Esports looking for their glory times. Getting that revive up. And this Lipovka area is becoming a hellhound for them. A Soulless outplayed, still trying to outplay Ruthless. Ruthless got one of the players from the Regram and is still trying to make a good rotation perfect, but Lipovka is not that one place that you will want to be at, as all the players are trying to clutch those angles, trying to get those location hillsides, trying to get the beach sides, and this is where the zone is shifting towards, and this is looking very, very good if you are a geographical person, because the zone is taking half of the land and half of the water. So the team that will be having those hovercraft, they will have an advantage. If the zone decides to push towards that water area, that's it. All the teams, they need to play it in the water. And it will be a very, very good thing if we have a final hill battle. How crazy would that be? Like all the players, the zone shifted to the water and we are having a hill battle.
Mean a hill battle. That would be something special. Again, a second zone in back to back in Eranke where the water is still very much viable. This is very interesting that we've seen this in 2 games as well. But we're going to see who is going to be a mermaid and capitalize on that a little bit of water action. But Mazo, on the other hand, this might be a good start for them as well. I'm starting to see, seems outplays a little bit of a tough one for them. Elevate as well. They've lost players and they haven't secured that many eliminations at this stage, and we are in phase 3 of the circle. It's a little bit too early for them to lose players, so it looks like this game might get away from them if they do not start making the right decisions going forward. And a whole lot of teams coming in from that northern side. You can see Espada Esports making a play as well. There's a whole lot of teams making the same plays with the same ideas there. Tams immediately pressing forward and sending a couple shots as he swaps seats from driver to passenger, swaps around the corner there. Espada now on to Noir. Oh, that's a big spray from Sledge and immediately hammers upon the other side there. Sledge trying to go for another. It's a shotgun battle. He goes for the flush, and that will be the end of the road for Cold again. Oh, that's just two shots in the air, and the shotgun shells will spray around the corner. Aizen immediately making light work of 2 bodies from Espada. They had no idea what hit them, but the shell casings drop on the ground there, and that will be chaotic. But that is a beautiful shot for Aizen. Absolutely incredible for Dwar Esports as he puts them on the map again, adding more and more pressure. PTK, you can see how much pressure is at this phase.
It is pressure mounting from every angle. I thought that was one shot to take 2 down, because with one single, I think they were a bit low, but that connection was just godlike. That was incredible. With 13 teams remaining, this is not looking good for the teams outplayed, as they were outplayed. Exit with an exit strategy back to the lobby. Glory Esports with 2 eliminations already. Teams are trying to get a footing. Zeus Sovereign, Mao Ruthless. Not that Ruthless with 1 elimination and only 2 bodies remaining. I think the best approach at the moment is try to get a cover towards the ridge side. All the teams are at Lipovka because Lipovka has the entirety of the zone. But hear me now. If all the teams go to Lipovka, 100% you might get eliminated, because we have more than 10 teams holding these buildings. So the best spot, if you are not in the play zone, for GNF specifically, make a rotation. Make a rotation. If you have the vehicles, try to use them as cover, because these next zone, these will not be looking good for all these teams. Exit low, they are at a very, very good spot, because no one can try to get them from behind. Behind them is just water, so they have a perfect spot. But GNFs, they are making the push towards Lipovka, and these might not be good because the 4S, they are there. They're trying to scout it out, meeting up with the team Elevate, and the pressure elevating. These might be the nade. GNFs have to be careful. Elevate is there, and a good nade might be setting up the pace, and that is a knock. Team Elevate, Fabian, trying to be the favorite one. Fabian, trying to fight against GNF. GNFs are getting cooked up. They are getting fight up. Godfather, not the Godfather right now. And that is a GG's. GNFs with one of the biggest mistakes ever. Their best position was not there. They went straight to Team Elevate and they were elevated back to the lobby. Quite a good calm gameplay from Team Elevate, holding and waiting for their perfect spot to strike. And they got the eliminations. GNFs, they will not be smiling at all in the lobby.
Tears, sorrows, and more prayers for GNF as they will be dispatched by Fabian one after the other, and Elevate continuously showing their level, showing their ability, the way they have managed to stay under the radar and maintain the pressure. But now it is going to be more of a very, very boxed out performance for some of these teams that are trying to hold buildings inside of Lipovka. And you can see why they are trying to do this. It is going to be very difficult for them. But fortunately for Mazor, they have a lot of ground to cover and they do have the facilities to cover that ground with. And let's not forget, Tams is still very much in the mix here for Espada Esports. After the early engagement they had, you would think that something would go wrong, but that would not be the case. Remember, this is a phase, this is a match number 3 out of 6. Some midway point, so this is where things are going to get very, very interesting going forward, and we're going to see who will decide to make the right choice into the final third. And let's not forget, there is a lot of ground to cover, a lot to be done to see who will take it upon themselves to get that much further into the next phase of the zone. As you can see, he shrinks just a little bit tighter there, forcing the guys from X Project and Elevate out into the wilderness, and they will have to make their rotations and get into a better position inside of the zone. But who is going to make that call for Elevate? We've seen how dangerous Fabian can be, but that is in close proximity. Can he get them over the line? Can Elevate get themselves again into the final third for the third consecutive game, PTK?
I think they need to do it. You know, it's just crazy. Just a matter of maybe as Glory still holding those 3 compounds, but Exit has had the best position yet. They've been just cruising. They've been just holding some very, very good spots as Elevate, Paradox taking down the Project X, Gifani, Fabian. Look at these, and Project X Project, only 1 player surviving, only 1 player remaining, and these might be it for them. And a good nade to try and assert dominance. These are just nades of establishment with only 1 player. Fifani is down, Beru 99 is down, and the X Project are trying to get pushed up to their limit with only 1 player, but they are still surviving. But where is this player? I've seen 3 of them down, but that final Project X player not seen in sight, and it took the best approach. Don't go for the fight, cause Elevate, they are motivated, they have the loot, they have the numbers, and the man went for the play zone. You know, you have to know, a good player has to know when to take on fights and when he has lost the fight. And for Genesis, he knew if he went for the push, that would be the start of something called the lobby for his team, and apparent 0 points for the Project X. But Genesis trying to cook up that nade. He knows that Espada is there, but does not know the exact position and Elevator taking up a fight. But they are still winning with only 2 players on their feet. Glory Starboy did get the knock, Fabian trying to get that revive. He has the chance to take his teammate. He has his chance to wrap up the numbers as shots have been flown their way, but they are still holding. He went for the revive, and I think this revive is going to happen. Glory is good, but with no chance of making the push, I don't think that position will be aiding any of their efforts. They'll be just softening up these players.
We are going to see how that works out for them going forward. But again, this is something we've seen before. And you can see the guys from Zeus trying to play in from the south side. It's a very smart play, but it's all about the play zone at this stage. Where does the play zone move? Does it give those teams that are much more central, does it give them the benefit of the doubt? Does it give them time of day? Paradox, not going to be so lucky. Danger, lurking immediately there with a spray and a half with the Scarrel as well. Continues to apply more and more pressure as Elevate will be getting mowed down in the distance. But fortunately for them, there will be a little bit of a bridge to cover the time lapse between those two sides, but can they press forward? Mazor also applying some more pressure, and again, Danger will be the one to shut it down. Stanek peaks out of the warehouse a little bit too long there, and he will be taking shots straight to the head as well, courtesy of Danger for the second time running. And Zeus, this might be the opening. This might be the angles getting fed raw through the other side there. Mazor now trying to hold down. The grenade tossed through into the other side. Quickies immediately presses forward. That's another grenade again launched into the other side. Danger again. He's been looking for an opening. He plays over to the other side. Plays over to the corner as well. That's a big drop. A major drop. Stanek into the corner. He takes a hit as well. S12K and another S12K, but it falls in light to the DBS. And they will be pressing forward as well. Mazor looking very solid in their defensive position. Stanish did get knocked away, but that did not stop the onslaught, and Zeus somehow have bottled the position as Sukinho can't get an angle, can get a position and breach inside of Lipovka as they will be shut out. But now is another opportunity for Regnum. Bounces the grenade perfectly over to the outside world, but unfortunately it doesn't work, but his teammate is there to shut it down to the other side. Switches through to the S12K, but no luck. He will be getting swept off by the DBS as well. And War Esports, end of the road for them. And Regnum X, in all of that chaos, will trade off an exit team now starting to show and bare their teeth.
Exit is perfect when it comes to this game. They have the position, they have the numbers, they have the fight in them, they have the aggressiveness. But Zeus Sukinho, from the Zeus Esports, this is not looking good, but Sukinho still putting up a fight. We have Mau Wheezy, Mau Ruthless. All of them are holding that position. They're trying to get those clean angles. And Sukinho is the only player holding that ridge. And from that ridge side, he's able to spot all these teams. But even with a knock, he can't be able to make the push because he does not have any numbers. He does not have any backup. But Glory Esports, they do have the numbers. And they do have the position. Sharaf, Starboy, Rufus, Loud. Rufus is pretty good when it comes to 1v1s. And we're expecting to see Rufus, when called to action, he will be able to deliver. And the team with the most eliminations are right now, as Sukinho received one of the worst. Can I say, is the best spray for from the major team, but it's the worst spray for him. Because that spray almost took them to lobby. Petit, they were almost eliminated. That is anyone's game. As Team Elevate piling up the numbers, 10 eliminations already for Team Elevate. We have Mesa with 6 eliminations. Those are the current 2 teams with more than 5 eliminations. But the team that is dominating so much, Elevate, they don't have the numbers. Let's see if Elevate can be able to clinch a chicken without the numbers, with a duo. Can they do the impossible?
If they have what it takes. Exit team, this has been their best performance so far. Looks like they finally found their footing as the play zone has shifted yet again. To force a little bit of an angle there. As you can see, Neymar just looking for a little bit of a curve. But they are going to be forced out into the open. No space for them. They do have a little bit of a hovercraft just out in front. And that might be the opening they might get going forward. But Regnum X, they do have a thought as to how they want to press this forward. It is going to be Malone, the last one left inside the hovercraft. They can see him, but they can't really do anything as he hops inside of the hovercraft and reverses out of danger. And that is the beauty of the hovercraft. It gives you a little bit more confidence to make a little bit of a move there before anything can happen to you. I mean, it is a very smart play. Making it all the way here with that vehicle gives you a little bit of a context. But right now, Elevate, we saw them. They have been cut down to 2. Mazor looking very solid. Glory, the only team left with 4 players alive. And let's not forget, we do have 9 teams in the mix here with 18 players. Ruthless probably going to have a sideline for their own as well. Grenades getting tossed over to the top. Paradox, not lucky enough this time. He's going to get knocked away. And now more utilities and more grenades getting sent all the way through, and it's going to circle back as well. They need to make sure they deal with the guys from Elevate, and they need to make sure this is done right now. Fabian now gets another drop, another grenade, and Elevate teammates now. They can feel it in their bones. They're taking it one after a time. And now more bodies getting dropped off into the other side. 11 eliminations for them. And Fabian continues to batter the opposition. Neymar making a sprint over to the right-hand side and get an angle here. Here comes Fabian again into a little bit of a peek. And Bravian again goes for the second. Might go for the third, but he walks inside of the Molotov cocktail and gets burned away. The pressure was just too high. Exit team find their exit as well. Back into the lobby they will go. Not the best of performances, but the best they've had so far. And hopefully they find a way around. Another grenade inside. Wheezy can't catch his breath as he's going to be knocked away as well. Ruthless might be the last one left. Another grenade. After Genesis, we had the Exodus. And the grenade will send them back. Reveal to them the revelations. Back to the lobby they will go. PTK, you see it. The grenade right through the window, right on top of the opposition. That is how you toss utilities.
That is how you do it. We've seen Fabian with a 360-degree angle. We've seen nades. Genesis, that was perfect, but also receiving the nades are from the Regnum X, a final player alone. Again, he's alone. MV lone, lonely. At the top, Espada, Tams. So it's a 1v1 from their end. And these are the 5 teams that are remaining. Mesa with 7 eliminations. Glory, 4 eliminations. We have the Regnum with the 2 eliminations. Espada with 1. And finally, the X Project with the 5 eliminations. And the Favor looking towards the Mesa and Glory area because they have the numbers. They have the position. They have the utilities. They have the vehicles. It's just upon them to show us that they can get this chicken. As the zone will be shifting in just a few seconds, they have to get to the play zone as fast as they can. Mesa being one of the perfectly spotted teams when it comes to that play zone, as they are all trying to get a footing, as they are all trying to get something brand new happen in this game. Mesa, they have to be careful because a push will definitely come from the Glory Esports because they know they don't have the play zone, so they have to make a full send. And where does the full send go? We have to go straight to Mesa. If not Mesa, we have to go to the solos. But if they do go to the solos don't got the position, so they have to go straight to Mesa if they want to win this game. If they go straight to Mesa, get those eliminations, get Mesa out of the game, Glory Esports will be getting that very, very wanted chicken dinner from them. They're knocking Regnum X. They have also been knocking by who wants it more. The zone will be shifting in just a few. We are in the final stage, stage number 9. And next, we are not going to be having any stage because this is the stage of redemption as Genesis is quite perfect with his executions. 6 eliminations already. As a one-man army, this man is an army himself as lone, trying to survive. Genesis could have gone for that push, could have gone for that spray, and that would have been a definite knock. Genesis make the spray. Genesis do it now. Lone is in the open, do it now, and he does it. Genesis, 7 bombs, 7 eliminations. This is the man to watch out for as he sends the Regnum X out into the abyss. Glory Lord, Starboy, Mesa, finally that fight that we have been waiting for, a 3v3. And Genesis has some time to cool down. Genesis has some time to wait for them. Go for the push to eliminate each other. Then make that party work in his favor. Look at this priest. Look at the carnage. Look at the annihilation. This is it as Glory is taking the fight to Mesa. Mesa in a very, very heated major fight as Genesis is almost sent back packing. A very, very good spray from Rufus. I told you, he is one of the best. 1v1 is close range. He is good. And the chicken dinner as Project X elimination. Mesa gaming, crushing. A Glory Starboy, not the Starboy right now, but Glory Lord is the man to be watching out for. Static, oh my goodness, the names are flying and the shots are definitely connecting. And the world is left to wonder, wide-eyed, thrilled and bemused. How on earth did they get that chicken dinner? Glory, glory, glory. They came in. They brought the fight. And guess who got the chicken dinner? That was perfect. That was precision. That was amazing.
doesn't get any better than that. What a hit. What a finish. Absolutely incredible performance that we saw across the board from so many different players. Genesis was on timing. He was absolutely cooking. But Glory had something to say about that one. They launched a major assault in the final third, crashing out Mazor on the mains. And that is a job well done. 8 eliminations, 1200 in damage, 0.6 knocks to follow, and 585 heals, all done in 30 minutes. This is what we talk about when we mention how solid and consistent teams can be. Absolutely incredible performance from the guys from Glory Esports. They have been cooking slowly but surely. We saw a little bit of something in match number 2. We saw how they played the zone, and now it has worked wonders for them. Lord also being in the mix there. 5 eliminations, 3 for Refus, and Starboy and Sharav unfortunately just couldn't put that much on the board for themselves. But that chicken dinner, they are gonna love that one. It shows, and that is something we absolutely love to see. But I mean, PTK, look at the stats. 61 total elims.
61 eliminations is crazy. Close to 7,000 total heals. I think we've wrapped up on the throwables that were used in this game. I think this Erangel has been hotter because we have had the teams centralized at that Lipovka area. That's where we saw Genesis with quite a beautiful nade and got the 2 knocks. We saw some incredible stuff. Honestly speaking, I think this has been the best Erangel that we have seen. But you know, we have a final Erangel, but I don't know if it will be able to beat this because this has been perfect. From the word go, this was already hot with 18 total headshots, a +4 from the previous one. We had 14. The longest eliminations at the moment reducing to 319 meters. This has been an assassination of a gameplay. He had Elevate on their top form. He had Genesis on his top form. Fabian with a 360-degree. That was a 360-degree spray. I have never seen a man move like that before. I wish we had the face cam because this guy was rolling on his seat. Genesis most eliminations, 7. Fabian with the highest damage. That was expected. Genesis the 2 grenade eliminations. Sukinho longest eliminations, probably because he was holding that Ridge after his team was eliminated. That's why he got the longest elimination. You know, that guy is amazing. And finally for the top traveler, Tams from Espada. But you know, Priests, I've not seen Espada on their strong foot. The game number 1, the game number 2, I don't think Espada have been on the top foot. What is really happening, I just don't know. But for them, I think they just have to find it in the 4th game, 5th game, and the 6th game. Otherwise, these will not be looking good for Espada. And looking at that, Priest, number 10, Espada, with 4 total points in that game.
Not the best start for Espada, for being honest, you know, but could have been worse. You know, they could have been like Crazy Esports, Gamer Rise, or Asian Champions. Again, no solid points on the board for either of these teams. Even seems outplayed. Again, they've done well enough to, you know, have a slip up in game number 3, but hopefully they will find their foot in the next Erangel. But GNF, again, 2 points on the board, could be better. I would expect a whole lot more from them. But on the other hand, 18 points for Glory Esports. That chicken dinner catapults them into a very, very promising position. Mazor as well, 13 on the board. And guys from X Project also looking very solid with 12 points on the board for themselves. Elevate still continuously adding more and more as they go along. 11 points for them. All eliminations also. Regnum X 6 tied with Petit Wee Wee still yet to find any tangible solid performance for them. Noir Sports also with 6 on the board, and Exit Team arguably their best performance of the day so far with 5 total points. And then Glory Esports and Mazor, I mean, we saw them stack it up towards the end of the game. They're going head to head. But Mazor, they were looking very, very solid, up until that point that they had to go against Glory Esports. I think Glory Esports just had the advantage of the terrain, and I think Mazor didn't make a quick enough adjustment and play. I think they dealt with the guy that was close to that little ridge side position that he got. I think they were just hanging around with him a little bit too long and allowed for his teammates to get the angle on them. Unfortunately, not enough utilities as well to shield the vision and protect their sidelines, but nonetheless still effective, still seeing their way through, still making something special happen, and that's what we love to absolutely see all the way through. But nonetheless, I mean, we saw Genesis, PTK, we saw Genesis.
This is the guy. And if you're watching the stream, I just want you to type one thing: the GOAT! Genesis, the GOAT! That was amazing. 7 eliminations. And you know why he's the GOAT? As a one-man army and able to get 3 eliminations in the tightest of zone. 2 with the nade and 1 was that final guy. This man was incredible. The guy from the player from the Regnum X, Genesis, was just amazing. I think the best thing that Genesis did was when his team made a bad push, they were eliminated by Team Elevate. He took it upon himself to take those placements for his team, and he didn't only get the placement, he also got the elimination. So this guy, that's why we are saying one thing: the GOAT! In the game number 3. Amazing. This is what we want to see from the player of the game. 7 eliminations. That is crazy. This is more eliminations than some teams have been able to get probably in all the games. I give him his flowers. Genesis with quite some good game. That game, which was a wrangle. Now we are nearly approaching the 4th game, but I really want to see how that overall ranking will be looking like. And that is it. After the game number 3, the team that is currently leading at the bottom, we have the Crazy Esports. Not a very, very good, comfortable position. I was talking about the GOAT, and now you can realize what I was talking about. Exit team, they had a perfect game, but how do they have 6 points? I think that being their best game, that was the one that they got the most points. But for Exit, this is not a good place with all the combo that they have been giving us in that game. We need to see that in all these other games. Consistency is key, and if they lose that right now, they will be losing a lot for the GNF. At that IGL call, that was not actually the best. I think if they had better option, they could have taken it for Petit Wiwi, losing players very, very early. And Espada, that is not a good place for them. But they upped their rank. They have 11 total points. But we need to see that top 8 battle for Espada. We know this is a PMAC team. So they have the experience. They have the manpower. They know the zone movement. They know the kind of calls. They know that the pressure in the game is high. So maybe Espada might be waiting for these final games for them to bounce and strike, but is that late for them? And look at that. Priest, Team Elevate still at the number 1.
Number 1 for a reason. 50 points on the board. And this is what we're starting to see here. Glory Esports, that chicken dinner puts them clear of Regnum X into 2nd place, and you can see, seems outplayed ever since they got the chicken dinner. They've been a little bit shaky there. Project X, or rather X Project, still very much into the bubble there. Mazor, solid performance also from them. We talked about their strategy has been, leaning towards the eliminations. Finally, 4 Strength and Zoo Sovereign have now put themselves inside of the top 8. I personally think this top 8 will not change anymore. I think this is how it's going to be till the end of the night. But chat, if you think I'm wrong, tell us your predictions in the chat. Do you think this table is going to change from this? Do you think this is how it's going to stay, or do you think there's going to be a little bit of a difference by match number 6? I don't think Force Strength and Zeus Sovereign are going to be knocked out of this top 8. Mazor or X Project or Seems Outplayed, because we know the number of points you need to get, right, to stay inside of the conversations here. You need to clock in somewhere around 28 to between 26 to 28 points. I think that is the number that you need to get for yourself. But personally, chat, if you guys think I'm wrong, comment section, I want to know. But personally, I think we've peaked out here. I think now it's a matter of who finishes where, but I think the teams that are supposed to be in the top 8, I think they're in the top 8 right now. And I don't think it's going to change for the foreseeable future. But it is 3 games down, 3 more to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the wild card, the group stage. 3 games down. 1 more Erangel is coming up next. Who's going to take that one? Are we going to have another different winner? Well, stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back after this short break. Whew, get some water.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to PMNC Wildcard Group number 1. And it's been crazy. An assassination over gameplay coming from Team Elevate. Though they didn't get the chicken dinner glory, have their moments of glory with Mesa, with a Mesa setback. That was not looking good, but it's still anyone's game. That was the game number 3. And as we all know, everyone is game in this game. And I am with the man himself that has been racking up those numbers. As we were spectating the GOAT, Priest, what was going on in your head? And when I talk about the GOAT, I am talking about the man Genesis.
I mean, Genesis was absolutely incredible in that last game. Showing us a little bit of something, showing us a little bit of a peek at what we could see if they do make it to the finals. That is what we're looking for, to individual brilliance, individual performances from what we've seen so far, and it has been absolutely brilliant. But nonetheless, it has been a show and a half. We've seen all of these teams put their best foot forward, but still, it leaves a little bit more to be desired. Now, game number 4. 3 chicken dinners to 3 different teams. Again, PTK, you were right the last time. That's, we were going to have a brand new winner. Do you think that's going to be the case this time? I don't think that's going to be the case this time. I think we're about to have our first double of the night.
No way. I still hold on to my words. The 4th game, a new chicken dinner. And we will be back here saying the same exact thing. Priest repeating the same words. I believe in Regnum. I believe in the X projects. You guys please don't embarrass me on live TV. Please. You need to get the win. If I am to win this, you need to get the win. But please, let's rock and roll as we are awaiting a new chicken dinner holder. Comment section, guys, if you are watching, do you think that the 4th game we are going to get a new chicken dinner winner? Or will Team Elevate or Glory get their glory yet again? Will they be able to take another chicken dinner? It's a very, very big and hard bargain. But I'm 50-50, but I'm still locking in on my guess.
Okay, well, we're about to see if that will be the case. But again, to what PTK has said, I personally think we're about to have our first double. It's about to be our last Erangel, and I think most of the teams have pretty much understood what the lobby is like. We saw Exit Team get a little bit of action in the last game. Hopefully they might do a little bit more. Glory stepping up to the plate, getting their first chicken dinner and first solid performance. So I'm not lost for words here. I think there is going to be something different in this game for sure, but I think it's about time, for that chicken dinner to become a double for one of these teams, PTK.
Yeah, true that. At the moment, we are cutting across Erangel. And this is directly horizontal, cutting Erangel into 2 halves. Like a slice of a katana. Which one of these teams will be sharp enough in this game to take the tournament home? It's anyone's game, as we also see that perfect glider as players are trying to get the best spots in this game. But are we going to see what we saw in the previous game, where we had Pmnc, we had Zeus there, we had Crazy Esports there, but Crazy just got some crazy time, eliminated 2 of their players, reduced to shreds, reduced to only 2. Are we going to see the Crazy still maintaining their landing spot as Espada Elevate take that Milta area? But Elevate need to be very, very careful because they are not alone, as the ancient champions will be joining them at Milta. That will be one of our first fights in this game as teams. We have Stanik, Mesa trying to take Yasnaya, but the zone might be taking that southern approach, but I'm not sure. Maybe Jojo Pool area, but that is very central for the play zone, and that first circle will be one of the happiest for the Team Elevate, and mostly all the teams that are here, because we've not had a perfect circle in all the Erangel games. One of the circles going towards the military base, second circle going towards the eastern part of Erangel, where we had Lipovka. So it's been quite a ruckus when it comes to that circle. Right now, with the perfect centralized circle, that is the time. And already, Team Elevate, the best team in the previous 3 games in a fight, are the ancient champions going to make a Calvary out of the Team Elevate, or is Team Elevate going to elevate themselves even more in that top 1 position?
Well, it is in their hands right now. They are in a somewhat good position, but I'm not sure they're aware of how many angles they have covered. Because Fabian could be in a little bit of a spiteful position here against ancient champions. His position surely has been compromised. I'm pretty sure they know that he's there. But now, can Asian champions capitalize though? Do they know exactly what to do in scenarios like this? Because this is how you know teams that have been in particular scenarios time and time again. You've seen they've tried consistently to put in work to turn things around. We've seen this, but now can they capitalize? Can they take it upon themselves to go that just a little bit better, just to perform a little bit better than their counterparts? Well, we're about to see if that will be the case. But right now, remember, the goal here is to finish in the top 8 and get 1 foot in the final. And right now, currently sitting in that top 8 position is the guys from Mori Sports. Again, they've tried their best to finally get into that top 8 position. And I did mention that I don't think the top 8 teams are going to change going forward. So fingers crossed on that one. But right now, play zone very much central, could be anybody's zone at this point. PTK, at this stage, do you think staying in the center of the zone is going to be the best strategy going forward?
With this circle, I think that would be the best strategy, because teams will not go for a full send when the circle is central. Most of the time, they'll just try to hold the edges. For Lipovka, that was special. They had to make that push towards the central part, which was Lipovka. But for now, if the zone goes central, that means that we have a lot of cover when it comes to the game, as the ancient champion Lush are receiving a push straight into the lobby, as Fabian is yet again on the striking end, and the Asian champion have to be very, very careful. Experience matters, and experience just met execution from Fabian, as Elevate, they are still dominating, and not just dominating, they are moving. They really want that number 1. They really want the bragging rights. And Milta is not looking so safe for the ancient champions. They were living in the past, but right now, Fabian brought them to the present, and they don't like the present. They're trying to move around, hopefully secure a vehicle and get the hell out of that place.
How much time do they even have to cover? Seeing as they've already lost 1 to Fabian yet again, Asian champions, do they have an exit strategy? Do they have a way to get out of Dodge, to get out of the position? Getting absolutely penned aside there by Elevate. You can see X Project on the other hand. Team currently sitting in 5th place. They've got a little bit of a strategy for themselves there, but Cycle could be in a little bit of trouble. But trade-off there immediately. Tries to go for the flush, but Paradox was there to trade him off, and that is the beauty of the positional awareness of Team Elevate. And now number 1 is already making a play for it. He's advancing his position, but it looks like Paradox is already going to make a play for it to go this down. And now Asian champions, they have a decision to make. Do they want to pick Cycle up, or do they want to reposition and get into a better spot? Doesn't look like Cycle will be getting picked up here, as Fabian's position has equally been compromised in that little bit of an exchange. Cycle goes all the way back, but unfortunately his teammate has already run away from that position and has left him to the clutches of Elevate.
At times, you have to run. You can't blame a player for running. Genesis also made that call, but towards the end of the game, we were celebrating him because he did something good. Cycle Some psychotic moments. Team Elevate, they have just been good. Experience versus momentum, and right now, momentum is just winning. These ancient champions, but Team Elevate is making them look ancient for real. Adauga, Elevate. They won that final player as Psycho is back on his feet. They're caught in quite a ruckus as the S12K Dogger with E. They're trying to molly, they're trying to nade. He knew the nade was coming, and that is what you're talking about experience. And this nade might be that which is needed as Dogger with the S12K still dominating. But AC1, oh my word! What a knock! And it's all level. A 3v3, although one of the ancient champions is not around. But the ancient champions, they are still rocking in. But for the Team Elevate, that was quite insane. They came in as champions, that is the ancient champions, but Team Elevate is rewriting that story with a good save and a good strike. I think for Team Elevate, the best thing that they did is make the split. Because they were able to cover more angles, they were able to cover more ground, and that is how they were able to dominate in that game. That was a GG's for Team Elevate. They know that number one, we want to lock it in. If you want to brag, no, we want to brag ourselves. And quite a GG's. Team Elevate is shocking me, Priest. Maybe we might have a second chicken dinner. Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe.
Well, maybe. Well, we're about to see. I mean, if Elevate keep playing like that, they might as well elevate themselves to 100 points. I mean, we've seen that already happen in one of these group stages, so it is not too far-fetched. But right now, Playzone is closing out to phase 2, and it shifts towards that southwestern side, and a little bit of Gatka southeast, a little bit of Pochinki in there as well, just a little bit of Ferry Pier, a little bit of the Rich Complex, and a little bit of everything, really, a little bit of farmland as well. And we're about to see who made the right choice. I mean, we do see X Projects centered up quite nicely in a much central position. This is their bread and butter. They might be able to capitalize on those straggling teams trying to make late rotations. You can already see all of them coming in from the northern side. We do have the guys from Regnum X also deep into the south side. They might decide to use the bridge on the other side as well. That would have been a smarter choice, but it looks like they have other plans of their own. But right now, GNFX, can they finally step up to the plate? 8 points total. They do have a hovercraft. Hopefully that will provide them with the confidence that they might have been lacking through all these games, BTK.
Yeah, hopefully that will be able to provide them with confidence. But one of the worst things about the hovercraft is it gets blasted very easily. If the hovercraft was a bit stronger, I think that would have been the best vehicle. But you know, it does not hurt having that hovercraft to your spoils, because it also gives you a needed advantage not to take the shots head on. You are able to survive the shots and exit. Also, not in a very good spot as they are getting exited. As the Project X, they are coming all in. They won the shots. X is low with only 3 players, but that is not a very good position for them. You know, if they are to survive, they need to find the best position, and already spotted. They have the information, they have the communication that they know. These Project X, they will be holding this point, and they're trying to blow up the tires so that they may make them immobile. Yeah, but X-Force Projects. And Genesis is there. That is the lethal person. Genesis is one of the most lethal players. One of the players to be watching out for. Espada has not been having the best games. Already lost 1 player. And the form for Espada today is not looking that good. Yeah, but there's huge danger. You know, we were talking about position. The position that the exit team took. It was not the best position, because that position, you will get that parties from the Pochinki Hill. You will get that parties from that garage. You will get that parties from the compound that the X Project are holding. If that was the right call, we still have a couple of minutes to find out. But for exit, that is not looking good, because some of their vehicles, their tires are out. And they only have 1 or 2 vehicles if they are to win this game.
Well, it's all about the movements and the plays, right? We've seen the strategies applied for some of these teams. Again, if they don't have those utilities, it's all about the plays. It's all about the final action. You have to make the final actions, the right plays, the right decisions every single time. And, most of these teams, again, that southern part of the zone is very interesting that, it was not utilized by the guys from Regnum X, right? You can see them over to the eastern side of the zone. They're just behind GNFX. They made a rotation all the way around with the other side of the bridge
Yeah.
when they could have gone through the south side. It's very interesting that that is the choice they make, but right now they will decide to run up into the guys from GFNX. Can they make a play for it? Can they get themselves into the zone without getting stopped off? It's going to be very difficult, but we're about to see if that will be the case. Noir Esports and the guys from Elevate exchanging blows out in the middle of nowhere, just outside of Pachinki. Aizen now traded off. That's 2. That's 3 from Logic. And he's trying to pack them up one after the other. Elevate, in all of this, they lose no one. It is only Paradox that did get knocked away, but Zeus pulling up into the mix as well. Danger over to the high ground position. They might decide to take it upon themselves. Grenades might decide to start flying out for Zeus here. Can they capitalize? Sightline over to the hillside position. Now, Zeus, this could be a very, very pivotal moment for them if they make the right calls, but it looks like they don't want to commit. Or if only they knew what was right here for them. Logic immediately goes for the finish. And that will be 6 eliminations for Team Elevate yet again. They're looking very, very confident, very solid in their approach. And everything is looking as it is going to be on the front foot. Crasher and Zeus capitalizing there. Looks like Mazor wanted a piece of the action as well. They will trade off one for the other, and that will be another hit from Fafani. An X Project, they love to play in the buildings, and you can already see how proactive they're already getting. Federal, the next victim of a couple sprays over to the other side, but immediately Crasher trades off Deepala, getting knocked away. 2 in that exchange. Crasher had to be very careful there. Grenade is already tossed from Armani, and that will be the end of the road. What a grenade that was. Mazor sent back into the lobby, and that will be the end of the road for them.
From number 2 to number 16 in the second game, like back-to-back games, and Mesa have just not got it in the second game. After their clear domination, they almost got the chicken in one game, and these other game they were just humiliated. Crazy Esports, perfect nade, perfect timing, and that was a perfect strike. As Crazy Esports, they are moving in ways that people not even expecting. Janus is the man to watch out for. He has the one elimination, but the domination coming from Team Elevate. Although they lost one player, I think the best call for Zeus Esports would have been try to get that party, but without information, they can't actually make a push, because you never know where were they fighting. If we had knocks, if the other team had knocks, where were they getting those knocks? As a Regnum X Reckless GNF is knocked. Real Trump, this is one vital player. With that strike, he wants an elimination with only one player surviving, and that is him. From the Regnum X, he needs to survive. Godfather, final player. On the other end, GNF, this might be the molly that sets the game at par. And the game is looking hot. Lil Trump with a very, very good nade. Godfather backing up. It's a nade versus a nade as a Godfather gets one very perfect nade, but unfortunately not able to get the connection. Trying to get Xenos on the ground, while GNF Godfather tries to get Knuckles. Is let me get the revive. I will let you get the revive. Then we will fight as men. And that is what they're doing. All of them getting 2 apiece. And Lil Trump, the first to strike, cooking up that nade. He wants the Godfather, and he knows the location, but unfortunately, that was not it. As Godfather is able to get the res, Knuckles still standing. Godfather with the rotation. Knuckles has to be careful, otherwise Trump will be setting up the game. He will be setting him up. As Godfather is trying to make that strike, he's trying to make the rotation. These will set him up to a crazy fight. Lil Trump almost got the knock. Wow, what a spray. Godfather, how are you even surviving? This man is not joking. Godfather still on his feet. And Knuckles trying to smoke up. He knows the kind of firepower that is coming from these Regnum X team, as Xenos is also cooking up a nade. Lil Trump has to be careful on the buggy. And I think they might be leaving this fight. But not for Trump. Trump went for the fight again. Trump is that one fragger. But unfortunately, that strike, that is what got him. And now it's a 2v1. Can Xenos be able to do some Xenos things? Unfortunately, he cannot. And that one key move from Lil Trump sets up Regnum X. And they have just been eliminated.
Good start. Very good start from GNF. Finally putting their foot on the gas. But there's still a mountain to climb for them as well. X Project continuously consistent. Not as consistent, a little bit more consistent than Seems Outplayed though, because Seems Outplayed yet again capitulate under the pressure. They will lose out, and our Gamerize also losing out. But they are very, very close to the top 8. It's gonna be very interesting to see if I could speak on that one as he praises forward. But exit team, you have Neymar just riding through into that little space that he's found for himself there. Danger on the other hand for Zeus, he will try to capitalize on that position that they've got so far. It could be theirs any moment from now, but we are in the final phase of play as we are down to 12 teams, 34 bodies inside of the card. Gamerize now setting your sights onto the guys from exit team. It is Neymar that is going to be a victim of that change. Bullets flying everywhere, and one of them do manage to catch him off guard. Law taking a little bit more damage from the blue zone here. This is not the plan. Healing in the blue in phase 5. It's 2026. We don't do this anymore. But unfortunately, Zeus still have them in the sightlines. Another spray and another flush from Zucchino. And a little bit of a trade-off as well. Almost getting knocked away there. Elevate now capitalizing on that open space that Petit we have allowed for. And this could be the opening. This could be the angle. This could be the position that they could learn from. And again, Logic biting off a little bit more than he can chew there, almost getting swept away, but Zucchino will not be so lucky. Law, the danger man from deep in the blue, reaches inside the play zone and causes havoc. And now that would be the opening that Elevates are looking for, as exit team will exit yet again shy of a top 10 finish.
Nice. Exit low. You know, we say that it is 2026, you don't do that, but he just did that and he got a conversion. And that was the strike that made a lot of trouble for the Zeus, for the Petit Wiwi, and for strength in full strength. Mouse Kido. Neymar is trying to get the shark area as Kido is trying to escape this position because it is already compromised. And he's trying to move as much as he can. But look at the sprays that are coming. Goal like Fabian eliminated from Team Elevate. And the game is not looking good. Elevate might be losing these. You know, we were talking about the chickens. And guess what? Elevate with only some few probabilities of winning this fight as Zeus Danger. A Danger even to himself, trying to smoke up, trying to nade up. Logic, one of the final players. No, that is the final player from the Team Elevate that is standing. And Petit Uwi. This team has been confident. They've been playing as a pack. Although one of the guys has been eliminated, that is a complete unit. No weak link in sight. All three still standing. And they are rolling through the teams. Elevate Logic. He needs to find some logic if he is to win the game. And Ezra, all of them are trying to get a good angle. They're trying to create the choke point. They want to get logic. But it's not looking good for Team Elevate. Priest, do you think that the chicken is also is still coming? Do you think it's still coming?
Woo! There is a lot riding on this right now because Petit we they are playing a little bit forward, but Logic has been spotted immediately and swept aside by the danger man himself. And now this could be the opening they're looking for. They found a little bit of space inside of the zone to call home, and they might use that as their base of operations going into the final third. But it's not over just yet. X Project, 6 eliminations with only a duo left. All they have to do now is hang on just a little bit more. They do have the smoke grenade just shielding the vision of the opposition a little bit longer there. You can see the guys from Glory Esports just with a sideline of their own over to the other side. 4 strength have them out into the open there. And it looks like Zeus might have a little bit of something into that top 8 position. So I might have been wrong.
Yeah.
That top 8, there's a big chance that it is going to change, seeing as the likes of Mazor have already been eliminated, and Force Strength still very much strong here, showing their mettle going into this sixth phase of the zone. And remember, we do have 9 teams left. Sukino just to hopping around there just to get more intel on the opposition. Espada is also in the mix here with 2 players and 1 elimination so far. But we're about to see if that will be something special. Doesn't look like the M1 Grand is going to be doing any favors for them, as they do have 4 strengths just lurking around trying to cause some commotion for Glory Esports. They're coming fresh off a chicken dinner. So all they have to do is stand very, very solid and see this all the way through. And that will be the end of the road for Espada, courtesy of the guys from Gamerize. They have packed them up and sent them into the lobby. And looks like Zeus wants a piece of the action as well. That's a fantastic grenade. But the sight lines are well hidden. They can't see anything into that open space. Our man is trying to close it down as well. But let's not forget, guys from X Project still have a ways to go. What a grenade from Danger.
Oh,
And he is
what
called
happened?
Danger for a reason.
No.
Unfortunately for him, he's getting swept aside as he made that mad dash. That was absolutely
that was
crazy.
That was crazy. That was crazy. 183 knocks. Gamerize. Numbers don't matter if you can't convert the fight. If you can't convert the fight, numbers don't matter. From full strength to full panic in seconds, Gamerize eliminated. They all took the same shock, and to their shock, they just found themselves in the lobby. That was a good nade. That was a good nade. This is where teamwork shows, or everything will just collapse. They are now split. They are pressured. And the game is falling apart. But the Mao Ruthless is there. Crazy Leo trying to go for the push. But what did he just do? He went for the push and then he got into the molly. He was low and was eliminated. Now this is where you have to maintain your game. This is where you have to try and reduce the pressure. But the pressure from the Crazy Esports, that was insane. And he got eliminated as the first strength. They are coming in full strength. They want the opening knock. They have the numbers. This is one of the teams that has a 4-man army. 4S and the Glory Esports. Right now, we have 7 teams remaining. Crazy with 1 pass on GNF, with 1 pass on Mao, 1 pass on Zeus, 2 people. And finally, the X Project with 2 people. This is not looking good for most teams. But the first strength, if they come full strength, they can be able to convert these numbers. It is just a matter of time. And as I always say, in this game, everyone is game. And as you can see, Priest, it is all wrapping up.
And it's about to be a present. But who is going to be presented for strength? They're starting to feel their strength right now. Genesis has been sent a couple of warning shots there with the AUG. Namely is taking hits as well over to that northern side. The 5.56s are dwindling. He's only got 27 rounds in the chamber left, so he has to manage his bullets going forward, unless his teammates will provide a little bit of theirs. But GNF creeping and creeping closer and closer. Zeus down to the last player. X Project still as a duo and still causing chaos. Ruthless, the last for the guys from MAU. He might be spotted. The moment he steps out of that shack, he might be getting packed up. Crazy Esports still have Arman in the mix here. There's a whole lot of stragglers, a whole lot of solos, a whole lot of chaos, but that will be the end of the road. Genesis once again strikes through and doesn't miss. Arman on the other side, he's spotted a little bit of chaos there. Narcos will be saying bye-bye as he goes back into the lobby. And that will be a little bit of a position for him as well. Ezra is trying to launch a grenade, and he does launch it perfectly low. The victim connects immediately as well. And here comes 4 strength, biting off a little bit more than they can chew there, but they chew just nicely. Unfortunate scenes there, and they made a big play, and it didn't pan out the way they wanted. X Project utilizing that open space, and they capitalized immediately. Amon getting a little bit of a spray on the other side there, and that might be the opening they have been looking for. Grenades flying all the way through. Ezra had to be very careful with that exchange, and that's another grenade launching through, almost decapitating him, sending him back into the lobby. But he has found some space to play a little bit closer with Sharav and Starboy, the last two left for Glory Esports. How glorious can this get for them? Ezra is creeping up slowly but surely. They do not have eyes on him. He's prone on the ground. He's causing chaos. He's causing damage. Surely they have to make sure that he cannot be a threat to them going forward. And more grenades and more utilities. Baru spotted by Lil Boy, packed up immediately and sent back into the lobby. It is 2 apiece now for Glory and for Strength. Zeus down to 1, Crazy down to 1 as well. We're down to 4. 6 players alive, not a single body complete at this stage. And now Lil Boy has a sight line for Strength. They do love themselves some zones like this. This is the type of zone that for Strength enjoy. They love these. They enjoy these. They capitalize on these. Take a look at Sharav. He's already made a play over to the right-hand side. Surely he can see Ezra right in front of him. He can see him, right? He drops him immediately. AUG straight to the skull, packs him up, and that will be the end of the road for Petit Wee Wee. They go out in fourth place. We're down to 3. Crazy on the other side. For Strength over to the northern side, behind a hay bale of theirs as well. And Glory Esports, can they do it? The back-to-back chicken dinner. This might be a big game changer for them. It might catapult them into first place if they do it right. But they have to make sure that they do not bite off a little bit more that they can chew there. They have to make sure that all of these open spaces will be used perfectly. And a spray from Starboy. The Starboy is here again, capitalizing immediately. Q's had no idea that that job is already done. Glory Esports is all left to them now. And now Starboy again. Look what you done. And I ain't talking the weekend, but it's Starboy's time now. Starboy versus Lil Boy, crashing forward. Sharav plays through, immediately open space for the guys from Glory Esports. They got the first chicken dinner. They smell it already. They might do a 2 for 2. He's trying to circle back, trying to force the issue, not allow him to pick up his teammate. Again, springing right, center, every single position for Glory Esports. Can they close it down? Kus is bleeding out. He's not allowing him to pick him up. And Kus immediately getting flushed off, and that's another grenade over the top side. And Sharav bounces that one over the top, but it doesn't connect. Glory, they've gotten that last chicken dinner. Can they do it again? Can Lil Boy pull something special here and get the first chicken dinner for Full Strength? They have been struggling all through this game, but this might be the chance for them to turn it around, and they might be able to see this through. Sharav on the ground floor there in the backhand position, but again, his teammate can't seem to find the angle. Lil Boy has shielded them out of space and out of position, and he can't see them through. It is going to be very difficult for them to get an angle on them. Surely, I was thinking they would get into their vehicle,
they can
do the 2v1 and pack this one in, but it doesn't look like that will be the case, as Starboy continuously switches between the scope and the content site, but he can't see anything, as Lil Boy has capitalized on this space, protected his vision. He's dropped his backpack already. He doesn't want to be heavy weighted. He wants to move freely, but Sharav continues to advance his position, and that might be the opening that Lil Boy is looking for. If he gets up, he might see him, and he sees him again, but he sprays through, doesn't connect. Sharav has to be very careful. He's open now, trying to get a little bit of a force, plays over to the left-hand side, big spray, over to the right as well. Lil Boy peeks out, gets a drop, and that might be the first one. It goes for the second. Starboy could be in trouble, but Lil Boy capitulates to the zone, and Glory Esports will use the advantage of the numbers to get the back-to-back chicken dinner.
This should have been a fair fight to win. Full Strength were in full strength in the last zone. But how are they getting a play like that? But you know, Glory Esports with the second chicken dinner in a row. That is how we do it. That is how you make a game become your name. Glory. That was nice. But they almost lost it at the last second. Almost lost his Full Strength. They were amazing. That final player was just critical. He was just precise. No, it was numbers. They didn't have the numbers, but they had the fight. They had the hope. But unfortunately, even if you have the hope, The enemy might be the play zone, and the Starboy was saved by that. That was a good chicken dinner. That was Glory Esports in the game number 4. That was a wrangle. 6 eliminations for Glory Esports. Close to 1,000 damage, 4 total knocks. That was amazing. That was amazing. They are just reigning in glory. They are just dominating. Glory Starboy with the 3 eliminations and the 3 knockouts. Sharav, 2 eliminations. We had the Lord. And Rifas with 0. That was nice. That was nice. That was nice. And now my maths just went way. Because I got the second chicken dinner and finally proved me wrong. But that was close. You know, that was very, very close. Glory Esports, they were very, very close to losing. First strength, they had the upper hand at the first seconds of the final play zone. But then how they lost the numbers with Crazy getting back in those 2 eliminations, and they lost the 2 players quite early. If they had the numbers, they would have had the advantage. But for Glory Esports, I think if they got the fight, if they took the fight after that first knock, they would have gotten a potential win very, very early in the game. But they didn't go for that push. They waited it out, and that almost cost them. But you know, it didn't. They got the second chicken in a row. And at least they are rowing down the game, as the rank will be looking quite amazing for them now. And for some of the teams, they will not be, they not want to look at that overall ranking, because it's not looking good for them. With only 2 games remaining, this will be quite a bargain. We are down Wrangles. 3 of those of the Wrangle done and dusted. Now, we are going to the Lash Lands. But before that, the game was in absolute danger. We had Danger had the most eliminations, 6. We had the Danger with the highest damage, with Danger again with the most grenade elimination, and that was the elimination that we saw. You remember him taking the Gamerize Esports. 1 nade, they were all shacked up, and he just shocked them up. That was amazing. Genesis, the longest elimination, 329 meters, still crazy. Genesis is still as one of the top players in that game. Previous game, he was dominating. This game, still dominating, and Ruthless, the top traveler. And I think he beats the most distance travel, 16 kilometers. I don't know if we have seen any player or any team racking up more than 16 kilometers. That's absolute amazing. 16 kilometers, the map is 8x8, so that guy has traveled from one point of Erangel to, let's say, from south to north 2 times. That's crazy. 16 kilometers. Oh, amazing. That was amazing.
Absolutely. You got to respect the hustle. You have to absolutely respect the hustle. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is what we love to see. I mean, Asian champions getting only 1 point in everything that we saw tonight, man. Getting only 1 point. Absolutely nefarious. Noir Esports exit team seems outplayed again. Oh no. Espada Esports, 1 point on the board as well for them. And take a look at that. Double digit for 4 teams. Again, I don't think we've seen this in the group stages of any region. 16 points, 15, 13, 10 in a single game. I don't think we've seen this though. But Glory Esports, back-to-back chicken dinner. I was right. Petit Wee Wee. Petit Wee Wee with 15, Force Strengths with 13, X Project with 10, and Crazy Esports with 9. And Elevate once again putting in that business, 8 points on the board for them. GNF, arguably, I believe this has been their best performance so far as well, getting 7 points on the board. Gamerize creeping up slowly but surely, making it into the top 8 with 5 points.
That was nice. That was nice. Although that made how they were eliminated, that was not in their books. Glory Esports was good. Petit Wee Wee was good. But Petit Wee Wee was the most dominant, most aggressive with 11 eliminations, piling up them bodies. Glory Esports, they got the 6, but they got the chicken dinner. This is for the Petit Wee Wee, they were able to have that upper hand. That extra elimination gives them that extra point. Even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, they got the placement plus the eliminations, and that's why they got the second most points in that game. They had the fight, 1700 damage, 7 total knocks. But from the 7 total, from the 11 that they got, 7 total knocks, that means that they've gotten 4, 4 eliminations. 4 eliminations were just thirsting. These guys were thirsting for those eliminations and they were crazy. You know, clean up party, clean up duty, that's the best. If you can't take them fights, just wait for them to take on the enemies, then you can just pile up those eliminations for yourselves. And for the player of the match with the trio nade eliminations, none other, the man that is a danger to himself, Zeus Danger. This is a nightmare to the Gamer Rise esports. He just made some new enemies. Getting a trio with 1 nade, that's absolutely insane. Even having the guts to pull this off, that was amazing. 6 eliminations, and that's how you do it. That's how we do it. As expected, Zeus Danger versus the Lil Boy. These were 2 of the most dominant forces in the game. Although the full strength, they were not in full strength, not able to utilize the numbers, not able to utilize that position. Danger with the 6 eliminations, Lil Boy with the 4. I think Danger was the man that performed the best part. For Lil Boy, he was able to inflict more damage with 4 eliminations, although not as high as for the Zeus Danger. But looking at that damage with 4 eliminations, you get like 714, and with 6 eliminations, Danger got 746. So that means that Lil Boy was doing much of the work but not pay, and the work without pay makes someone very, very dull. And at the moment, Lil Boy very, very dull about that result. But game is game, and as we also say, game, everyone is game, and Genesis the overall top player. Priest, I think this was just expected. This was expected. 18 eliminations. Genesis have been racking up those bodies. This guy he's been getting eliminations. All those games consistent. All those games, this man has been the man to be watching out for.
Absolutely. I mean, he has put in a shift and a half. You can't even deny his performance and his relevance to his team. But overall, we still have the likes of Fabian, Paradox, and Thugger from one team showing exactly why Elevate is number 1 on the call sheet, and also Lil Trump from Regnum X. Regnum X still, ever since that second game where they had a very solid performance, in a little bit shaky for them, but nonetheless, it's something to keep our eyes on. But the MVP race is going to be a very interesting one for this wildcard region, and we're going to have our fingers crossed just to see how that pans out. But taking a look at things here, a little bit of a change here. Zeus getting dropped out of the top 8 into 9th place with 16 points on the board. Gamerize as well, finally stepping up to the plate, showing their medal inside of the top 10. GNFX as well, 15 points on the board, stepping into that top 11, and Crazy Esports with 13 points in 12th place. Espada, Ancient Champions, War, and Exit Team all drop down. And then we'll take a look at the other side of the leaderboard to get a little bit of an idea of who is in the top 8 now. Petit Wee Wee stepping up into it. Wait, I mean, I don't think there's been much of a change here though, PTK. I mean, we see Elevate still on board, Glory Esports still on board, Project X, X Project, Regnum X seems outplayed, Mazor, 4 Strength, and Petit Wee Wee. Again, Free still much the same. It's only Petit Wee Wee that's came into the conversation, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a very, very cagey one because you can see those points again. But it looks like in this particular lobby though, 28 points, 26 points, it looks like that's not gonna cut it.
Yeah, that's not gonna cut it. You have to do a lot. 28 points. I remember you were saying like 28 points. That's the sweet spot. But at the moment, that's not the sweet spot. You might get 28 and get eliminated. So at the moment, you just have to have more points. Strive to get more points. Because Mesa Gaming has 28. It is currently at number 6 with 2 games remaining. This is not going to look good. And today the game is not like one-sided. You have Elevate, they have 58 points, but they are not getting some good some good players. They're not getting some good plays, sorry. In the game, they are getting tortured and bruised. We have Glory Esports. Although they got the good game with 2 chicken dinners, they have 50 points. So you can either get the chicken dinner or dominate. There is, you cannot get the two of them. If you want the chicken dinner, we will reduce the number of eliminations. And if you get the chicken dinner, and if you don't get the chicken dinner, we will add those eliminations to your stack. Number one, having 58 points in the fourth game. That's crazy. That's a real. We've not seen these in all the group stages, because right now, group stages, we will be having number ones getting more than 60s, 70s points. At the moment, this is so close. 58, 50, 38, 35, 31. If Petit Wiwi have a good game, let's say they pile up a couple of double digits, they get like 20. That will elevate them to that place. That is how hard this lobby is. Wildcard is just wild. That name, I think that was suited for this game. This is the group one, and it's looking like this. I'm just awaiting to see how the finals will be ramping up, because the games are just incredible. We had the first game where Sims outplayed. They were not outplayed, they outplayed the rest. They got the chicken dinner. Team game number 2, we have the Elevate Glory Esports taking the game number 3 and the game number 4. Right now, we are going to the final 2 games of these PMNC Group 1 wildcard. Miramar, the land of dust, the land of the dry bones, the land where those DMRs come to play, where those mini 14s, where those snipers, this is where they get to shine a lot. So the players that are good at these, welcome back home, because this is it. But in just a few seconds, we will be seeing Miramar unfolding. But don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile Africa on Instagram, TikTok, also on YouTube. Subscribe if you're watching, like the stream, and let's keep on pushing. But for now, let's take a breather. We are coming back in just some few seconds.
The time has come. Be the number one for Africa.
Showtime, showtime, showtime again. And this time it is match number 5. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the wild card. And what a time to pull up to the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, it is still Priest on the microphone. And I am here with the main man, Youngblood, PTK. We have just had a little bit of a back and forth. And we've now seen one team dominate and get 2 chicken dinners, just like I predicted. Because what? Priest knows ball. You guys in the chat, I know ball, so you guys should write in the chat. Priest knows ball. That's all I want to hear.
No,
Priest
that was luck.
ball.
That was luck. Now that was
what?
luck.
What?
That was luck. That was luck. For Mirama. If you know ball too well, if you know ball too well,
okay.
do you
okay.
think that we are
Okay.
going to have a new winner of the chicken dinner in Mirama?
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna have a different team.
So if you go for yes, I'm going for no.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see who
Okay.
knows ball. If you're going
Okay,
to
chat.
get a new chicken dinner, you win. If we get a team that has taken a chicken dinner to win this game, guess who is right? Me.
Okay.
Me.
Okay.
Me. Mirama.
Alright. Chat.
That is the map
Chat,
that we are
chat.
going to be doing this. Chat. Write in the comments,
Okay.
who do you think is right between Priest and Youngblood? It's going to be crazy, Priest. I'm
Alright,
going
chat.
to thrash you so much.
Lock in in the comment section. PTK and I are going band for band now. I already said we're going to have a brand new winner for this Miramar game, brand new chicken dinner winner. PTK says no, we're going to have another team that has already won a chicken dinner before. I mean, his odds are higher though, but with what I've seen so far, I think it's going to be a new team, and we're going to see for ourselves if that will be the case. But ladies and gentlemen, it is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the wild card. It is the group stage, day 1. It is the first Miramar of the night. Who is going to take this game? Who will be the one?
Who will be the one? As we have a rather, I think today we've had a lot of southern plain paths. We had these in Erangel a couple of times, 2 times in fact. Right now, this is the first one that we are seeing. Guess where? In a Miramar. Hopefully, we'll be able to see players trying to utilize the loot that is at Los Leones. We have Pecado, San Martin, Monte Nuevo. Those are some of the key points if you want to have enough loot in this game. Miramar is not easy. For Miramar, you have to play as a team. Otherwise, you will get battered from long ranges. You have players that are very, very good at mini 14s. So it's crazy. And here we go. Everything is live. The engines have been rolling. And they have 64 players are about to drop into the chaos. Welcome to the battlefield. As we get to see who is going to be wrapping this out. And already we are in a fight as Elevate. They are still elevating these fights. They are going for the early fight. They went for the hot drop. They are at Chumacera fighting against Anwar. But for Anwar, I don't know if this is an unwanted fight, as Domas is trying to clip that angle. A Zane still locking in. For both of the games that we spectated, Rama, how is he knocked? How is he not knocked? That was a good spray. I thought that Fabian had gotten him, but for Rama, that's a religious man. That is a man that prays a lot. Very, very low. He didn't have the vest. He didn't have the helmet. But one way he was able to survive. But Anwar Esports, no, they need to know. I don't know if they have that intel. If they have the intel, at the moment they will be backtracking, because this is arguably the best team, the team number 1 in the group stage. Day number 1 is crazy. Elevate, they have been just elevating. But for Anwar, they're just holding, hoping to get out of the number 15. I'm not even sure if Anwar can take on this fight, but if they can, this will be a very big GG's for them, as Domas is trying to get a choke point. I think Anwar are game. Yeah, they really want to get Elevate. I'm not even sure. Can they get them? Let's see how they play it out.
Well, right now, Noir and Elevate. I mean, it's interesting that these are the two teams that are going to be locking horns this early in the game. But again, I wouldn't put it past Elevate, seeing the way they play, how they constantly put themselves into positions where they can get eliminations. It is one for the books. But nonetheless, now we are going to see how consistent they can be. That's a beautiful shot. I mean, from that range with is that a red dot or a holo? I mean, with a holo at that range, these guys are absolutely special. And Thomas, I know you're not going to be doubting now with the way those shots flew all the way across. Really get knocked away, but I think he still gets picked up though. But the problem here is Code does not have utilities, right? But does he know that Thugger has only like 17 rounds? He doesn't know. That's the thing. He doesn't know that Thugger
How
has
can
only
you know?
17 rounds. So
How
he
can you
doesn't want
know?
to make a run for it. Oh, paradox.
Yo!
Paradox with the angle, capitalizing immediately, making a quick work of that one. Lord now setting his sights, and Sharav immediately getting a drop onto the guys from Crazy Esports. You can see their position getting very, very chaotic there. Starboy, on the other hand, is adding some more pressure on the other side. Starboy getting knocked away and flushed in one fell sequence. And that is the opening that the guys from the guys from Glory have been looking for. Sharav immediately blocks it down, and that is a grenade perfectly launched as well. Sharav almost getting him knocked away there. Leo will be the last one left for Crazy Esports, and all he has is a knife, and that will be the end of the road for him, as he will meet his end at the end of a shotgun barrel. That's 12K.
A
Job well done for
knife.
Glory Esports.
A knife in a gun battle. A knife trying to cut throughout the Glory Esports. A knife. I repeat again, a knife. And that has taken down his life. As on the other end, we have Elevate, Avian, Rama, Azen. These are the two players surviving for Anwar. They have the upper hand. They have that reach. They have the hillside. They have the edges. They just need to prove that they have that critical strike. They want it more. And they need to be a bit more aggressive because they have the numbers. Elevate. Just go for it. You don't have anything to lose. You've already made it to the top 8. But I don't know. Maybe they've not. Maybe they might fumble, but just too early to judge. As Zeus Danger, Zeus Squeaky fighting against Impulse. For you trying to hold that with the DBS, one of the most hated weapons for many Livic players. They don't actually use DBS. They love the M10s. And if you're a Livic player today, GG's. Impulse is using the DBS just to make you angry. But I don't know, why do Livic players don't love DBS? They all go for the M10. No one, even though they added the DBS, no one carries the DBS in Livic. They want the M10. I never understand the reason why. For these other maps, big maps, we never have the M10. But what if they brought the M10? I'm not sure.
Ooh, well, that would be interesting though, right? That would be very interesting. But Alush immediately going for the flush there on Reckless. GNF, this is a very bad time for them to be losing. Our Godfather has been the light at the end of the tunnel for GNFX. He has been compromising and very constituent in all of his endeavors so far, and he has managed to get a knock through. And Narcos also putting in that work. The DMR is in full effect right now. Asian champions can't seem to find a way through that. Adade is going to be knocked away. End of the road for him. Asian champions losing out yet again. GNFX actually starting to climb up though, but 24 points to 16 is still a little bit of a reach. As Godfather, who's going to trade with number 1, but he does not come out on top. He gets knocked away. Danger also going down to Kai. Seems outplayed, losing out, but securing some eliminations as they progress. It's going to be a very difficult sequence for them to hold out here, but we've seen that the guys from Noir are probably going to have something around it, though, if they do manage to capitalize and see a way through. But it is something special, and if they do manage to get the job done, this might be the opening that they have been looking for.
Yeah, Team Elevate, they have a full squad, but they are still getting held back by 2 players. GNF Narcos trying to trying to cook up the nade, Molly his way, fighting against the ancient champions. Ancient champions bringing the fight to Knuckles, but they have to be careful. Look at the nades flying. Knuckles, he is aware of his position, and they are also aware. Ancient champions in full send, in full force as they want this one man. Knuckles is not still going down. Knuckles is still bringing the fight. Lush trying to make the rotation. AC1, the first man to strike. Look at the nade from Psycho. This man is in hell itself. As Knuckles is sent back packing. He got Lush, but unfortunately not able to get the whoosh to send him back to the lobby. Not yet sent back packing. And the AC1 just got 3 players from the GNFs, a one-man army. And we have a full send from the Regnum X. Lil Trump, my alone, they are trying to get as many nades as they can. We've seen the Regnum with these that party space. And look at the nades coming towards that ancient champions way. They want to make them more ancient. They are building pyramids and they have enough clay. Lil Trump has to be careful. Psycho RJ, they have to be careful. Look at that push. Majestic, look at that push. Precisive as they are trying to get the knocks. They don't know the location. They just see the smoke. And the Asian champions, they are just seeing all the smoke. They are getting smokes from every angle, but they are still packing up a fight. And the Regnum X held back. Trump the first to make the push. And as always, the fragger of the squad. And he does get a successful elimination. And only 2 players from the Asian champions, AC1 and the Psycho RJ. Psycho still Psycho. Psycho still not going in. They're holding and a perfect nade. AC1, the final player surviving, but he does get Trump. Xanos, they have to go for the push. Hayes, they have to go for the push. AC1, a 1v2. Can this be possible? And a one-man army, he does get one, but unfortunately, is the one to go backpacking. GG's.
Ooh, well, Ragnum X putting in a shift. That was one for the books, but they did manage to come out on top with 3 eliminations in the bag. And now we do have 13 teams left. 44 players also, all looking for a way to buy their time into the final third. It is going to be very, very different the way they do manage to see it through. It's going to be a very interesting final phase of the zone that you can already see the teams making their plays, trying to get into better positions, trying to get into positions where they can swing the narrative in their favor. And we will see if that will be the case for them. But right now, exit team currently sitting at the bottom of the barrel. Can they step up to the plate? Can they turn this around for themselves? This might be their last opportunity going into the last game, but we'll see if that will be the case. But right now, mini 14 in hand for Moon, 4 strength, currently sitting in 7th place. They do need a lot more points if they do want to make sure that they do not worry about that top 8 position. Because right now, guys from More and GNFX and also Gamerize have a lot riding on this top 8 position.
Funny thing that Gamerize, it sounds like Gamer Eyes. Gamerize, Gamer Eyes. It's quite funny, but I don't know what you think about. I want everyone in the chat, try to think about that. Gamerize, Gamer Eyes. I don't know, maybe that was the first thing that came to their minds. You know, it's just me. Gamerize, Gamer Eyes. The spelling is not the same, but the pronunciation very, very close. The zone is taking another approach towards that central position, and the zone is looking good. And the exit, they are still surviving. And exit still at number 16. I think their survival tactics are pretty much working. If it's survival, exit has it. But when it comes to that aggressiveness, I don't know if they pack that, but I've not been able to see it so much. Because they have 6 eliminations, 6 points only. So it's not looking good for them. And being one of the 2 teams, them and Espada, the only teams that are in that from top 11. And we have a push from the Zeus Sovereign, and they are still reigning supreme. And guess what? The chicken dinner holders, they have just been eliminated. And I think I might be winning these because Glory, 1 team out, Elevate still in the game. They have a chicken dinner. Which other team we have? We have a couple of teams. For us, I've not been able to get a chicken dinner. We have the X Project, not yet gotten a chicken dinner. I'm Priest. You need to buckle up because I will be making a lot of noise if I get this right.
We're about to see if that will be the case. Good start for some of these teams that we've seen so far, though. Unfortunately for Glory, they've been swept out of the lobby. Same thing with Crazy Esports and Asian Champions and the guys from Noir. But we do have 12 teams in the mix. And now we are down to 41 players. Last time we did have a couple of players as well, 44. But now Mori Sports are also trying to get a nice little position in Minas Generales as the play zone is going to be shifting to phase 4 any moment from now. And that will put teams into perspective as to what their next phase of play will be, as they're all vying for that chicken dinner. That chicken dinner is a big complementer. It's going to change things and put teams into a very nice spot. That's a beautiful spray from Crasher.
Ooh.
And it pulls Morgan straight out of his buggy and sends him back into the lobby. I mean, that was in one fell swoop. Mazor immediately capitalizing and taking away that position. Now they will press forward as well. And Nox and the rest of the guys from Espada will have to think twice about their rotational patterns here, as the Mazor is going to be right in front of them. And that will give them a little bit of cause for concern as to where they will enter the play zone from. But I think they have made the right choice. They've spun around and they can find a way through that northern side as the play zone closes in just a matter of seconds. The next shift is going to be very interesting here. Take a look at that. It moves all the way down to a central position. Still Minas Generales and Graveyard, the major part of the zone right now. Regnum X forced out of La Bandita, and now they have to think twice if they can get themselves into that central position. I mean, take a look at X Project, right? PTK, you can see where they're situated, center of the zone. They do not want to give that position up. They need all the points they can get, and they need to have intel, on the rest of the other opposition teams, every single position around them.
And that's a very it's a good point. You have to have the awareness of your environment if you are to stay at that exact point and maybe dominate. Also, Espada not having a good game, as we've seen one of their players getting bagged around from the baggy. They still have 0 eliminations. I don't know what he's doing. What is he doing? Or maybe, okay, let's not talk about that. If that is his own thing, he knows what he's trying to achieve from that. And we don't, so we have to watch and see how the game will be unfolding. This game is just about high-level gameplay, complex projects. You've seen the X-Force projects strategies on display. As we have 11 teams remaining, 38 players in total, as Mesa is trying to create a fortress from this point, as we see the Zeus Sovereign moving in, also trying to get a good position in the play zone. But all of them have to be careful that parties will be spotted in just a few. And for the first trend, they were knocking on that chicken dinner. They were not able to get the chicken, but this might be their moment. But it's just upon them to deliver, as Mesa, Crusher are pushing towards the 4S side. I don't think he knows that they are there. So this might be one bad move. If he tries to make it to that upper end, this will be a graveyard for him, even though we have the literal graveyard where the Team Elevate is holding. We have Petit Wee fighting against Espada player. Tams was the player, but he might be sent down. This is an AKM versus AKM, as Tams knocks all of them, pushing Soulless indeed, taken down by Trump. And Espada still caught up by the Zeus. Ezra trying to make that push, but Ezra is sent down, parking by the Zeus, by the Espada Tams. And just took the Petit Wee on his own terms, Espada Tams. And this is not looking good. Look at the 4S. They are getting battered by Mesa. Mesa is at their crosshairs, at the center of the two splits. But they still don't know how to take them down.
And that is going to be a very hard position for them to find themselves in. That's a beautiful Molotov just over the top. Woo! And that is how you get it done. 4 strength, eliminate Mazor. But that would have been something special. Mazor just crashing out at the mains there. And now they will give an opportunity for more esports to apply a little bit more pressure as they advance their position. It's going to be very difficult. syringe again for them to advance. Again, it is so difficult to play around these areas. You can see Minas and Morales getting forced out yet again. The terrain is so unfriendly. It is a big punishable offense for some of these teams if they can't find a way around. As you can see, the guys from Elevate looking quite nicely coming in from that western side, but they haven't made their way into the zone yet. And if they get caught, it is going to be so difficult to get away inside. And now an opportunity for Seams Outplay to hold on. They're finally starting to get their hands inside to that corner as well. Celeste immediately sprays right through, does get the first drop. Les not going to be so lucky. He gets flushed out as well. Kai trying to circle back as well. And another one. S12K gets the angle right, but not this time. Getting shut out by the QBZ. And Regnum X yet again will put the sword to the opposition. And that will be the end of the road for them. X Project doing everything right, keeping their numbers up, staying central. And this might be the opening that they have been looking out for to see if they can snatch away that chicken dinner into this final phase of the circle.
Elevate team. That was not Elevate, that was a Regnum, bro. I was almost confused, but you know what? That is Regnum X. Still continuing to elevate their gameplay. This is beautiful to watch, as they've been knocking for that chicken for as long as we can remember. Genesis trying to get a couple of crosshairs towards the Regnum side, not able to connect as much as he wanted, but they have to be careful because Elevate is watching them. And towards that western region, Elevate has been holding 4 strength, still in full strength. With 4 eliminations already, Mesa just got a major shift towards that lobby. Now, these are the teams that are surviving. Elevate with the 5 eliminations, Regnum with the 5 eliminations, X Project, they have 1 elimination. We have the 4 strength with the 4. We have the Zeus with the 3 eliminations, Grim with the 15, 0-0 eliminations, sorry. They are currently at total 15 points. Espada still surviving with 1 elimination. And finally, Exit still not found their exit, but they are in the top 8. And you know what happens when you're in the top 8? You get those placement points. So it's all about position right now. For us, they have the hillside. Can they be able to dominate? Maybe, if the zone will come to their end. Espada, they have that ridge line. Will they be able to hold as much as they can? We saw Tams. He's pretty good at the shotguns. He's pretty good when it comes to those 1v1s. Are we going to see new chicken dinner holders? That is the question that we really want to be answered in this game.
For strength, looking strong, very strong right now. And they do have a very solid position. This is one of those teams that do love them some Miramar. And we saw how they played in the previous game, getting into the final third, finishing in 2nd place. But now can they do the exact same thing this time around and instead get that chicken dinner? Well, we're about to see Niemi is going to be getting his teammate picked up. Elevate continuously applying more and more pressure, racking up the eliminations more and more. Thugger water spray across. Leo Trump getting knocked away by a little bit of a slither of open space through the window. Warning shots flying every single corner. And the guys from Regnum X in that eastern side trying to keep it together, but it's taking a lot from them. As you can see, the guys from 4 strings just trying to hold up into that northern side. The hillside position is theirs, but can they see it all the way through? It is going to be very difficult, though. They've tried so many different ways to make sure they have the high ground position, to make sure it yields some sort of fruit, some sort of result for them going forward. But we are about to see if that will be the case. Again, they will try to make sure that all of their utilities will stay in place going into phase 7 of the zone here, as is already on the move a couple of minutes before it starts to change trajectories. Exit team getting under siege here by Sovereign. And they're advancing slowly but surely. 4 strength again getting caught out there by Genesis. Genesis is not a player you want to take damage from at this stage. They're probably going to have to try again Oh, that's a beautiful spray across inside of the smoke. It doesn't stop him, and that will be the opening they've been looking for. Genesis now playing a little bit closer and a little bit forward. Gamerized in trouble as well, but here come the exit team. Immediately, they smell blood in the water, and they will eliminate you, Sovereign. They will send them back into the lobby. Exit team in all of their fell swoop. Finally, PTK, they find their voice.
In the final games, and they are striking, and not just striking, they are striking hard with Elevate. Currently fast with the 9 eliminations. We have the Regnum, we have the 5 eliminations, X Project with the 1, and we have the 4S with 1 man down, 6 eliminations, Exit with the 3, and they have a very, very good footing as Genesis is connecting the shots and getting those eliminations. We are down to 19 players, 5 teams in total as Exit Neymar almost making that exit towards the lobby. The 4S, they are still holding. We have Exit. They also know their point, but they have to be careful. You know, 4S are trying to get the knocks from that hillside angle, but I don't think they know that the X Project, they are trying to get them. You know, you have to be wary of your surrounding, and Genesis is still getting those knocks. Who is this man? How is he doing this? Genesis motivated. Exit at a very, very wide split. I don't know if this will be efficient, as on the other end we have a rather unfamiliar territory. We have a fight between Team Elevate, as Low just got a Low of Sadness and locked back to the lobby. But the fight that we are waiting for is the Regnum fight versus Elevate, because those two teams, they have been brushing shoulders for as long as we can remember. So if the Regnum can be able to eliminate Elevate without any casualties, they have high chances of winning the game. But if Elevate is able to get Regnum, they are looking for another chicken dinner, which will be quite big for them. And 5 teams, 18 players, who will win it all? It is anyone's game, and it is not looking good. Anyone's game. Pushing, trying to get angles, and this is just an assassination of a gameplay. Now, this is where the pressure mounts. All these teams at a very, very, very small area. Now is when you get to know which team wants it all.
And it's all a matter of, yeah, it's really crazy. It's really all a matter of who wants it more at this stage. You know, Elevate looking very good, and X Project even looking better right now as the sprays continue from Knight. He's trying to put the sword over their shoulders one by one. And that's a fantastic grenade getting launched over. Dinos has to be very careful though, that one launches right in front of him, but unfortunately he makes it into the zone just in time. Exit team yet again. They have found themselves into the final third here with 3 players. And right now it is X Project, Elevate, Regnum X, 4 Strength, and Exit team, the top 5. Yeah, looking very, very confident with their rotations, but it's all a matter of who wants it more and who makes the right call now. And Malone can't seem to breach the defensive line of the guys from X Project. Have been caught out into the open there. Logic has to try hard to get the angles right. He does. And Hades is not going to be so lucky, as he will be sent back into the underworld courtesy of Elevate. And they're adding more and more eliminations as the game goes by. 11 so far. We're starting to see those eliminations add and increase the numbers with everybody that is dropped. Exit team are trying to advance their position just a little bit more, but Paradox has a sight line into that position. Thugger now finally breaking inside of that defensive line that the guys from X Project have in space, but now can they capitalize? Thugger, grenade in hand, and another opportunity for them to get this job done. He gets the angle there, big spray over to the top. He almost getting him swept away there, and a grenade will follow suit. He has to be careful. He knows that he's there. They have to press this. They have to make sure that nothing is done. Where is the press coming through? And another grenade getting launched over to that other side again to keep Thugger at bay, but they can't seem to stop. He won't stop. The pressure is on again. Launches that one over to the side. Doesn't get the job done. Knight almost getting swept back into the lobby courtesy of that grenade. Niemi getting spotted as well. 4 strength, not looking too strong. And that will be the end of the road for them as Niemi goes down. 7 eliminations to the good, but now we are down to 4 teams. 12 players in the mix. Stugger trying to look our way through. Grenade getting launched again and again onto exit team, but they can't seem to find a way to protect that last player as the Molotov surely will get the job done as he gets knocked away in that same sequence. Exit team pressing forward, getting snapped at the legs one by one, courtesy of Genesis this time. Ow! To the lobby they will go, and we are down to just 3 PTK.
Oh my word. 3 teams remaining. Elevate with 14 eliminations. We have the X Project X dominate with the 5 eliminations, and it's a numbers game. Elevate have 4. X Project, they have 4, and they're looking for their first chicken dinner, trying to get those sprays connecting. It's a spray and pray situation. You've seen Genesis wrapping up a lot of knocks in this game, but he has only 3 eliminations, but he has the fight in him. He has to be careful. Regnum X Xenos has just been holding. He's waiting for his moment to strike so that he may get at least an elimination, because the numbers are not looking good. A 4v1 V4 is just crazy, and they do get him, but they just lost 1 man. They need to get the revive as much as possible, but Elevate is making that elevation. They want the nades flying in, almost got the knock. Paradox with a story. Tauga with a UMP. It's a UMP fight as Fifani is trying with the M416. They're trying to hold up. The best thing for them, try to get to out of this position or try to get a nade, because Elevate, they know that all these players are here. It's a 4v4, a rather familiar fashion, Russian roulette. And they are all rolling in. Roll the shots. We are calling the dice. This is it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4v4. But Elevate, they have the angles. They have the position. They have the intel. But for GES, X Project, they don't have it all. But they have to do it all. This is the game where they have to prove their worth. If they can be able to shake off these Elevate team, they will have that advantage. And they do get 1 knock, and Elevate, one of the guys has been elevated back to the lobby, but they don't seem to get these. Oh, look at that! A second spray, and they want it all. This is the X Project, and they are making a masterclass of a gameplay. X Force, X Project, oh my word. Elevate, they have the numbers from a 4v4 to a 4v3. And this is the do or die moment. With 1 man standing. Fabian. And you do a 1v4. 1 down, 2 down. Oh my goodness. This man is crazy. But that is just not enough. Because they were here. They conquered. Brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant. That is a mark of a man. That was an instinctive reaction. That was one to take. That was one to hit. Bang, bang. Technically superb and visionary to have that ability and the audacity to just try it. And few in the world could do it. And fewer would even dare to do what the X Project just did. From a 4v4 cornered, they conquered irregardless. GG's. The X Project as they elevate the team. Elevate back to the lobby, not smiling, but they are contesting for that number 1, hopefully.
Woo! And chat, I was right again.
No way.
I was right again. X Project taking that chicken dinner. 10 eliminations, 1600 plus damage points, 12 knocks, 1100 in damage in total heals, and 30 minutes on the clock. That is how you win games. I mean, they played it perfectly from the start. I talked about their position, very, very central. They got all of the intel, and the fact that Team Elevate just couldn't break their defense early enough, that is what cost them the game, and that is just what it is. X Project had a strategy, they stuck to it. Genesis once again putting in a master class performance. 5 eliminations for him. Knight with 2, and Barry as well with 2, with 1 for Fafani, and that is what you call teamwork, making the absolute dream work. And we love to see those 10 eliminations for the guys from X Project. I mean, PTK, you gotta respect it nonetheless. Solid performance coming through from, X Project and Genesis once again. Genesis
That is a man who is here to set a mark. As a solo, he was able to get to number 3. As a squad, they got the chicken dinner. They were disadvantaged. One of their players was knocked. They did have the play zone. Elevate had it all, but Elevate was not able to utilize any of those advantages because the X Project, they were ruthless. They were not joking around. Did you see the spray from Genesis? Did you see how these players are working? They knew we have to eliminate you. Whether you like it or not, whether you have the angle or not, we have to take you down. It's not a matter of discussion. We have to do it. And they did it. No, it was their word against Elevate. Elevate were pretty invincible at that point. They knew because all these players are here. Let's just wait for them. But they were only waiting for their deaths. And the Paradox was the man that was very instinctive with 6 eliminations. Paradox was the man. We had Logic with the highest damage, close to 1,000, just 12 more damage shy from getting that 1,000. Genesis with 1 grenade elimination. Genesis the longest elimination. And finally, we have Mesa Atrox as the top traveler. But you have to look at this. Out of the 5 players, 3 of them are from the X Project. 1 from Elevate, which was this out of Logic, and this Logic. Atrox, the top traveler, but it is so funny because Atrox, Mesa was eliminated quite early in the game, but he's still the top traveler. How did he get the top travel more than the team that were dominating in that game? Maybe they were making those shifts, trying to rotate as much as they could. Although it did not work to their favor, you know, he still got his medal, top traveler in the game number 1. That is the game number 5 of the group 1, and it's looking crazy. Look at the match rankings. You know, we had teams, we saw the first fight where Enwa fought against Team Elevate, they lost, and that's why they got to that 16th place. But it's not looking good for Petit Wiwi because they've not been consistent enough. The previous game they got 13 points. Right now they have only 1 point. You know, they got to the top 8, but is this going to be the end of the top 8 for them? Chris, do you think that is going to be the end? Because 1 point, I don't think that will be cutting it.
You're absolutely right. Expected a whole lot better. But once again, this is the second time we see this. 2 teams, 20 points on the board. First place, second place. I mean, Elevate Esports have been so consistent in every single game that we've witnessed them play today. Regnum X by also putting in that work for strength as well. 10 points on the board for them, tied again. But Exit team doing better and better. Once again, they do even better this game as opposed to their last game. You can see that this is a team that's growing into the competition, but did they wait a little bit too late to get this done? Espada, on the other hand, tying with 4 points apiece with Zoo Sovereign. I'm not sure how that works out for them. Even Glory Esports, I think Glory Esports have done just well enough to get into the finals. And this is what we are looking forward to right now. But Elevate Esports, 14 eliminations as opposed to, you know, the 10 from the team that did get the chicken dinner. Solid performance again. Over 3,200 damage points. I mean, it's almost basically double of what X Project did, and that should tell you that Elevate Esports, they are going to be one to watch in PMGO. Absolutely, definitely going to be one to watch. It is going to be a cracker of a performance going forward.
True. X Project team turning into a Flex Project team with those kinds of plays. And we have a new GOAT. It's not Genesis, you know, from Elevate, even though they didn't get the chicken, you know, for the player of the match. 6 eliminations, and we have a brand new GOAT. That is the Elevate. Paradox elevating in glory, though we are caught in quite a rather beat down in the final seconds with 5 total knocks, close to 900 damage. This man was incredible, quite a pivotal person in his squad. But for Elevate, that was not good holding position for them as they took out a 1v1 and they lost the fight. But you know, For the player of the match, let's give him his medal. Elevate Paradox from Team Elevate. That was insane. That was good. That was good. But we have to talk about the chicken dinner winners, because that was good chaos. That was fantastic chaos. And for the head-to-head, it's quite funny because it's players that are in the same team. Elevate, Paradox, and Logic. They were good. With Paradox getting 6 eliminations and Logic with 4 eliminations. That is 2 players, 10 elimination. That is 10 points. With Logic close to 1,000. They had Paradox with the 897. All of them surviving the same time. No, that was not the same time. Logic survived even more because Paradox was eliminated a few seconds before Logic was eliminated with 6 total knocks. Logic could have gotten like 6 eliminations, although he was not able to capitalize and get those finish on the knocks. And still, on the overall top players, Genesis is still standing strong. Priest, who can shake down this man? Who can shake down the Genesis? Or is he starting something that no one can do?
I mean, standing on business all the way through to the last game is something absolutely special. Putting himself just ahead, even the fact that they had not gotten a chicken dinner up until the last game and he was still the most consistent MVP tells you his mentality. He is one of those players that definitely is going to be in that MVP race come PMGO Finals, and that is something we're looking forward to. Also in the wildcard finals as well. So it's something that we are going to be looking at to see if he is going to be consistent with his performance. But Paradox, Fabian, Logic still standing strong, still doing damage, still keeping it 100. But you got to respect the work that Genesis has put in so far. He has done so much, even as a solo player, even when all of his teammates just capitulate under the pressure. Not him. He has been super consistent, and that is how champions are made. And this guy, I'm telling you, he is going to go all the way to the top, and that is what I want to see. But it's 5 games down. This could still change either way, but we'll take a look at the overall rankings to get a little bit of an idea of how things look. But like I said, that top 8, I just don't see it changing. I really don't see it changing, and it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. Changed a little bit in the last game, but it's back to what it was when I said it. And again, the gap is going to extend further and further and further as the game goes on. A little bit of a change there. Exit team finally finding their foot, but I feel it's a little bit too late for them. Crazy Esports as well. GNFX also. Espada, Gamerise and Sovereign, and Gamerise, Sovereign, Espada and GNFX. I think they have one Hail Mary left, just one Hail Mary left in this last Miramar game to get a grip of something special. But if you now take a look at the other side of the leaderboard to see the top 8 teams, to get a little bit of an idea on what it currently looks like, take a look at that. Petit Wee Wee still in the mix here. 24 points on the board. 24 points, 2 points just ahead of the teams sitting in the bottom side. Also, Mazor have dropped just a little bit lower. Strength have moved up. X Project, that chicken dinner puts them in a very nice place in second position, overtaking guys from Glory Esports. So again, it's just a little bit of a shuffle in here, but it hasn't really moved. Petit Wee Wee have not been moved out. Mazor, just a little bit of a shuffle. The top 8 teams are still pretty much the same here, but we are going into the last game of the night to find out if that will be the case for the last game, to see if this will actually change.
Yeah, it might actually change, with only 9 points separating the team number 7 and the team number 9. So teams still have a chance of getting back to the game. They just need some good eliminations. Pack up, get some good eliminations, and you can be still in that fight and hopefully grab that PMGO ticket after the finals. It's looking crazy. It's looking crispy. This final game will be telling the story of a lot of teams and hopefully set a trademark for most of them, because this is one grand opportunity to make it to the PMGO Season 1 Africa. 10,000 USD. That is crazy. You have to, I know most of the times they'll tell you don't look at the money, but I'll tell you for a fact, we are all motivated by money. All these teams that are here, most of them are motivated by money. That is why they're doing this. As Africans, we're trying to create a career out of esports. That is what we're doing. That is what we're going. We are aiming for that money. We are aiming for that grand stage so that we may upgrade our equipments. And that would be good if all these players will get to that point. But first we have to get to the group stages. Then we can talk about the PMGO. But for now, with one game remaining, who has the bullets to be able to punch through that final lobby? It's just a matter of seconds. So guys, strap in. Don't go anywhere. We are coming back in just some few seconds. One, two.
Showtime, showtime, showtime. So we are down to number 6 as PTK just counted down. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the wild card. It is day 1, and we are about to wrap things up. Second Miramar of the night. And now we are about to see who makes it to the finals. I'm pretty sure, a couple of teams have already put their best foot forward, and they're already one step in there. But it's not over for those teams hovering in the bubble position. This is their last chance, their last Hail Mary. Will they get the job done? This is their last chance. They've had 5 other chances, and this is going to be the last one for the night. PTK, are you expecting more of the same or something different? Or are you going to see, are you expecting a chicken dinner from a new team or from a team that's already got one tonight, Aaron?
At the moment, if a team is to take the chicken dinner, maybe Regnum. If it's a new team, maybe Regnum. That is the team that has been consistent. Although they've not gotten a chicken dinner, they've been consistent. If there's a team to take the chicken, maybe Regnum. For any other team, I don't believe they can be able to pull a clutch right now because it's a bit too late. We've already seen them. We've already got the team from the game number 1 to the game number 5. We've seen and we all know how these teams are taking fights, how aggressive or passive they are. So it's not something new. We already know how they will be approaching the final game. If they are to surprise us, maybe pull up some magic, some miracles, I stand corrected. But if there's a team that is going to be new, take the chicken dinner, Regnum. If not, the chicken dinners will be going to the teams that have gotten the chicken dinners in these previous game. And we are in the final. Miramar, strap in because this one is about to get intense. Early drops, early fights, and no room for mistakes. This is it. The moment teams have been waiting for. One final game, one final chance to make a statement and to get to that top 8. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard. And it's going to be insane. Let's see how the teams will be approaching these final game. As Elevate, they know that they are already fast. But will they be fast enough to go back to the lobby? Or will they be fast enough to get more eliminations right now? It's not looking good, Priest. It's not looking good.
It is not looking good at all for some of those teams that are still yet to find their way into the final third. But this is going to be their last opportunity to try again. A lot of pressure has been mounted on them. Hopefully they will rise above the pressure and get themselves into that position where they feel they deserve a chance to get into the PUBG Mobile Global Open. But until then, now is their chance to make sure that the job is done. Right now, Team Elevate, Regnum X, Glory, a bunch of other teams, they have shown us how amazing this particular group can be, and I have been so impressed. But now it is the chance for some of those other teams that are still yet to do something special. This might be the opportunity for them to do something special and get themselves that much closer to the PMGO. But right now, PTK, take a look at that zone over to the northern side, center it up quite nicely as well.
Now,
And I think it's going to be very difficult for teams to make rotations though to get to this spot without running into each other.
true. This circle is going to force some interesting rotations. You could see early clashes. If teams contest for key locations, already we have a team. We have the ancient champions already in the play zone, but that is not a good spot for them. They've not even landed. They've not even landed. Funny thing, I think they opened their parachutes quite early. This is the point that they are getting fast. So for them, I think the best option, just try to get to that northern area as fast as you can, secure a place, get that loot as much as you can. On this other end, you have the crazies. They are going all crazy as Dybala was sent down packing. Go Mahir still trying to capitalize on the knock that he just got. Leo in Kenya, that means today. But Samurai trying to come for that revive. SO, they're not having that good of a game. They got the first chicken dinner, and right now they're getting battered every single time. But for them, I think that chicken dinner was just enough. It was enough for them to at least secure something. And got Mahir with the Uzi. Going for the push as Leo is sent down packing. He got the knock, but unfortunately, Soulless taking the soul out of Leo. And Leo was just left soulless. I got Mahir with the Uzi. Where are you going, boy? Don't run. Don't run. Don't run. Don't run. If you come for a fight, just fight till the very end. That is what the man himself just learned. Soulless from the other end as they are taking this fight. I don't know if these will be very, very important for them. You know, Crazy Esports, this fight means a lot,
Ooh.
honestly. Crazy Esports, they know what is on the line. If they are able to dominate right now, you know, they are currently sitting at number 13 with 14 points. So for this final game, if they can dominate this team, you know, this team has already gotten that it's a number 6. Crazy. They just need to find these eliminations. They just need to find this fight. If they don't dominate right now, their efforts and their chances of getting to that top 8 is just very, very minimal. As Soles might be one of the final players surviving. I got Mahir from the Crazy Esports. They are going with that UMP, and this is looking very, very bad as they are getting pushed from every single angle. Got Mahir, Arman. Oh my word, a 2v1 situation. If they get this fight on, that's it for them. As Soulless final player, Impulse still down on his knees. This is crazy. Soulless just jumped, but almost jumped out of the game because that was a very, very good jump scare. And they are officially out. Seems outplayed by Crazy Esports. I don't know if they have anything to lose. At that position, the only way they'll have anything to lose if the team number 7, team number 8, team number 9, they are able to be better in this game than all the previous games. That is the only way they have anything to lose. But I think they're safe. I think they're safe at that position.
I think you're safe as well. They have been. I think they've done well enough. Like you said earlier, that chicken dinner that they secured early on, I think that put them in a very, very good position. And that's just one of the things you gotta love, about the first games, about Rondo, right? You just gotta love it. And that's just the consequence of making the early decisions. And I think that is just what has gotten them over the line. That chicken dinner that they got in the right time at the right place. Their performance after that has been very, very questionable, but it's too late to ask them any questions. But I think in the finals is going to be, I hope it's going to be very different because this will not work in the finals. They will need to be much more consistent than this because to get into that top 5 in the finals is going to be very, 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 very difficult. But hopefully they will find their way around it. But they just cannot be playing like this, when it comes to in the finals.
Yeah, you can't be playing like this. You know, this is the final game. Just try to stack up as many points as possible. Ancient champions, they've not been having haven in these. Anwar also, again, what is happening? You know, I think Anwar and Team Elevate, they have the same drop spots. That's why most of the times this is the first fight that we are getting to spectate. And if Noir gets to lose these fights like these, they will be battered, they will be bruised. But Elevate Paradox eliminated by the Regnum X, and they finally have the upper hand. If they can take on these Elevate squad, take them out, eliminate them as early as they can, I think they will be having that advantage in that potential chicken dinner. But Fabian, oh my word, 2 players down. Fabian just shocked them, and these are 1v3 crazy stuff.
Woo!
Regnum. Fabian is now fading around. Zaynos just saw what Fabian did, and guess what? That man is on his way to the play zone. You can't go against someone that has taken 3 of your men. Why are you even attempting to fight? I was not expecting the 1v3, but that was crazy. Fabian racking up numbers, and Regnum, they have just been wrecked to shreds.
Ragnar was not expecting that one. Fabian putting belt to backside and utilizing the angles perfectly. Ragnar had absolutely no answer for Fabian there. Elevate, showing exactly why they are number 1 on the call sheet yet again. I mean, you have to respect the ability, the individual brilliance from Elevate. And once again, Fabian is going to be on that MVP chase with a performance like that. You have to respect it nonetheless. But it's a very, very good start. And again, now we're going to keep our eyes on those other teams that are trying to make their way into the zone. You can see them, a lot of them into that southeastern side. We're gonna have to try again though, as most teams are settled up quite nicely in a central position. You can see the guys from X Project that did get a chicken dinner in the previous game. They're already making a move from that western side, uncontested, but there's a chance they might run into some opposition on their way through if they do make a rotation from the northern side. But we will see if that works the way they planned for it to work. Noir, on the other hand, plumbing coming in from the southern side, and Glory Esports still chilling just east of San Martin. Probably gonna have an idea of how they want to get themselves into the zone. But the northern side would not be a bad shout for some of those teams looking to make their way into that next phase of the zone, PTK.
True. Espada already took the northern end. They want to dominate that region as much as they can. If they're able to hold it, that might be a good haven for them. A haven in hell. This is the place where players don't want to even wake up in. Just as the Regnum, what they have just witnessed, they have witnessed carnage, they've witnessed magic. You know, you don't even believe in magic, but they have been forced by Fabian to believe in magic because that was magical. As we continue, all the teams are just trying to get as best spots as possible. No, teams are not even engaging that much. They're all trying to get the play zone as the Zeus Sovereign also moving forward. Yeah, don't take on those fights in the open. That parties are crazy. And that is what all of them are doing. You know, we are talking about the Regnum X. I was hoping that would be the team. They would get that crowning moment, a final chicken dinner. But the way it's looking, Priest, I don't think Regnum have what it's got to clinch these final chicken dinner with only one man. I don't know.
I mean, it's going to be a tall mountain to climb, really, for Regnum, being a solo left, and it could go either way for them. Hopefully, he actually finds his way into the final third at the very least, maybe secure some placement. Still unlikely for him though. But X Project, on the other hand, good rotation coming through from them. You can see this is them trying to get their way into that central position of the play zone. And Mazo, on the other hand, do have Espada within their sights. Do they want to crash into the building? I think they might, but they are in a better position holding a little bit more of this hillside position. I think most of these teams, they do love to play a little bit closer to the terrain. They don't want to commit too many bodies too close to the opposition there. Yoni on the other side as well, feeding the intel to the rest of his teammates. Crasher has had a lot of time to figure out what part of the play zone they want to occupy. And I think they have made that decision already. So it's all about them now keeping that decision locked in as the play zone has closed yet again. We are in phase 3 right now, and Asian champion spotted by Knight. And he is going to send a couple shots over to them as well, just to give a warning that if they do want to make any rotation, it will have to be in the opposite direction.
Yeah, true. Some warning shots just to establish dominance. You know, the X Project, they won the previous game and they want everyone to know. If you try to get us, we will give you one good overtime. I don't think that you'll be winning fights against the X Projects. As Glory is trying to move around scouting, but almost scouted out of that place as Glory Esports Sharo are down on his knees. And for the Glory Esports, losing one player right now, taking them to the trio, that would be quite a bummer for them. If they can be able to get the revived, that would be a very, very good advantage, but they cannot risk it as Exit moving in that open field whilst the play zone is not looking good, is not looking nice, as everyone is trying to get the best location, the best positions. And when it comes to Miramar, I believe the team that is at the highest end has the advantage. If you are lying at a valley, the advantage it reduces a little. But if you are dominating, trying to take those hillside areas, you have to win the fights. But Genesis, with his first elimination, that man is still piling up bodies. And I think that MVP, no one is going to get it out of his hands.
I think he has made it pretty clear that the MVP title for this group stage is his, and he has been super, super consistent, the most consistent player for X Project, the most consistent player, period. And now X Project will continue their onslaught onto the guys from the Ancient Champions. Again, they continuously keep the pressure on, not allowing them to peek to any windows, just to make sure that they will think twice before they make any moves. Each of them taking one building is very interesting though, because any moment that they do get slammed, it's going to be very difficult for them to defend properly. And guys from and the guys from Zoo Sovereign, ooh, they're gonna have to think really hard of how they want to get out of that predicament. Remember, this is the team currently sitting in ninth place. They need 4 points to get into the top eight. And ooh, Petit Wee Wee is gonna be very difficult for them though if they can't find a way to make sure that they don't get caught. Mazor has already started doing the job. They've already secured 2 eliminations and they are pushing themselves farther and farther away from the rest of the opposition inside of that top eight.
Yes, and Team we still standing at that number 8 with the Zeus. We have the Mao holding in closely. Is now looking good as the Zeus Sovereign. Eilish does get one opening knock, and these might be encouraging them to go for a full send, but not going it. They're not doing it. If they went for a full send, I think they would have gotten or piled up maybe 2 eliminations. Although, you know, full send, then the other team might have already revived. They were a bit too late on that. And they choose to not take on the fight because they know the kind of points that they need. They only need 4 points to be able to get to that top 8. If Wiwi is not able to hold it upright, if they get eliminated quite early for Wiwi, that's over. Because Mao, we have the Gamerize, all of them are going for that top 8, and we have a fight where the Zeus Sovereign are going for the rush. Fighting against the Ancient Champions, and that need might be setting up the pace as Eilish was almost eliminated, and the barrage of nades. Look at that, Chukuluku with a very, very good nade. Mao Ruthless, oh my word, with only 2 players remaining. Azada versus the AC1. That is the 2 players are surviving from the Ancient Champions, and the Ancient Times are coming. Genesis almost taken to Revelation. And quite some good insights revealed. AC1, final player surviving from the Ancient Champions. And the Ancient Champions, they need to set their game right. They need to survive. And Eilish goes for the push, but the Ancient Champions, they are ancient. They built the pyramids. They had the clay. They had the numbers. But unfortunately, the pyramids were the home of their ancestors right now. And they go back to where they call home. Ancient in their ways, ancient in their cultures, and ancient in the game.
An ancient in the lobby. An X Project, 2 eliminations so far. It looks like they want to take first place. I mean, that's a very good. That is going to be peak. It is going to be a maximum performance here. But Ruthless getting caught, I believe, by Mazor in that exchange, and Aatrox is going to be the one to see that through. He's getting dropped into the corners as well, and they are going to try long and hard to make sure that the job is well done. And they are sitting quite nicely just by the edge of the circle on that western side, trying to make sure that they deal with the guys from Zoo Sovereign. Again, it is going to be very difficult for them as the guys from GNF catching Elevate, and Logic will be sent back into the lobby. And this is going to be a very, very interesting final third as we are in phase 4 of the circle right now. We're down yet another number. Fabian now going to be the next one to go down for Elevate. They're down to a solo player. And the guys from the X Project are going to be pressing their advantage a little bit more as Elevate will be eliminated. And what a time to be eliminated as well, courtesy, I believe, of Noir. A whole lot of teams coming together here to eliminate the guys from Elevate. And it is now a matter of seeing if they will finish this last game number 1 on that leaderboard. It would be very interesting if Elevate, you know, in all of the games today, Elevate have been number 1 in every single game. Imagine if at the end of game 6, it's no longer Elevate.
Well, that would be insane. That would be insane. With only a few points, let's say less than 20 points separating the number 1 and the number 2, We have 13 teams remaining, and Elevate eliminated as the team number 14. I think they were a bit rather too confident that they have made it. They have 81 points. We have the X Project. They are following closely with the 60. But Elevate, I think that would be quite a hurdle. If the X Force. Oh, that was a good knock. That was a crazy
Ooh,
one.
my
4S Moon
word.
cross from the moon, and he does get two with two eliminations. The
Wow.
four strength, that was full strength, full scope. That is why the mini 14s, if you have a good player that can be able to use it, just use it. The mini 14 is better than the SKS in all aspects. Talk about recoil, talk about the fire rate. I think that's the best weapon out of them all. And the players are just pushing us. Glory Lord is the only person remaining from the Glory Esports team. He's trying to hold his team. He's trying to hold his ground. But Glory Lord glorified with a very good fantastic manner. Oh my word!
That was
Stonic
his teammate.
is a friend and an enemy in disguise. What was that? Well, honestly, I think for Stonic, the thing that is going in his head, I don't need anger management. I just need better teammates. What was that knock from their own teammates?
Wow. Stanek had no idea that that grenade was coming his way, but fortunately for him, he had already eliminated the opposition just in time. So he was able to cure that chaos a little bit quicker, but looks like X Project now will set it upon themselves. Eilish getting knocked away and getting flushed in one swell sequence. Espada, on the other hand, trying to steal a little bit of those eliminations for themselves, but unfortunately, they will not be getting any. And that might be trying to close down the openings that they've seen, but it doesn't look like that will be the case. Again, Espada just too far out of the zone, but they do have a vehicle that will allow them to advance their position just a little bit quicker there, but Regnum X have been eliminated. Did manage to make it into the top 11, but now we are down to 10 teams, 29 players in the mix. And X Project, once again, they're starting to feel that thing they felt in the last game, PTK. They're starting to feel that violence, that chaos.
Yeah, finally getting to be aggressive. We were expecting the X Project to give us something good, and finally they are coming. They are matching up to the action as the exit is making a full send towards them. X Project, they have to be careful, but they are losing players. They are losing numbers, and they just lost the numbers. And all it took was one push. All it took was the exit to just prepare that very, very good exit for them. How do you lose such a fight? We were glazing them. I remember Priest was the last person glazing them. Then 1 minute later, they are getting pushed. 1 minute later, one mistake of a lifetime. They had four, but they all fell.
I mean, unfortunate scenes for them though. They had a plan, but unfortunately, it didn't work the way they wanted. I think it was because of the fact that they did not have the play zone the way they wanted it. I think they are one of those teams that just love it when things go their way and they don't have to necessarily stress too much, for transition, for sequences. In the last game we saw them, they played a little bit more central, and in this stage they played a little bit closer to the edge, and it wasn't their thing. I think they struggled a little bit there, but they got caught out, unfortunately, so they do not finish in first place. Elevate will be the team finishing in first place, but right now that's a conversation between top 8. It is about to get very interesting because Gamerize have catapulted themselves to 23 points. Exit team as well, up to 19. This is about to be something very, very special if somehow Gamerize and Exit Team turn this around. There is so much going on into that position. Like 4 times on an AKM is absolutely nefarious activity. If it works that way, you got to respect it nonetheless. But Gamerize trying to press forward. 6 eliminations for them right now. A chicken dinner is the only result that matters. As we saw, the guys from Zeus Sovereign have been eliminated. All they have to do now is hold it down. That space into the top 8 is potentially open if they can remove the guys from Petite Wee Wee.
Petit Wee is still holding on that number 8. Best thing for them is they have a full squad. They can still do something. You know, the best thing, the best strategy. This is it. If Wee wants to dominate, if Wee wins, wants to get to that top 8, not just get to the top 8, solidify their top 8, they have to go past Mesa. They have to pray that Mesa is eliminated if they are to get a better chance of survival. Because looking at the Gamers, currently at 10th, they've already packed 6 eliminations. They have a full squad, so they have a lot of potential of getting some higher placement points. So if Gamers can get a chicken dinner, is looking bad for Zeus, and that is a Wee. It will look so bad for Wee because only a point is separating Gamers and the Wee squad. So Wee, they have to be on their front foot. They need to get past the 35-point mark. But Mesa is still surviving. If Mesa survives long enough to get more placement points for his squad, the top 8 will look very, very hard for Wee, for Gamers, for Exit. It will look so crazy. But the 7th, the 8th, that is the position where you don't want to be at the moment. As all these scores are trying to get a footing. We have carnage in each and every single angle. But Priest, what do you think these teams that are trying to get to that top 8 need actually to do?
I mean, they're doing everything right. Unfortunately for Crazy Esports, I think they've been caught out. They're down to a solo, but Exit Team and Gamerize, I mean, 6 eliminations apiece. 23 points here, 20 points there. I mean, Exit Team, they started the day at the bottom, and in one fell swoop, in 2 Miramar games, they may have just turned things around. And again, I did talk about them in the previous game, saying that they have improved their strategy. This is a team that has grown into the game. I don't know, like I said, I didn't know if they had done enough, but this game was going to be a big deciding factor, and it is starting to decide. The placement points have started to come into play right now for Exit Team. All they have to do now is find a niche inside of the zone, but they cannot and they should not try to deal with Gamerize inside of this little box position right now, because this is going to be a very defining moment. Crazy Esports have been eliminated as the last players to come to the play zone, and now Petit Wee, now they're trying to press forward and they might be getting caught out there. Gamerize, this is a perfect opportunity for them to make sure that they take over this team, because like you said, they cannot allow this team to survive any longer. For each minute they live, the jeopardy of getting into the top 8 gets much more difficult. So they have to make sure they eliminate this team. This is the only team standing in their way right now, because they have more points, than the guys from Gamerize. They have more points than the guys from Exit Team as well. So they have to make sure that every single thing is accurate going forward, because we're about to head into phase 8 of the zone, and now it is going to take a lot for these teams to see their way through, because Aatrox from Mazor is still getting placement points as the game goes on.
True. If they don't get the Mesa guy, just know that it's not going to look good for them. And as they always say, cripple the enemy and you triple your points. Those are the wise words from a man wise enough called Blood. As Zeus danger, and they have just taken Mesa down. Now, the question is, will they be able to get very, very good points out of the remaining players? Because if we can be able to rack those points as danger, already a danger, a good nader will be sending Espada down flying under Nox. What was that? What was that pick? I don't know if that was a pick out in the training grounds, but that was not it. You know what? We're not gonna talk about that. You know what? Your teammate was just knocked from that location, and then you get knocked trying to do what the teammate was trying to do. And the first strength, Lil Boy, Ezra downed, and he has the advantage with 2 down. Lil Boy, he needs to go for that squad wipe. Zeus danger, Zeus quick. If the 4S are able to eliminate Wee, these will be a cruise for the teams. Exit for the Gamerize, but the Zeus, they are still packing. They are just that team. They're relentless. They know we have to hold this fight. We have to do our best. Zeus Danger with the AUG DBS in hand, going for naming. Be careful, they are going to be naming you back to the lobby, but that is a good one for as naming with a perfect strike, and that is perfect. Full strength, naming. One elimination, one knock, still trying to survive, but Nami with a very, very good nade in front of her or him. That set the game straight. Her name is down on her knees. Lil Boy also down. Zeus, Wee, they get that upper hand of getting that revive, but the nades are still flying. And they still have their breather. The final zone coming in just a few seconds. We are currently in the stage number 9 as Moon is trying to fly. He believes in the moon. He believes in NASA. But guess what? Something will be flying towards them as Gamera has already spotted them. They have that MG3 and Moon tried to set the record straight. Gamera has to be careful as Slime and Nade might be sliming down his end. But he's able to survive. 9 players. 4 teams, exit, 7 eliminations, Gamer 6 eliminations, 4F, the 6 eliminations, but they only have 1 man in the army. We have Wee, 6 eliminations. They are looking for that moment of reckoning. They not only want to get to the top 8, they want to get to that top 7. You know, top 8 is their priority, but if they can get to the top 7, that is what they really want. And this is the final bout, as all these players are trying to rack up as many eliminations, as many points as possible. But look at exit Neymar exiting from that end, and he does get one Zeus Danger down. The man that was setting the pace got a spada, but with the spade taken back, Zeus quickly trying to survive, but the nades are just flying towards their end. This is the final moment, Chris. This is the moment of reckoning. Look at the way Exit is making the push. They want the top 8 and they don't just want it. They want the chicken. Crazy.
Chicken dinner for Exit team right now. Are they about to show the rest of the lobby the exit? Quick, he's trying to circle back. He's going to be dropped away there. Gamerize down to a solo. An Exit team will show the exit to the opposition as they get that last chicken dinner. Was it enough? They secured some eliminations. Did they do just enough to see it all the way through? I mean, this would have been absolutely incredible if Exit team somehow made it into the top 8 with the last game. But again, let's not forget Petit Wee, Gamerize, and Mazor still put up points. So did they do enough to finish? I mean, this might be the closest one we've ever gotten so far, PTK. I don't think anyone has been tighter than this. This has been absolutely incredible. This last sequence was insane. Danger getting caught mid-air with a DBS straight to the chest, but Exit putting in a masterclass performance. And I talked about this team, and I said it, another different team will win a chicken dinner in this game. I know ball.
Yeah, you do definitely know ball, as Exit Esports with 12 eliminations and a chicken dinner. That might be changing the narrative, because that is 22 points in that game. 22 points, that might be changing the narrative, but how close were they to the top 8? Let's just wait for the table and get to see. But at the moment, this is the team that took the final game, the match number 6, Miramar. Glazing the glory. If you're watching the stream, exit in the comment section. Exit, because they made the chicken dinner work with us. That is first 7 with the 2 knocks and 5 eliminations. Exit 1 with the 3 eliminations. He had low with the 3 eliminations. 1 coming from Neymar. That was a good game. That was a good precision strike. And 12 eliminations is something to be smiling about. You know, Exit was good. I don't know why they didn't do these in the first games. Is these enough? Do you think these will cut it through for them to get to the top 8?
I mean, a chicken dinner is usually enough, right? Especially for this stage of the game. But the problem with, you know, waiting onto the last game is most of the teams have already secured a lot of points as opposed to your performance. So you have to perform extra well and hope that those teams do not put points on the board. That is why it is so dangerous, because, you know, the likes of Mazor and Petit we were still in the final phase of the zone, right? They were still in the final third. They still secured some placement points. They still, picked up points here and there. So that is why it is going to be very difficult to know if that chicken dinner in the last game was enough to see them through. It is going to be so difficult. But danger from Zeus again. He put in a masterclass of a performance, but was it enough though? Did he do enough for them, in that final sequence? Because I think that performance from exit team changes everything. It changes the whole dynamic. So we're going to see if that will be the case. But Six put in a shift, 398 meters. I think that is the longest we have had in the entirety of all the PMNCs. 398. I think that's almost 2 meters away from 400, and you can only see this in Miramar.
Yeah, that is the longest. I've not seen anyone get 398. 390 plus, I've not seen that. So close to 400 meters, that's crazy. 400 meters, for those guys that don't know, try to open your scope, go to the training grounds. You'll get to know how 400 meters spray looks like. That was incredible. 398 meters. And for our top traveler with 15.59 kilometers, SFA7, that man is a beast when it comes to the legwork. Probably one very beefed up guy, maybe a marathon runner. That game was incredible.
Sovereign. Oh, no. Well, 4 points on the board for them. Elevate. I think this is the lowest they've ever gotten today. 3 points. And GNFX, unfortunately, I think they just didn't do enough. Noir as well. Couldn't cut it. Regnum X. They've done well enough to scale through the day, so this might be the worst game as well. I mean, it's so interesting that most of the teams started pretty nicely during the day, right? Unfortunately, got caught out in this last game. Regnum X seems outplayed. Glory Esports, Z Sovereign, Elevate, all of these guys capitulating in the last game, and you can't blame them. It has been a very, very grueling 6 games, and they found their way to get the job done. But take a look at that. Mazor did get 7 points on the board, and X Project with 5, Espada with 4, Exiting with 22, and Gamerize with 12, Petit Wee Wee with 11, and Force Strength with 10. It is so close. It is so close. I think with this performance, right? Wait, there's a team we're not talking about that is in trouble here, though. There's a team that's in trouble that is not on this list. I'm trying to remember what team that is, but there's a team that is not here, that was on the other page, that should be worrying. They should be worrying. But Gamerize did put in a shift here. I don't know if they did enough to see this through. We're going to find out if that is the case. But 12 eliminations for Exit Team. Did they do enough? Did they see it through? It is going to be a very, very, very tough one going forward. But nonetheless, Gamerize did have almost 1500 damage points, as opposed to Exit Team that also did 1500 damage points. But take a look at the eliminations, PTK. It is twice the number. Is it absolutely different, something really, really different. But it is a solid performance nonetheless from Danger, from the guys from Petite Wee Wee, putting in a shift there. And this guy has been their best player all through the night. But did he do enough? Did he do enough? Safe and again, tying on the piece there, 568 to 665. Looked very convincing and confident in the way they did manage to see this game out. Pretty solid performance on both fronts. But Danger was the heavy lifter for his team, and it was absolutely well deserved. He turned it up from game 1 to game 6. This guy was on the board for them. If they do qualify, it is all thanks to this guy. Exit again, leaving it to the last game, absolutely diabolical. But now Genesis finishes very, very, very strong and well deserved indeed. 24 eliminations, 3100 in damage points, and you have to respect it. Fabian chased him all he could, dealt significantly more damage, but Genesis was just really him. Paradox Trump, and Danger from Petit Wee Wee actually making it into the top 5 in the last game. It would be so fitting if they did manage to qualify inside of this game. But we'll take a look at the leaderboard now. Let us see who made it in and who saw their way and who has 1 foot into the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a look at that. Petit Wee Wee did not make it. Oh my days. Gamerise as well. Exit team. It looks like they may have made it, but I said it. Someone here was gonna lose out. 35 points. 35 points. It was Petit Wee Wee with 35. Imagine that. 35 points not qualifying. Oh my days. Oh my days. Oh, that's unfortunate for Petit Wee Wee. 35 points and they still didn't qualify. It is so unfortunate because I was talking about the number you would need to get into the top 8. I was talking about 26 to 28. Man, if 35 is not qualifying, this has arguably been the most difficult group stage so far. 35 points, 29, 24. These numbers would qualify you in any other region, but in the wild card, they do not qualify you. Absolutely incredible performance from this group. They have shown us exactly what it takes to play at this level. Unfortunate semantics for them though, nonetheless, but what a way to see this through. And then let us take a look at the top 8. Who finishes strong, who looks good, who turns it around. We are about to see if that will be the case. Yeah, I think it's good. That's how they will see this one through. What a game this has been. Absolutely incredible performance so far. But let's take a look at the top 8. Who goes to the finals? Who makes it through? Who is going to see their way through, ladies and gentlemen? Who is in the top 8 and by how many points?
No way. No way.
Mazor!
No. Look at this. What happened?
Mazor, that solo player, and we talked about him, that solo player from Mazor dragged them across the finish line. Seems Outplayed was the team I was talking about actually. They almost got dropped out of this. It would have been so crazy if they had been dropped out because they came really, really close. 36 points, almost getting forced out of the top 8. If you know, the guys from Petit Wee Wee, if they had actually gotten some points on the board and Gamerise as well, this could have ended so differently for Seems Outplayed. Seems Outplayed, they played this very dangerously. Very, very dangerously to finish 36 points after the performance they had earlier. I mean, unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate for them.
No.
But
look at this.
So close. Exit team.
Exit. That final game, you know, they got 22 points. 22 points. That was the most points that they got in games combined. You know, they got that final game 22 points, and the first 5 games they didn't get as much points. So that was crazy. If that last game Exit team did not pull what they pulled right that minute, they would not have seen the top 8. But you know, they just showed us that magic can happen. But this is not what I was expecting. You know, I knew Exit got some points, but Meza, that final player, that placement point that guy got, that is what set Meza up, and they at least got to the top 8. Seems Outplayed, almost outplayed. 36. They got a chicken dinner today. Exit team with a chicken dinner, and the only team that did not get a chicken dinner and they are still in the top 8 is we have the Regnum X, Force Strength, and the Meza Gaming. But you know, we have to talk about Exit. They did some splendid job, and the final player from Meza, those were the real OGs in the game. But Exit, how on earth? Okay, that was a good game, but Elevate still maintaining that top spot. even though they were eliminated quite fast in this game. X Project taking that number 2. We have the Glory Esports still in their glory days with the 54. Regnum X, they got the number 4. We are the first strength. Exit Sims outplayed. And Mesa Gaming. Congratulations to the teams that were able to get to the top 8, because that is the sweet spot if you are to get to the finals of the World Cup. This is the PMNC and is becoming more crazier as we continue the action. So the top 8 from this group will be making it to the final. Then tomorrow the top 8, when combined 16, you get the final scores, and the top 5 from that will be making it to PMGO Season 1. So that is what everyone is eyeing at the moment. The glory, the championship, they want it all. But for the day, for the group 1, this has been absolutely amazing. I think, Priest, today we've had a lot of competition than most days, because the points, not one-sided, the points evenly distributed. Because a team that is number 8, if it performs very, very good, it can go up to number 2. You know, things happen. Things happen. And I think this was very evenly matched. That was crazy, amazing. And to all these players, that was gorgeous. Eish!
I mean, so solid. What a solid performance we have seen so far. I mean, this has by far been the most competitive group stage I have watched so far. The fact that it is 36 points that qualified the teams here, that should tell you all you need to know. Seems outplayed. That first chicken dinner from Rondo, they really scammed their way through with this one, because their performance took a nosedive from there. And that is the beauty of Rondo. It carried them all through towards the end of the tournament. And that tells you all you need to know. It is absolutely incredible what Rondo can do for you. Elevate, showing their mettle in game number 2, but back-to-back chicken dinners for Glory Esports, putting them in the mix as well. And Miramar saw X Project snatch it away from Elevate in that final sequence, and then Exit Team from the bottom of the leaderboard. At some point, Exit Team was the team in 16th place on the leaderboard, but by the end of match 6, they find themselves inside of the top 8, and they find themselves in the PMNC Wild Card Finals.
Wild card is very, very wild, as we have seen from number 16. From number 16, how on earth do you even pull that out from number 16 to a qualifying spot for the finals? Exit, today you guys need to sleep on a very, very good warm blanket, because you guys just deserve it. Today is your day. Even though we have the number 1, Exit, today you guys have performed. Go take that soda, rest, and prepare for the finals, because you are the real OGs. And I remember we also had another player from the project, Genesis. That guy has been amazing today. I have to talk about him because he's been amazing as a solo in a squad. This guy has been able to implement every single shot, getting knocks, piling up bodies, and that man also deserves his crown. And for the group 1 today has been amazing, with the Glory taking 2 chicken dinners. No other team has been able to pull that out in the World Cup. Mauritius, Madagascar, these teams were just amazing. It's going to be very, very hot as we continue with things, as we pile up those points, as the best teams are getting selected. The finals will be cream de la cream, but we are still not yet in the finals, because this was just by the group 1. Priest, it has been amazing today, and to all the people that have been watching the stream, a big thank you, because you are the guys that make PUBG Mobile Africa move forward. And to all the players, that has been a very, very good game. Yo, GG's, whether you made it, whether you didn't make it, GG's is still a learning curve as we continue to grow. And to the production, thank you so much, IGE, for these amazing work. Clocking out, my name is the PTK Youngblood, but don't be fooled by the name. I am not the young, but I am the man himself, the man Youngblood. But I have not been alone. I have been with the man himself. I want him to say his name. No.
It has been absolute showtime, ladies and gentlemen, and it has been Priest on the mic, like you said. And what a journey this has been is the wild card stages. Tomorrow, brand new set of teams, brand new set of drama. I hope it is going to be as exciting as what we've just witnessed today. Well, I'm pretty sure we're going to see more and more action. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in with us. Big shout out to everybody involved. We'll see you in PMNC Wild Card Finals.
The time has come. Be the number one for Africa.
I first saw my classmate playing PUBG Mobile during a school break. He was talking while playing, and I asked him who he was talking to. He said he was talking to his teammates. That moment changed everything for me. Until then, mobile games only had text chats, but PUBG Mobile had real time voice communication. It felt alive, it felt competitive, it felt like teamwork. This is when I downloaded the game and I never looked back. My house was always the gaming house of the village. Gamers would gather there to play together. Forming my first PUBG Mobile team in my room in 2019 felt exciting and fun. At the beginning, we were just friends playing together and chasing wins. Even today, when I talk to some of them, they remind me that we started in that same room. That room holds memories. It's where everything began. When I decided to step into esports, not just as a player, but as a career, I spoke with my mother first. She told me if I saw a future in esports, I should go for it. That gave me a strength, and also my fiance supported me from day one. She told me that I found myself in esports. I used to make monthly goals. He used to help me track if I'm doing hard enough to reach my monthly goals. If I'm not doing enough, she used to tell me, go for it, don't be lazy. It felt like a dream came true. PUBG Mobile became the first real esports platform that represented Somali youth. It created the first esports community in the country. For the first time, Somali youth or Somali players had something they could proudly stand behind. I realized it was bigger than just a game when I saw young players looking at me, not just as a teammate, but as a leader. When parents started asking me questions about esports, and when players said that they had hope because of what we were building, I understood it was no longer just about winning matches, it became a mission. The hardest part was building a team that shared the same vision and passion. It was difficult to step into a field that no one plays. Many people doubted esports completely. In Somalia, there was no investors, no sponsors at the beginning. What kept me going was the desire to build something for Somali youth that I never had as a player. I did not want them to struggle the way we did. Esports is not limited to a certain countries. It's for everyone. If you are disciplined, focused, and consistent, you can build your own path. Dream big, stay committed. Do not let anyone let you. It's not possible. It's impossible. Thank you, PUBG Mobile, for being a light for esports in our country. You gave Somali youth a platform, community, a dream. I hope to see more investments and more events hosted in our country. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.